fan, please, because it's stopping me seeing Jordan. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this virtual meeting of South Kesteven District Council Planning Committee. In welcoming everybody, could I pay a particular a warm welcome to the first meeting of the Planning Committee for Councillor Helen Crawford. Welcome, Helen. Charmaine Morgan may be joining us, but she's back on the committee after a short lapse. A warm welcome to Shelley Thurkel, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Shelley, who will be taking the minutes, and one of the staff keeping me in order, and also to a visiting consultant with us for the first time, Dave Norris. A very warm welcome to you all. We're still in challenging times, and we've got a long meeting today, which I think I know it'll be a challenging one, and I look forward to the fullest cooperation of members and the public in ensuring that our deliberations proceed in an orderly and professional manner. A quick run through the housekeeping matters. I'd be grateful if all devices not being used need to be either turned off or put on silent, please. Members of the committee and of the public will find it helpful to have their devices connected to main electricity supply to avoid losing connection during the meeting. It would be helpful if any landlines are situated so that if they do ring, they're muted, and if you have pets, that they're not able to access the room you're working in, and that other household distractions are kept to a minimum. May I remind everyone that members of the committee have control of their own microphones. Please remember to turn them on when you start speaking and turn them off when you finish. We have control of the mechanism here for turning off the microphones, turning them on and off of public speakers. Please may I ask any committee members and members of the public have their cameras turned on when they are speaking, and speakers will be advised when they have 30 seconds left and also when their time is up. The chat function in Skype for Business is only for the use of planning committee members, please, who want to indicate that they would like to speak. And again, may I remind the committee members not to use the chat box to conduct a conversation with other members of the committee. It is there purely to indicate you wish to speak. Any members of the public or other members should not use the chat function. If they do, they will be asked once to stop, and if they continue to use it, they will be removed from the meeting. Please be aware that you could disconnect yourself if you inadvertently press any of the buttons on your device. There is IT support during the whole of the meeting should it be needed. If a member or members do get disconnected for more than a few seconds, I will refer members and the public to 6.2 of the published protocol, i.e. adjournment of a meeting. May I remind everyone again that the meeting is being recorded. I'm sitting here with the support staff from governance, and between us we will manage the meeting. Before I ask for the roll call of members present, could I just announce that in terms of the agenda, items 4 and 5 are part heard matters, and as such there will be no further public speaking. And any members of the committee who have joined us that were not present when those items were originally discussed will not be able to take part or take part in the voting when we come to a vote. Item 7, a slight variation to our protocol. I've varied the number of speakers by 1, having taken into account the public feeling over this particular application. And the applicant has been offered an extension to their time to speak by an additional 3 minutes if they so wish. Item 8 on the agenda has been withdrawn at the applicant's request and will be heard at a future meeting. So moving on to the speakers, obviously part 4 and 5, the part heard ones, there will be no public speaking. Agenda item 5C, application 0955. We have public speakers on that. There is Mr. Steve Carroll, who is against the recommendation. We have for the application, for the recommendation, Mr. Andrew Potter, and for the applicant, Mr. Richard Thompson. Agenda item 5D, which is S191475 Cherry Holt Road. We have a number of speakers here. We have not the district councillor for the ward, but the district councillor to the adjoining ward, and they're allowed to speak because it is considered the application may have effect on that adjoining ward. We have Mr. David Taylor representing the town council, and then against the application we have Mr. Charlie Short and Eva Van Maren, and speaking on behalf of the applicants, Samantha Bruman. And a welcome to Samantha. She was an officer here, and good to see you back with us, Samantha. And item 5F, there are no speakers on that. 5G, there are no speakers on that. And 5H, which is the change of use for dog exercise area, Eastgate, Deeping St. James. We have Mr. David Shelton on behalf of the Deeping St. James Parish Council. Against the application is Kate Shinkins and Keith Rogers. For the application is Laura Liderman, and for the applicants, Sue Russell. Could I ask members of the public who have indicated before that they would wish to speak on one of these applications, if their name has not been called out, could you please indicate straight away, please?
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if I could just correct something that was just said there. Mr. David Shelton, I understand, will be speaking for the neighbourhood plan, for the Deepings Neighbourhood Plan Group, and Kate Shinkins Hop will be speaking for the Parish Council. Okay, so
sorry, have we not got Kate's name right? If we haven't, I do apologise.
No, it's fine. Kate Shinkins is fine.
Okay, and she's for the Parish Council.
Yes, which is opposing the application.
And Mr. David Shelton is on behalf of the Neighbourhood Plan team.
That's my understanding, thank you, yeah.
If those two people are present, I'm sure they are. If that is not correct, could you indicate, please?
I think they are aware of the length of the agenda, Mr. Chairman, and are probably sensibly coming on this afternoon.
Okay, could I ask you, Phil, if I don't refer to it in the afternoon session, could you please remind me? That would be extremely helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, can I just running very quickly through the format of the meeting. I dealt with the opening remarks. In a moment or two, Naomi, I think, will deal with the roll call of members. For each application, there will be a short presentation by the case officer. The order of speaking is the district councillor or a district councillor from adjoining ward. Parish town councillors come next, then objectors next, supporters next, applicant or agent, and after that we have questions to the applicant or agent and questions to the case officer. That will then lead to debate, a vote, and we would then move on to the next item on the agenda. So Naomi, if I could ask you to do a roll call of the members, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe it's Shelley that will be doing the roll call for us today.
I will get this right one day. Thank you, Naomi. Shirley?
Thank you, Naomi. Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Mike Exton.
Present.
Councillor Harish Bisnath-Singh.
Present.
Councillor Ian Selby.
Present.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
Present.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
Present.
Councillor Mrs. Rosemary Cabery-Brown.
Present.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
Present.
Councillor Robert Reid.
Present.
Councillor David Bellamy. We've got, for this meeting only, substituted by Councillor Judy Stevens.
Present.
Thank you. We've received apologies from Councillor Charmaine Morgan. Councillor Helen Crawford.
Present.
Councillor Mrs. Judy Smith, we've received information that she will be substituted by Councillor John Cottier.
Present.
And Councillor Bob Adams.
Present. I thought you might be missing me then. Present.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you.
Just completing all the announcements then, members of the Planning Committee are asked to contact Case Officer with questions relating to clarification or explanation of the content or details within the report, and I would like to thank those members for their due diligence in this regard. Those questions will be referred to by the officer when they do the verbal presentation. Okay, at this point I would like to thank the members of the public who have taken the time and trouble to write to us with regard to applications before us and for attending this meeting. I can assure them and everyone that they have received proper scrutiny and will be taken into consideration in our deliberations. If I can move on to the agenda, we've done the register of attendance. Thank you, Shelley. Item 2 is disclosures of interest. Does any member have a disclosure of interest which is not recorded in the appropriate book in the council officers?
Mr. Chairman, may I have some guidance, please, regarding the Cherry Holt Road one? As a Stamford member, I've been lobbied extensively, and I'm a bit concerned about there might be a determination of the result of the
There's no problem with members being lobbied, Mike. We all get that. The crux of the matter is if you are coming to this meeting with an open mind in the matter of determination, then there should not be a problem. If you think that there's anything that you have said while you have been lobbied that would indicate to an outsider that you have had a predetermination on it, then I think that you would perhaps be better to stand aside and not take part in the debate or vote. But that is a matter for you, and we can't determine that, Mike. That clearly is a matter for your good self.
Thank you for that guidance, Mr. Chairman, to clarify, my position.
Okay. Are you comfortable with carrying on, Mike?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, can I come back again on the same point that Councillor Exon just raised? I have been lobbied as well, but I do come to the meeting with an open mind. I have not made any promises or anything of the sort.
Thank you, Harish, for that clarification. If during the meeting a member does realise they have some sort of interest to declare, of course they can make that declaration at any time during the meeting. I need to make a declaration in respect of application S200955. It is a personal declaration in that my daughter works for the applicant, not locally, I hasten to add, but over in Leicester.
Councillor Adams, can I
Yes,
come
Judy.
in? Yeah,
Yes, please, Judy.
Yeah, that I have feel compromised with regard to the Deeping St James dog application, but I would like the opportunity to speak and would not vote for that, if that's okay.
So what you're saying, you've given some indication of predetermination, is that what you're saying?
Yes, at the parish council.
Okay, can I ask our legal officer, is Councillor Judy Stevens okay to speak and not vote, or should she stand aside altogether? Mandy?
She can speak and not vote.
Okay.
It's fine to go ahead, yes.
Okay, so the legal ruling is speak but not vote,
Thank you,
Judy.
Thank you, Councillor, thank you.
Thank you. Any further declarations of interest of any kind? Okay, can we move on to the minutes of the meeting held on the 2nd of September, please? They have been circulated. I don't propose to go through them page by page, but can I ask any member of the committee if they have any issues with the minutes in terms of accuracy, and accuracy only?
None.
Okay. I'll take that. There's nothing come up in the chat box. Let me have another quick check. No. So can I have a proposer and a seconder, please, that the minutes are an accurate
I'll
record?
propose it, Bob. I'll propose, Bob.
Sorry, Councillor Cabry-Brown will propose, and
I'll second.
And Councillor Jackie Smith will second. Okay, thank you for that. And I think, Shelley, we need to go through a recorded vote, please, by calling out the members' names in alphabetical order if we can. Shelley? Have we lost connections with Shelley?
That's okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So we're voting on the accuracy of the minutes, Shelley.
Okay.
So call out the names in alphabetical order, and the member will say either for, against, or abstain.
Okay. Just one moment.
Are you okay, Shelley?
Yes. Sorry.
It's okay. No problem.
Councillor. No.
Just go straight forward alphabetical order, Shelley.
Councillor Mike Exton.
For.
Are you all right, Shelley?
Yes, sorry, because with the changes, I'm just Councillor Helen Crawford.
Abstain as I was not present, thank you.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
For.
Councillor Harish Bisnell Singh.
For.
Councillor Bob Adams.
For.
Councillor John Cottier.
For.
Councillor Judy Stevens.
Abstain as I wasn't on the last committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robert Reid.
For.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
For.
Councillor Rosemary Cabry-Brown.
For.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
For.
Councillor Ian Selby.
For.
And we have apologies from Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Would you like to declare the result, please, Shelley?
So we have 10 for and 2 abstain.
Thank you. So that is carried. Moving on to agenda item 4, application S190740, which is one of the part heard ones, and this is in the hands of Phil Jordan. Phil, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, members. I'm just going to upload the presentation. So, Chairman, if you could just indicate when it's showing on your screen, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Will do, Phil.
I'll check in here again now. And the presentation's on screen.
Okay, Phil.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application is S190740, construction of 22 dwellings and associated infrastructure at Bourne Road, Morton. The scheme's being promoted as an entry-level affordable housing scheme. Members will recall that the application was previously presented and heard at the 22nd of July Planning Committee, where members voted to refuse the application contrary to officer recommendation. I'm just going to recap over the presentation that was used previously. I'm not intending to dwell particularly on any points, and then I'll sort of recap through the reasons for refusal that were put forward and the consideration of those that's been given by the Head of Development Management. So the slide showing now just covers some of the key issues of the development proposal. Members will recall we discussed how there had been the top one of those schemes is the adjacent Hillview Gardens development, which is approved and built out, and then the land subject to this application has had 3 previous applications which have all been refused, including one which was dismissed at appeal. To make it clear that whilst this application is on the same land, it is an amended scheme, so therefore a different scheme seeking to overcome those previous reasons for refusal. So this is the application site. The location plan here shows the south side of Morton, and you can see the site outlined in red. The blue land is the Hillview Gardens development, which, as I've already said, has already been constructed and built out. This slide again just shows the site in a bit of context. You can see the sort of pattern of development across Morton, largely spread east-west across the A15, with some development extending north-south as well, and on either side of that A15 road. Just a few sort of photos of the site. So this is looking south towards Bourne. The access to the development would be further along on the right-hand side. This is the same sort of viewpoint, but just zoomed in a little. This is the frontage to the site, and then these looking north back towards the village. And you can see that existing edge of the Hillview Gardens development, which currently presents quite a hard edge to the village as you enter from that direction. Again, this is a view into the site, again, more or less looking north into that Hillview Gardens development. And then this is stood within Hillview Gardens, where the scheme would be accessed looking out onto the field where the development is proposed. This is the co-op, which has been relatively recently constructed in Morton. The footpath, this is on the same side as the application site, and since those previous refusals, there's been the addition of this pedestrian refuge in the middle of the A15. I'll go on this slide just to talk about some of the changes. So there's been fairly extensive dialogue between the council's design officers and the applicant in terms of seeking to overcome the previous reasons for refusal, one of which was the visual appearance of the development, and there's been a particular effort to pull development in this corner of the site away from the edge of the A15 to enable this existing landscaped area, this existing hedgerow, to be maintained and supplemented with additional planting. Likewise, this southern boundary of the site, the development's been pulled away to allow landscaping to be added here to sort of soften the impact of the development. Again, these properties, where they are now, fronting the A15 on the approach to the village, these have been made to be dual frontage, really just to try and make them more appealing on that approach where you would see them. You saw from the photos the current Hillview Gardens development, you get these blank gable ends of the existing buildings, which gives that quite sort of hard edge into the village. So I'll go through this pretty quickly. Really, this was the evaluation that was presented last time. The key point really is that this is being put forward as an entry-level affordable housing scheme. That's a specific type of affordable housing that's now been included in the National Planning Policy Framework. It was introduced in the 2019 version through paragraph 71, and as such that has come since the it came before the local plan was published, but the local plan was considered and published against the old version of the MPPF. So therefore this is a new requirement and a new policy, and it's one which has been afforded substantial weight. Again, I've spoke about the 3 previous refusals, but to be clear, this is an amended scheme, and the scheme that's now being considered in a different policy context. Some harm in terms of policy SP4 was acknowledged in the officer report. That's the edge of settlement policy in terms of community support for the proposal, but it's considered that the paragraph 71 outweighs that conflict. Again, I've spoke about the design improvements and the works that's been done to address those issues. There's not considered to be any residential amenity or flood risk issues. The pedestrian connectivity through that pedestrian refuge has been improved since those previous schemes were considered, and we haven't had any objection from the Highway Authority. There is some open space and a play area provided within the site, and a contribution to local education facilities. So in terms of the scheme was debated at committee on the 22nd of July. A motion was put forward to refuse the application, which was carried. That vote was 6 in favour, 4 against, and 3 abstentions. And then, as required under the Constitution, 4 reasons for refusal were then put forward and considered by the Head of Development Management in the report which you have in front of you. It should be noted, I just wanted to correct the report that whilst the reasons for refusal came from one elected member, they were supported by all 6 of the members who voted to refuse the application. So, in summary, as I say, the details in the report and the responses from the Head of Development Management are in the report. The first reason was that entry-level affordable housing wasn't needed at this location. The difficulty we have with that is that the requirement for providing entry-level affordable housing and meeting that need on the council is one across the district, and sort of notwithstanding the allocated site within Moreton, given the fact the local plan was put together on an evidence based on the old version of the National Planning Policy Framework, the council doesn't have the evidence to suggest that affordable housing or entry-level affordable housing isn't needed at this location or across the district. On that point, to the contrary, substantial evidence has been put forward to show that entry-level affordable housing is needed, not only across the district, but at this location. The second reason, again, I briefly discussed that in the recap of the evaluation. Some conflict with policy SP4 in terms of the lack of community support was identified. However, the second part of policy SP4 does talk about support for affordable housing on the edge of villages, and where that's meeting a need, community support isn't needed. So in this instance, whilst that conflict is noted, it needs to be weighed against the support from the MPPF. Point 3, which was about really the visual impact and the pattern of conflict with the existing pattern of development and the erosion of that approach to the village. That's a reason that's been considered, and that was previously a reason that was used when the previous scheme was dismissed at appeal on the site. As I've said, a lot of work and efforts gone in to overcome that reason for refusal in terms of the way the scheme's laid out and the additional landscaping that's been put in. But there is a degree of judgment to that part of the reason for refusal, and again, that's something that needs to be weighed in the overall balance of the scheme. The fourth reason really just centred around the lack of highway infrastructure and the concern that members had about that crossing point that future occupiers of the site would have in terms of accessing facilities on the eastern side of the A15. The difficulty with that reason is we don't have any substantive evidence to support requesting infrastructure improvements. We didn't have any such request from the Highway Authority, and without that, making those requests as part of a legal agreement doesn't fit the tests that are set out by the SIL tests. So it's not something that we're able to include as part of the legal agreement or reasonably request from the applicants. So in summary, the conflict with the development plan in terms of some visual impacts and some of the elements of SP4 is noted, but those conflicts need to be weighed against the benefits of the proposal and the weight applied accordingly. Given the introduction of the MPPF in 2019, or the updated version, in paragraph 71, substantial weight's been afforded to the requirement to comply with that policy, which officers consider that this scheme does, and therefore the recommendation continues to be one of approval, and it's felt that the reasons that have been put forward are not ones that we have the evidence to defend at an appeal. Thank you, Chairman. That's the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Phil. Before I move on to questions to Phil from committee members and then on to debate, as a matter of procedure, if members of the committee are still minded to refuse this application, we will need to put the reasons for refusal at the meeting today. I just mentioned that so that members can be prepared if that eventuality comes about. Okay, thank you for that, Phil. I can't, why have I lost all the visual members? All I can see on my screen is yourself, Phil, and myself. Where have I lost all the rest of the... Sorry, bear with me until I can get my screen back to where it should be, please.
Hi, Bob. It's Will here. I'm the same. I can only see two images, yourself and myself.
Yeah.
I'll see the rest.
Bob.
Yeah. Hello.
Bob, someone set it to speaker mode.
Sorry, John. Can we leave it to our own people to determine this? Sorry, Naomi.
May I come in, Mr. Chairman? Councillor Cotty was correct. As soon as the number of participants hits 75, the system automatically changes the view.
Sorry, so we're saying we can't show all the members of the committee on
Right.
screen. Well, that is not very good, quite frankly. I think we really need to see all members of committee on screen.
Unfortunately, once that 75 number has been hit, and we've seen it happen in meetings like full council where there have been a high number of participants, it's a quirk with Skype for Business.
Okay.
That means it happens.
Okay, so I'm now going to go to the, can I go then? I can't see any members, so do members have any questions to Phil, please? Phil Jordan.
I
I believe.
think Penny's showing first.
Okay, Naomi's going to deal with this, members. Naomi?
Yes, I was just going to say Councillor Penny Milnes has requested to speak.
Okay, Penny. Councillor Milnes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Phil, for your detailed responses to us. I'm still concerned about an important principle here that perhaps you could just give us some further clarification on, because obviously we have to make a balance on this important principle, which is this entry-level housing. And as it seemingly trumps our new local plan, our policies and our concerns, and it is silent on this, I wonder what this definition of entry level is, other than just for first-time buyers, compared to what we call in the local plan the affordable housing. Because our local plan allocations were all made to meet our strategic housing need, we call it affordable housing. So can you clarify that? And when you've clarified that, did the inspector ignore paragraph 71 of the NPPF when he examined the local plan? Because I think that was quite a critical point. Did he think that we had enough allocations for affordable housing, and which definition are we all using? And then, having got that far again, are we working on developing the evidence needed for meeting the need and defining it? Because this seems to me quite critical for in a big hole for the future, the way we look at these new entry-level sites. So I'm sorry, it seems a bit of a few questions there, but I think it is an important principle we need to bottom before we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Phil, would you like to respond, please?
Yeah, I think I've got the three questions there. So the first question about the definition of entry-level housing. It's a type of affordable housing that falls within the wider definition of affordable housing that's at the Annex 2 at the back of the National Planning Policy Framework. The key difference is that it's aimed specifically at first-time buyers. So as part of the legal agreement, there would be a requirement that the housing was retained and aimed solely at first-time buyers or first-time renters. There's an element of rented properties in there as well. So that's the key difference. It's specifically aimed at that particular type of customer, I guess is the word. It's something obviously government have recognised as particularly difficult, and it's a specific policy they put in to try and address that. In terms of how the local plan was assessed, my understanding is that as the local plan was getting put together, it's required to be in accordance with the National Planning Policy Framework, but it covers such a period that at the time it was being put together, there were some fairly substantial changes between the National Planning Policy Framework version 1 and then the amended version, which came out in 2018. And there was a decision made that plans that had got to a certain stage would be allowed to continue and would be assessed against the old version of the NPPF. So it was. So I guess you could say they did ignore some of the newer parts of the amended version of the MPPF. But this particular paragraph came about so late on, because this wasn't in the 2018 version, it was in the amended 2019 version, that the local plan was at such an advanced stage at that point that all the evidence and the housing need had been predicated on the old National Planning Policy Framework 2012. And then the final point about, is evidence being gathered to sort of address that going forward? Well, yes, it would be that. So almost as soon as the local plan was adopted, they've gone straight into a review of that plan, and which I think has been sort of now put back till October. But that the reviewed council's local plan will now be fully assessed, and all the evidence will be updated against that newer version of the MPPF.
Penny?
Yes, thank you, Phil. So when we talk about affordable housing in the local plan, you're saying that's a much broader picture, but we could include in that entry-level housing, couldn't we, when we get an application? I'm just rather concerned that we've got a big hole in our policy here, that entry-level is going to trump a lot of our policies. And so I just think we need to be absolutely clear as to why we haven't got entry-level within our affordable housing definition. Not as such, but if it's for first-time buyers and renters, I would have thought that's incorporated under affordable housing. Maybe you could just clarify that for us, please.
Yeah, it's kind of quite a technical point, really, because in SP4 it does allow rural exception schemes, which we've previously understood to be meeting specific local need. So they would be addressing, instead of looking broadly across the district, they would be very much looking at the need for that locality. And so in this case, the provision of entry-level affordable housing, even though it's a new concept, probably would go some way towards meeting, what we'd previously understood to be a rural exception scheme. There will be some overlap, and it's just because it's a new concept, it's not explicit in the wording of the plan, but again, it would be difficult to say we haven't got, it would be difficult to argue that this scheme isn't meeting some of that sort of rural exception need for the locality as well. I think Will's indicated he might want to jump in. He might be able to make things clearer than I'm doing.
Yeah, I'll ask Will to come in a minute, Phil. I think the problem I'm having with this is this question of the years and dates and so on. We're talking about our local plan of 2012. We're talking about our local plan that the inspector examined in 2020, when the MPPF of 2018 and 19 were known. Did the inspector look at our local plan with regard to the 2018-19 requirement, or would that be something he would totally ignore altogether? Because I think the problem we're having is that there's no clear evidence that I can find anyway, and I've got some lists here that were supplied to me, purely in terms of numbers. Looking at what we are trying to achieve now, it would appear to me that on top of the affordable housing, that we're going to over provide even on the evidence that we've been given by our own housing people.
Well, I think there's two things in that, Chairman. So on the first point, to be clear, the local plan, our local plan 2020, was assessed against the 2012 MPPF prior to the introduction of this entry-level requirement. So
sorry, Phil. Sorry to interrupt you, but this is what is members are finding difficult. It was reviewed, or it was examined by the inspector in 2020, with the knowledge of what was required in the MPPF of 2018 and amended again in 2019, and he didn't raise, as far as I can see, any issue with the council that there was an under provision, even though we were looking at 2012 MPPF. Am I making the point clear there? Or am I confusing?
Yeah, no, I fully understand the point, and it's I guess it's a procedural matter, really. I think it's that the plan was, it was an agreement that the planning inspector came to, was that the plans that had reached such an advanced stage, because they'd been predicated on the old version of the MPPF, would be assessed against the requirements of that. So that's just how it was done. And in terms of about the need question, again, it's the need isn't just for Moreton. The need to, or the requirement to meet the needs of entry-level housing on the council are district-wide. So whilst there is an allocation in Moreton, we have to consider our obligation to meet affordable housing and meet entry-level housing across the district as a whole.
Yeah, sorry, Phil. I'll finish on this one point before I ask Will to come back in. But I'm looking at the list that I was given by our own housing people for affordable housing, etc. And this covers the whole of the district. And the whole of the district is not asking for, or we're not being told by this evidence here that there's more than 100 people throughout the district looking for this type of accommodation or on the register for this type of accommodation. And again, I think this is what is puzzling members in terms of 22 here. We're looking at one in Stamford. We're looking at further development within the Moreton area itself and Bourne. And this is the issue that members are struggling to understand. Now, let me bring Will in, because he might be able to help you there. But Will,
thanks, Chairman. You were referring there to evidence of need and to documents which I don't have in front of me, and I'm not sure whether other members have that in front of them. But having
just for the record, Will, it's from Housing Register for Affordable Housing with a direct connection with Moreton, and then it goes on. I've then gone on to the whole to get the stats for the whole of the district. That's provided by our own housing people.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Bob, that isn't currently before members of the committee, and it's unfair to just quote something without giving others an opportunity of reading it and assimilating it. You did say in your explanation there that the data was in connection with Moreton. That is the crux. The NPPF talks about the need not in a specific area but district-wide. If I can just go back to the
sorry, Will, I did say that the statistics I had got covered the whole of the district.
Yes, you predicated that by saying it was in reference to Moreton.
No.
We haven't got that data in front
the figures I've got relate to the whole of the district.
Yeah, but when you described it with respect, you did say it was in relation to Moreton. And more importantly, Bob, I think it's fair to say that other members do not have that information before them to be able to debate it. If I can just talk about the local plan, the process, Phil has explained eloquently, I felt, the process. The planning inspector from the planning inspectorate, who has to examine all local plans before recommending it should be adopted, he made the decision that the local plan, the draft local plan of the council, should be assessed against the first national guidance, NPPF. That's a decision that he made, and that's the decision that we must accept. rightly or wrongly, unfortunately. The reason he made that decision, I suspect, was, as Phil has explained, was that the local plan process is a long, drawn-out process, and it takes years and years and years, sometimes up to 7 years. And so it involves gathering evidence. It's an evidence-based process, and if, for example, halfway through that process, he had to assess it against a new NPPF that had just been published, then they'd have to go right back to the beginning and start collecting evidence. It'd be another up to 5 to 7 years. And so he made that pragmatic decision, and we must accept now that we do have an NPPF, national guidance, which we must, it's a legal requirement that we must take that into account in taking decisions, that we have this NPPF which talks about the need for entry-level housing. Agreed, it's not included in our local plan, but Phil and I hopefully have explained the reason for that. And so in assessing an application, it's necessary to look at the policies, and the policies are quite clear. And if I can go back to the definition just for a second, and basically this is the best I've been able to find. The entry-level exception sites policy is a tool for delivering housing schemes, and this is the important bit, on non-allocated land. I appreciate that members are referring to other sites in the area which are allocated for affordable housing, but this policy states specifically it's for non-allocated land on the edge of cities and towns and villages, and this complies with our criteria, which is aimed at first-time buyers or first-time renters. And so that is the definition, and quite frankly, what Phil has done has quite rightly given substantial weight to the NPPF policy, because that is up to date in this element of the affair, the affairs of affordable housing, and unfortunately our local plan is not as up to date, and that is the current position.
Thank you for that, Will. Naomi, any other members?
I believe. Can I just come back? Sorry, very, very quickly before we move on.
Penny, can we wait till invite other members to speak, and then I'll come back.
I believe we have Councillor Ian Selby next.
Sorry, Councillor Selby, Ian.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. By the way, Mr. Chairman, I thought a short while ago he was a little bit short unfairly with Councillor Cossier when he was trying to be helpful, but anyway.
Well, thank you for that, Ian. That's very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, the question to Phil, please, is I recall that when we had the site visit, that when I was pulling out onto Bourne Road, the traffic was coming rather fast at you, and we did make questions, or we did ask about speed reductions and what have you with that particular road. Is there any likelihood of that, please, Phil? Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Phil?
Again, it's a matter that we're advised on by the Highway Authority, and there's been no requirement to look at. We would do that, would run alongside any planning permission. If there was a requirement, it would be done through a traffic regulation order, but there's been no suggestion that reducing the speed limit further is necessary, or any further highway mitigation works were necessary. And again, whilst I accept the point and all the points that have been made in respect of the highway, we are reliant on those advisors at Lincolnshire County Council when we're making our recommendations, and without any such sort of advice from them, it's not something that we could reasonably include as part of our recommendations.
Okay, thank you,
Phil. Naomi?
Thank you. I believe we have Councillor Harish Bisnal Singh next.
Councillor Bisnath Singh Harish, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your input. I take that into consideration. But I'm very to go on the point with Councillor Milne raised, which is a very good point with regards to this NPPF paragraph 71. I still have got problem, even though Will has tried to clarify or try to define it, and it brings other questions in my mind, especially in non-allocated land. Now, is entry, got problem with this entry-level housing versus affordable housing. Entry-level housing now is on non-allocated land. Is it so it is okay to build substandard affordable housing on those lands? So is entry-level substandard building? What is the material used to construct reflects the quality of the homes that we are going to get? So I've got great problems with this in entry level, because there's no defined what is the value for money that you're getting for people. I know people buying for the first time need something that is affordable, that is cheap, that they could do that. So is a material, do we have a control on the material? Do we have control how these things are given? Is it more or less a license be given to build on non-allocated land?
I can answer that.
Thank you, Phil.
I can answer that question. So the answer is no. It's not a it doesn't overrule any of the other policies in the plan. It's a material consideration to do with the principle of development. But when making our recommendation and when members are making their the final decision, we always need to consider the development plan policies as a whole and other material considerations. And clearly, design is a very important one, and that's covered under its own policy DE1 in the plan. As I said, a lot of work's been done to improve the quality of design from previous schemes on this site. The particular point about the final finish of the dwellings, that is covered by a condition in the recommendation, and a considerably more detailed condition. We've asked for samples of facing materials, roof materials, the verge details, windows, doors, and any sort of porches, chimney detailing. So all of that final detail is covered by a condition on the recommendation, and we have full control of that.
Thank you, Phil. Naomi, next member, please.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
Councillor Dilks, Phil, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just to say, colleagues, I don't know if other colleagues have had this, but I did put it in the chat box earlier, and a message has come back saying that it's not able to complete this request, so I had to put it in again. But I'm just advising members to keep an eye to make sure that their requests have been accepted. Thank you. Can I just first of all agree with your comments, Chairman, to say the difficulty that we find ourselves in, having got a local plan that we adopted and went through all the processes and was, went through the inspectors and all the rest of it, and it was this year that we adopted it, and I understand where he's coming on from, but we're now told the local plan is not up to date. Well, it's frustrating, isn't it? I do want to speak in debate, but I'll restrict myself to a question now. And my question to Phil is, and again, before I say that, can I thank Penny Milne for putting in the very good reasons that we discussed at the committee in writing afterwards, certainly on my behalf, and I think on behalf of all those that wanted to refuse this originally. My question, though, Mr. Chairman, is seeking clarification. Now, we know that there's been 3 previous applications refused for this site, and we can see the reasons, and I'll talk about them if I can in when we get to debate. But my question is, that I want to clarify, is I'm still not quite certain on if this site failed as an exception, as a rural exception site. And now, we've got this new thing that's been kind of arrived on us, a different kind of exception site. you know, an entry-level affordable exception site, and it is. It's about. I just want to clarify. Are we being told that that doesn't need any substantial support or clear evidence of it in the local area, and obviously under the rural exception schemes, it had to meet a demonstrable local need. And are we saying that, you know, an entry-level affordable scheme that's now been I was going to say concocted, but added in, doesn't need that demonstrable local need? The local need is clearly going to be met in that allocated site, isn't it? And so we're going to end up with more affordable houses than are required in this particular area. Is that right or not? Thank you. Sorry to go on.
Thank you, Phil. Phil Jordan, please. Phil, do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, so the first of all, I suppose it's two different applications and two different policy contexts. So the scheme that was previously refused at that time was one of the reasons for refusal was it was put forward as a rural exception scheme, and it wasn't considered to meet the defined needs of the locality at that point in time. The needs do change, and so now we need to consider. As does the policy change, and so now we need to consider the current scheme at the current time. As the scheme's now been put forward, the requirement is to meet the needs of the district, a much wider area than we previously needed to look at for the rural exception scheme. However, it clearly would, you know, still meet some of the needs of the, you know, of the locality as we stand. And whilst we have got that allocation in the plan, that application hasn't been determined yet, and you know, so we need to consider the application in front of us at the current time. But the main thing is that the requirement is to meet a wider area across the district to satisfy the policy. It isn't just based on meeting a defined need within sort of Moreton Village.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. Councillor Bisnal Singh has been having some technical difficulties and can't hear at the minute. I'm wondering if you might want to pause to allow him to come back in so that he's still able to vote.
Yes, we'll do that. We'll just give it a few seconds to enable Councillor Bisnal Singh to come back.
I would like to have a very tiny comeback on what Phil's just said.
Phil, we're not being fair to Harish here because he can't hear. It could debar him from voting later on.
No, I understand. I would like to.
If you will be patient, I'd be grateful.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe he may now be back in the meeting. Councillor Bisnal Singh, please can you confirm if you're able to hear?
Yes, I can hear.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Harish. I don't think you've missed anything of any real relevance that would debar you from voting, Harish.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. But I'm still concerned about the highways, you know, with regard to the Moreton.
I'm not asking you to speak now. I'm just saying I don't think you've missed any significant part of the meeting that would prevent you from voting. Now, one or two people, I'm having a quick look in the chat box, are saying they wish to speak in debate. I'm going to ignore those for now. I hope that's in order. I'm looking at the councillor who's put his name there, and go on to people who are asking questions at this stage. And Penny has spoken already, but we will come back to Penny. Naomi?
I believe we may have Councillor Jackie Smith that wants to speak.
Councillor Jackie Smith. Jackie?
Yes, please. Surely one of the definitions of, and I just perhaps like this from one of the our experts, the difference between affordable housing and entry level is not necessarily the way that they are built, but the way in which people are able to be able to afford to move into them, and the way in which they slowly acquire an interest in being able eventually to buy. Now, is that what we're actually looking at when we're talking about entry level and affordable? And I don't know whether William can confirm that, or anybody else, but it's just something that would make a difference. If it's relating to payments, then it does extend the area, I would have thought, in which people could come and buy or come and occupy.
Thank you, Jackie. Will, do you want to reply to that, or Phil Jordan?
I wouldn't mind actually, Chairman. In fact,
Thank you, Will. Yep, proceed.
It's an extremely good question, if I may say so, because there is a difference, and I think perhaps I ought to make it clear so that members are clear on this. There is a difference between entry-level housing, which is affordable, and simple affordable housing. It's simply this, that entry-level housing provides a first home for people to buy or to rent, a first one ever. And an affordable house is just a house which is suitable for those who are on a low income and can't afford the market rent. And so when, Chairman, you refer to statistics about affordable housing and the need, that report doesn't refer to the potential number of individuals who are first-time buyers or first-time renters. And so I think that is the crux of the matter, and that's why the government introduced these changes to cater for that group in society. And I think that is the reason. It isn't doubling up affordable housing, it's providing specific dwellings for those who are in the market for the first time. I think serious consideration should be given to that, because that is the current government policy against which any appeal would be considered.
Thank you for that, Will.
Can I just add, sorry, to
surely, Phil.
On that point, if I just draw members' attention to paragraph 8.2.3 of the main report, that really provides an overview and some detail of what we would secure through the legal agreement should this application be approved. It's about priority to initially local qualifying purchasers, sort of ensuring that they are first-time buyers or first-time renters. And then if the homeowners effectively staircase out of any shared ownership agreement so that they become the sole owner of that house, then there's a mechanism put in there that additional sort of receipt goes into the South Kesteven sort of, affordable housing pot, if you'd like to call it that, and is recycled on the provision of affordable housing elsewhere in the district. So there's a number of sort of specific criteria there to ensure that A, they're aimed at the right market, and B, that that they're continued to be used for that purpose, or if they do end up as open market products, that the receipts that are received are then recycled to the provision of further affordable housing.
Sorry, Phil, I think I've got that. Am I right in thinking that affordable housing is subject to 106 agreement, sorry, I keep forgetting the name of this, but the others are funded by government through Homes England?
No, I mean, this, you can secure the affordable housing scheme by a condition, but we normally do it through a legal agreement, and that's what's proposed in this instance. And it's the legal agreement that sort of defines the detail of the product and ensure that it stays with that, over the course of the lifetime of the site, really. The funding's really entirely separate to the planning process, but often entry-level housing or just general affordable housing will be funded by Homes England in some way, and registered providers ultimately rely on that to make the schemes viable. But that isn't necessarily a planning matter. That's about the sort of wider deliverability of these type of schemes.
Yeah, I was trying to make the point that most of our affordable housing comes from 106 agreements in one form or another. Entry level is coming from a different funding source, if you like, and that's really the point I was getting at. Penny, Councillor Milnes, you've been very patient. Would you like to come back now, please?
Yes, thank you. I still not terribly clear on all this. Paragraph 71 says about entry-level exception sites, unless the need for such homes is already being met within the authority's area, and we're being told we don't have any evidence on that. I'm wondering why we haven't got the evidence, because I do think this is a very important principle going forward as to what this means for our district. I do find it's rather merely wording, between entry level and affordable housing. Within our affordable housing, we do have shared ownership, we have affordable to rent, we have methods of people buying up the ladder, which I don't think can be much different from this entry level. And I just wonder, if we're being caught out by this definition. I still don't quite understand why we haven't clarified this absolutely totally for us, because this is where we're going to have to make the balance on these difficult sites that wouldn't normally get permission.
Thank you, Penny. Any response from Phil or Will?
Yes, it's Will here. I don't think it's a question of being caught out. I'm surprised to hear that as a planning committee, you're not in favour of providing an abundance of homes for those who can't afford it. And in terms of paragraph 71, in my humble opinion, I think it's abundantly clear.
With respect, Chairman, we did not say that.
No, I'm just addressing the points made by Penny, Rob, with respect.
Yes, and could I just say, Will, that I haven't said anything about not having affordable housing. I'm just.
No, but I'm talking. If I can just finish.
Will, can I come in here? I think you're on very thin ice here, Will, trying to going down the route that you're taking. No member of the committee have said that. This council is fully supportive of. We're trying to rationalise between our local plan and what we're being asked to do in terms of addition to our local plan and how it can be justified. I don't think there's anybody in this council is against affordable housing and providing homes and good quality homes for all those that need them.
If I can be allowed to explain and finish my point, I was about to go on to talk about the distinction highlighted in paragraph 71 of the NPPF between run-of-the-mill, if I can put it that way, affordable housing, and entry-level. Entry-level is for those individuals who have never been in the housing market before to buy or rent, and so there is no evidence that there is no need for that. There is ample evidence about the need for affordable housing, and I will correct my earlier statement in that I'm surprised, if I can put it this way, surprised that given that there is a need identified in government at government level, that the local authority doesn't support the need for entry level, that is helping those who haven't been in the housing market before, because it's often very difficult for individuals who haven't experienced purchase or rent in the past. So this is a new phenomenon, if you like. It isn't exactly the same as shared ownership and different types of ownership in the affordable housing market. It is a new area, and it took me, I'll be frank with you, a while to get my head around the concept, because I, like you, all members, felt, well, we already have affordable housing and allocated sites. And then the penny dropped with me, excuse the pun, but I suddenly realized that they were looking for entry-level housing, and that is a specific type of affordable housing which local authorities are asked to support. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Naomi, I've lost the thread now. Who's next? Could you?
I believe Councillor Phil Dilks wanted to come back with an additional question.
Is that correct, Phil?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Camera on, if I may. I've been turning it off. Yes, thank you. Just to support what you've just said there, and the difficulty that we find ourselves in. You know, we all know, and we know as a committee, that affordable homes. There is a site coming up in Moreton that is going to meet a large need for affordable homes. And I'm the biggest advocate, or one of the biggest advocates, and I know we all are. I agree with you that we all want affordable homes, but we all also want sustainable communities. And I have to say, I don't think this is the right site, but we haven't got onto the debate yet, and I look forward to that. And so we've got the affordable homes coming in Moreton, a large number of them. But now we're told, oh yes, but you haven't got entry-level affordable homes, and so we have to have this, this application, we're told, needs to go ahead. But my question just now relates to paragraph 3.2 on page 30 of the report to Phil, and I look at the what's happened in the inspector in 2013. Refused, an appeal was refused on for 14 homes on this site, it says, and there was a later application for a rural exception site, and the officers decided on the delegated authority that didn't meet those that criteria, and it says the proposal was not considered to overcome the issues of the previous appeal decision, in that the nature, scale and location would be significantly harmful to the character and appearance of the area. That was for 28 houses. This is for 22 that we're now looking. So my question is, are we saying that we now have to accept this new criteria, entry-level affordable homes, regardless of whether they will be significantly harmful to the character and appearance of an area?
The answer is no. Again, I'll just make the point that was although that previous scheme was in the same location, it was a different scheme and a different design.
Scale,
as I've said, the work's been done to improve the design and lessen the impact. But in the recommendation, it's still acknowledged that I guess any built form does have an impact on a visual impact of some degree, and so it's a reasonable argument and a reasonable judgment for members to make that that this current application could result in some harm, but how much harm and how much weight to attribute to that, and balance against the benefits of the scheme and the need to meet entry-level housing, that's the decision that judgment is one for the decision makers. The recommendation is that it's felt the improvements have been made, the additional landscaping, and this added into the substantial weight for affordable housing is that we haven't got a reasonable argument to defend that in an appeal scenario. So it's not simply that those issues have gone away, it's that they've considered to be addressed and are considered to be outweighed by the benefits of this scheme.
Thank you, Phil. I think that's really overstretched the time we should be giving ourselves for questions. Thank you, Phil, and thank you, Will. Can we now move on to debate if members wish to have a debate? I know there's one here. I think Councillor Reid. Yep. So.
Thank you very much, Chairman. This application, given the situation that we've come back to address the mindful refusal, we are where we are with this application now, and entry-level affordable housing is valid now. It is new, and I actually think it's quite clever in the application, and clever is because it is different to the previous appeals and refusals. There is no further highway support despite detailed requests. The MPPF that it's been pointed out to us, policy is up to date. And to say that our local plan is not, let's just be clear. Let's be clear and honest where we are. The local plan is a living situation. It's a living document. Yes, we have one that we have recently adopted, and as we all know, we're in consultation for the next one. So I can understand that perhaps it's behind the MPPF, but that's the reasons and that's the mechanism as to what the situation is. Now, we were reminded by the chairman at the start of this rehearing this application that we will have to give valid reasons today to uphold a refusal if that's where we went. It's clever, this application again, where the criteria of an exception site is considered because of the new entry-level criteria that is made for us. We're not going to be able to uphold a refusal in an appeal for not considering the entry-level requirement. Similarly, I'm always I value very much SP4 as a policy, but I cannot see that SP4 on its own merits will actually help us to uphold an appeal. So where my heart is concerned, which is for the residents of Moreton, and it really is, my mind tells me that because of legislation, local current policy today, we cannot defend that the entry-level housing allocation is just for the criteria of Moreton, because an appeal, I'm sure, would uphold that there is a requirement in our district. And I wish to remind members, I had a job to get my head around entry level, just like Will has advised us, and indeed I'm sure other members have had the same problem. But as I've said in the beginning of my debate, is that we are where we are, it is law, and it is of very much consideration at the moment. And so therefore, it is with reluctance that on balance of what we have now, we have given this a very much in-depth evaluation as to how we can how we could avoid this expansion in Moreton, but reluctantly I cannot see that I could now consider to uphold a refusal, and so the reluctance is, Chairman, that I shall be having to support the approval of the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Is it Councillor Smith, Jackie Smith?
Yeah.
Jackie?
Yes. Yes, I think we've got to look at the whole range of housing that these days we're being asked to support, because we haven't perhaps given as much thought in the past to entry level. If my memory serves me right, we have had entry level on the list for some time, but we haven't perhaps made as much use of it as we should. We are asked to, by the government, to help people that are homeless, and entry level is one of the ways that we do this, or we can do it. And it doesn't mean to say that they're going to debase the area or anything like that. Most of the houses that are built to entry level, it's not the quality. The quality is a building and bricks are bricks. It's much more the fact that these are people who are striving to do some good for themselves and get a roof over their head that they can afford. And I think we should really start looking at a lot more at this. It doesn't, according to the way I've interpreted it, and perhaps Will can put me right on this, that we don't have to have these houses in the immediate area. They can be where there is a need rather than it's got to be in that area. So perhaps somebody can put that right. I will certainly be voting for this, and I think Robert is right that we've got to start widening and helping the needs of all of the residents of the district, not just certain people that can afford certain houses.
Thank you, Jackie. I think if I've got the chat box right, it's Councillor Phil Dilks in debate. There's no others asking to take part in the debate. So after Phil, I think we need to move on. We've been discussing this again for an hour, and I think we need to move on. Councillor Dilks, Phil, please.
Very kind, thank you, Chairman. I think most of us are hugely frustrated and disappointed with, as Robert says, where we are. I absolutely agree with the last speaker, Jackie, saying yes, we should be looking at and meeting the need for entry-level housing. Of course we should, and I want that to happen in the right areas. I don't believe this is the right area. I think this is a case. We've had 3 applications at this site that have been turned down over the years. One of them that the inspector turned down was only for 14 houses on the site, and they've been turned down for good reasons, serious damage to the local area, etc. I do not think we should be. I do understand with the where we are argument, but I don't think that we should be imposing this on Moreton, on a village like Moreton, where they are going to be, and I haven't heard any objection to the allocated site for a large number of affordable homes that is in the pipeline. And I think it is frankly madness that an applicant can come along and frankly drive a coach and horses through what is effectively a loophole that has now been created, and I think it is going to cause us massive problems in the future. I will not be supporting this. I don't think that just because we can't, and I understand what you're saying, colleagues, that we can't, we'd be unable or unlikely to win an appeal on this one. Just because we're in that position, I don't think that that necessarily means we have to support it. I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Mandy, do you want to do this? Mandy's asked to give some legal advice. Do you want to do that now, Mandy, or do you want to wait till there's been a proposal? Now? Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I just want to remind members that they need to determine the current scheme with the current policies, and if there isn't substantial evidence to support those reasons for refusal, then we would leave ourselves open to an award of costs against the council at any appeal.
Thank you. The normal public health warning. Thank you, Mandy. Right, there's two more speakers. There's Ian Selby and Penny Milnes. Then I'm going to ask for the proposal, please. Councillor Selby and then Penny Milnes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Now, I'm looking at this application and I'm looking at the quality of the houses that's being built, and I'm saying to myself, are these quality houses? Is there good variety there? Is there overdevelopment on this site? Is there adequate landscaping for anything that may be considered as overbearing? And in my view, these are quality houses. I mean, we've been having the debate about affordable and entry-level housing and what. The more the merrier, as far as I'm concerned. And well said, Jackie Smith spoke very well indeed, and I agree wholeheartedly with what she's saying. So for me, I know I've had the issues, made the comments about the highways. And I hope that's something that'll be addressed at some stage in the future. But I say, I think this is a good application. At the end of the day, well, this is not an application for a ghetto of mud huts. These are good quality housing, and if I was looking at entry level to buy one, I would say great. On a bus route as well. This is obviously my view, and I don't think it's too much for Morton either. I think Morton is a lovely village, and I welcome it. So yeah, well done.
Thank you, Ian. So finally in the debate, before calling for a proposition, Councillor Milnes, Penny, please.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I've listened very, very carefully to all this, and I'm still frustrated and disappointed, as Phil says. But I, again, like Robert, feel that we've been trumped. And this will happen in other places. It's additional to our allocations. And whilst we all want affordable housing, you know, surely a lot of this is already accounted for. You know, it is a case of being hoist again, isn't it, by these strange mix of policies, and our local plan is being trumped. So whilst I might have to go for it, I don't know yet, you know, it's very upsetting, isn't it, to be trumped in this way. And I'm not absolutely convinced about why we haven't got the evidence to say with paragraph 71, unless we are providing allocations and with need for these homes. So we will get it in other places. I think we can see more of these coming forward, and we really need to be extremely clear as to how we're going to deal with them. So that's all I can say at the moment.
Thank you, Penny. That is all the members that indicated that they wish to speak have spoken. Could I have a proposition, please?
Yes, Chairman, I am prepared to make a proposition if you will take it from me. Thank you. I would like to make reference and concur with Penny Milne. In English language terms, we have been trumped. Where Americans are concerned, I think they have a trumped of a different nature. But in all seriousness, in being trumped, I reluctantly therefore propose approval of this application. I really would like to pay tribute to all my fellow members. We have tried sincerely hard to adjudicate this with our hearts, but I'm afraid trumped is the mind, and so it's on that basis that I am calling for a seconder for approval of this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Do I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's Mike.
Thank you.
I entirely agree with Robert, and that I'm totally confused. You know, I'm more confused now than what it was at the beginning. But I certainly agree with Robert, and I take the legal into consideration, that I will second the proposition.
Thank you, Mike. We'll now move to the vote, and if I can ask Shelley to call the members' names out, you'll either vote for, against, or abstain to the recommendation that the application is approved conditionally.
Mr. Chairman, may I just come in quickly, please, just to make members aware that because last time this was considered, it was a minded to refuse decision, the vote will need to be a recorded vote, even though it is to approve the application, and that Councillor Judy Stevens and Councillor Helen Crawford will not be able to partake in the vote because they weren't here at the previous meeting.
Thank you, Naomi. I think all our votes are actually recorded because we go through the roll call, but thank you for reminding me. Okay, Shelley?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Harish Bisnarsing.
Abstain.
Councillor John Cottier.
Approve.
Councillor Mike Exton.
For.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Rosemary Cabery-Brown.
Reluctantly for.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
Reluctantly and with reservations for.
Councillor Robert Reid.
Agree with other members, reluctantly for.
Councillor Ian Selby.
For.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
For.
And Chairman, Councillor Bob Adams.
Sorry, I've not got my microphone on. I think stuffed and trumped, but reluctantly for.
Thank you, Chairman. So our totals are, I have 8 for, 2 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you, Shelley. I am now going to suggest we have... sorry, was that right?
Chair, can I just jump in there? I was making a note of the voting and I got 8 for, 1 against and 1 abstention.
I had the same.
Correct,
Right.
Mandy.
Okay. If that can be recorded then as 8 for, 1 against and 1 abstention.
Are you happy with that, Shelley?
Is that not what I said? That's what I've got.
Okay, okay, no problem. We're now going to have a short 4 or 5 minute comfort break, and we'll recommence at 11:45.
I think we made a good job of that. I think it's the best we could have done. It's
Committee back, please, because I think Shelley will just take a quick roll call. Shelley, are you there, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Okay, members of committee, just a quick roll call to make sure we're all back and present, please.
Thank you. Councillor Harish Bisnell-Singh. Councillor Bisnell-Singh.
Please respond present when you
It
hear.
looks like Councillor Bisnell-Singh's not actually currently fully connected.
Shall I continue, Chairman?
Yes, continue. We'll go back to Harish.
Thank you. Councillor John Cottier.
Present.
Councillor Helen Crawford.
Present.
Councillor Mike Exton.
Present.
Councillor Phil Dilks. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Yes, present.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Rosemary Cabry-Brown.
Yes, present.
Councillor Penny Mills.
Present.
Apologies from Councillor Morgan. Councillor Robert Reid.
Present.
Councillor Ian Selby.
Present with my parsnip and walnut cake.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
Present.
Councillor Judy Stevens.
Present.
And Chairman Councillor Bob Adams.
Present.
Thank you. Have we got Councillor Bisnell-Singh yet?
It looks like he's just rejoining the meeting now. So just wait for him.
Councillor Singh, Harish, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you very much. So we're all present and correct then. So we now move on to item 5 on the agenda, which is to be presented by Phil Moore. Phil, please. Phil Moore, are you there?
Chairman, thank you. Firstly, morning everybody. My name's Phil Moore. I'm Special Projects Manager here at SKDC. I'm also the case officer for the application I'm about to present to you now. Please bear with me while I upload the presentation, which as normal will probably take a minute or so. Chairman, if you could just let me know when it's visible.
Will do, Phil. Yep, we've got liftoff.
Okay, thank you. So, members will recall that this application was first heard at the committee meeting on the 19th of August, and members were minded to refuse. I'm going to do a very brief presentation and then very quickly go through the reasons for refusal that were put forward by members and comment on them. So, reminder then that this is an outline planning application for the erection of a 1.5-storey dwelling with access being included for consideration. At this point, I'll just say that 1.5-storey is included in the description, but that 1.5-storey can encompass quite a few different things. It needn't necessarily mean a great big building with massive dormer windows and a big overbearing structure. It could just as easily mean something very modest, single-storey in appearance with roof lights in the roof, accommodation in the roof space. So it's quite a wide ranging description. So the site is at Vine House in Carlby. These are the site location plans. It's to the rear of Vine House, which, if you can see my cursor, is where I'm pointing at now. The access would be from Church Street. This is a aerial photograph which shows the site in its wider context. As you can see, it's pretty much in the middle of the village. Vine House is just here. Historically, all this land here was associated with Vine House. This piece of land here is the domestic garden. The back historically was a collection of outbuildings, we think probably used for a combination of agricultural and domestic purposes. This is the block plan. Again, if you can see my cursor, this is Vine House. The access to the site would be from Church Street. The access already exists, has already been built. It's been in place for several years. Originally, it was intended to serve a barn conversion of this building here, which has been partially implemented. So the proposed dwelling will be somewhere within this red line. The matters of layout, appearance, scale and landscaping are reserved and will be considered as part of a future reserve matters application. So the details we've got at the moment are that it would be a 1.5 storey dwelling somewhere within this site here. The proposal also includes demolition of this building here, which is a relatively modern storage building. So I do have photographs if members want to see them, but I don't intend to go through them now. But please let me know if you want me to bring up the photographs as and when necessary. So the background then, members reminded to refuse this application at the 19th of August committee. We received written reasons for refusal from 2 members, which were endorsed by another member. The addendum report that we published includes these reasons for refusal in full, with officer comments thereon. So I'm just going to very briefly go through the reasons, and they can be distilled into the reasons that you can see on your screen now. Now, there is a reason for there being a space between these 2 sets of bullet points. Briefly, the first 6, our advice to you is that those reasons would not be defendable or very difficult to defend at appeal. They're matters of fact and degree, or matters of fact. The 2 reasons at the bottom are slightly different in that these are matters of planning judgment, where it's possible to come to a different view on. However, our advice to members will be that this isn't finely balanced. It's not an unbalanced decision, in our opinion, and the impacts will be well within the limits of acceptability. So very briefly then, the first point, that it's not infill or brownfield. So this is a matter of fact and degree as set out in the addendum report. Since that report was published, we had a suggestion that the site may not have been used for commercial purposes to the extent that perhaps it was previously suggested. However, that doesn't change the situation here in that it's brownfield land. Whether it's been used for commercial or domestic purposes or a combination of the both, the site is still a brownfield site as set out in the report and the addendum report, and it's infill in accordance with the policy SP3 and the local plan. Second point, backland contrary to the neighbourhood plan. Again, as explained in the addendum report, policies in the Carby neighbourhood plan which indicate against backland development have effectively been superseded by the spatial locational policies in the new local plan, which don't say that you can't have backland development in any circumstances. And the NPPF is very clear on this, that a neighbourhood plan cannot promote less development than a local plan, and it's whichever one was adopted most recently which takes precedence. In this case, that's the South Kesteven local plan. Third point, no need for development. Well, there is no policy need or no policy requirement to demonstrate a need for dwellings in settlements such as Carlby, as long as they fit with other policies. Fourth point, it cannot be assessed under an outline application. Officers fundamentally disagree with that. There are cases where an outline application is not appropriate. In this case, the size is sufficiently big to be able to come to a conclusion one way or the other. So we're absolutely, we are very adamant, if you like, that an outline application is perfectly capable of being assessed. Access being intended for another development, well, that's not really material to this application. It was originally built to serve a different development. However, it's a lawful access, and it's perfectly acceptable for it to be proposed to be the access to this application that you have in front of you. 6 points, similarities to recent appeal decisions. A couple of appeal decisions, one in Colsterworth and one in Thirlby, were pointed out as having potential similarities. However, they're not directly comparable for a number of reasons which are set out in the addendum report. And so those reasons are all, in the opinion of your officers, not defensible at appeal, or they'll be very, very difficult to defend, and more than likely would result in a costs application and a costs award. The bottom two reasons, as I said earlier, these are matters of planning judgment. Whether something is acceptable in terms of the character and appearance of the area, or whether it has an adverse residential amenity impact. There are policies set out that they have to be in accordance with to be acceptable in those senses, but that requires an element of planning judgment. Again, I will reiterate that officers are of the opinion that it's not finely balanced in that respect and is well within the limits of acceptability. So finally then, our recommendation continues to be one of approval subject to conditions, but I would also recommend that any reserve matters application or any subsequent full application for a dwelling on this site is brought back to committee. I think it's only fair that committee gets the chance to have the final say on any final design, and to ensure that it is, of an acceptable scale and design to fit this plot. Thank you, Chairman.
I don't know, can you hear me, Phil? 'Cause I've got a screen now where I can't see either my mic or my camera.
I can hear you.
Okay.
We just need the presentation removing. There we go.
So thank you for that presentation, Phil. Can we, just for clarity, where it says that the application is approved conditionally, Phil, can you add the words to that to just for absolute clarity that all reserved matters come back to the committee? I think Will was going to come forward with the suitable wording.
Yeah, I'm happy to add to that recommendation by simply saying that all reserved matters applications shall be referred to the Planning Committee for consideration.
Thank you for that, Will. So Shelley, will you take note of that from the minutes point of view, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to move fairly quickly on this one, if I may. I understand legally it was the thought of some members that we might change the recommendation to not a one and a half story building, but to a 1-story building. I'm told that we can't do that. We can only approve or refuse the application. With all reserved matters coming back to committee, I'm happy to move the recommendation, because that, with that addition to the recommendation, it does give this committee the opportunity to determine the scale and size and all the rest of it. And I do know that with all the emails, etc., that have passed to and forth since the last committee meeting, that officers are well aware of the feelings of members of, or the views of members of the committee. Will is nodding his head, and I think if we could see Phil more, I'm sure he'll be nodding his head as well. So, so I'm formally going to move that we go forward with that we approve the recommendation. Just call on one speakers. Penny, question to Phil. Oh, sorry, I've rushed on there without doing questions to the officer, but that recommendation of mine still stands. Penny.
Yes, thank you. Just a question to Phil about the brownfield land and the NPPF as to what is previously developed land. I've had quite a few answers from Will, and thank you very much on that. And again, I keep going to use this word trumped again, where the carb-enabled plan has been trumped by our local plan. And, you know, if that is not garden land, and again, I couldn't find a definition of what exactly is garden land. I mean, I would like to think where I park my cars and garage my cars is my garden land, but presumably it's not, and maybe we can have some clarification on that. And I'm also very concerned that we're being told it's not infill. Again, I think that's a very important definition that we need to have going forward with our local plan, because obviously SP3 says it's within a substantially built-up frontage or a development opportunity, PDL. So with the NPPF and garden land within the main built-up part of the settlement, this site rather unskittles me a bit, because it is a historic site. It's in the historic part of the village. It isn't just a suburban garden somewhere, you know, and put another house on. So if we are minded to go ahead, as Bob suggests, and approve this, I think he is right. And can we even add in onto the conditions some of the phrases that were put into the notes to the applicant, so we can firm up the conditions a bit more? Because I do think if we move to approve this, the design is going to be absolutely critical. And when you say the footprint, are we talking about the size of the footprint of the garage that's there? Or are we talking about the position of the footprint? Because again, that was a traditional homestead yard, if that's the way we want to go, agriculture come domestic, not commercial. Can I just reinforce that that's never been commercial? And
Penny, can I remind you we're supposed to be asking questions of the...
Okay,
please.
Right. Okay, well, can you just confirm what he means by the footprint? Thank you. As well, sorry.
And garden land
and garden land, yes.
Yeah.
I think they were the two main points, weren't they?
Yeah, that's the questions that I've got written down. So garden land, so the NPPF is not very specific in what is garden land. Now if you go back in time, the NPPF included all domestic curtilages as previously developed land, and there was a spate at one time of what was known as garden grabbing, where people were selling off big gardens in suburban areas, and developers were coming in and wanting to build very high density developments in gardens. So as a reaction to that, the government changed the the definition of brownfield land, so that it excluded what it describes as gardens, I think it says residential gardens, parks, recreation grounds, allotments, from the definition of brownfield land. And by that it means open green land. Now it doesn't go into any more detail than that, but what it does mean, or what is reasonable to say, is that not all land within a residential domestic curtilage will be garden. I mean, you'll get a house with an obvious garden, lawn, flower beds, vegetable patch, things like that, and it might have a paddock or something which is separate from the garden, but that's still within the curtilage, but it's not a garden. Or you might have a substantial area of hard standing outbuildings, etc., which are not garden. It's a matter of fact and degree. And in this case, this land has never been a domestic residential garden under the normal definition of what we would call a garden. So it is brownfield land. And the other question was to do with the footprint. Now, the application as it stands at the moment does not include layout, scale, appearance or landscaping as matters to be considered at this stage. They will be considered at reserve matters stage. So the footprint of the building will be it's not defined at the moment. A reserve matters application will show what the footprint is, and the committee will have the chance to either approve or refuse it. So the footprint could potentially be on the same or similar footprint as the building to be demolished, the fairly new barn, or it could be somewhere else. But the committee has the ultimate say as to whether what comes forward is acceptable or not. Hopefully
Thank you for that, Phil. And I think they were the points that committee were particularly concerned with. Councillor Reid, Robert, do you wish to speak at this stage?
I understand we're still on questions. Is that right?
Yes,
no,
question.
it's not a problem. It is a question. It concerns the neighbour. I want to ask Will Richards as to the criteria, if there is any criteria in relation to the neighbour's kitchen, because that was one of the objections that we were asked to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. In terms of assessing an application, in this case, we're looking at the principle of development, not the details. The details, as Phil mentioned earlier, would be coming back, if it's approved, to the members to consider detailed design and size and footprint and scale. In terms of the outline, you're being asked today to consider the outline, and that's the principle only. In answer to your question, Councillor Reid, in terms of assessing a development against the privacy of neighbours and neighbouring owners, the principal way we do that is to assess whether a proposed development would affect or would impair privacy of neighbours in what we call habitable rooms. And by habitable rooms, if, for example, the proposed development, and we don't know the details of it yet, as I mentioned earlier, but when you come to considering a reserved matters application, that is the time when we as officers will analyse the implications of that application. And if, for example, a window of a bedroom overlooks a neighbour's bedroom window, then they're both habitable rooms, rooms for living in, and so we would recommend that would be unacceptable. However, as mentioned in the last committee meeting, I understand a neighbour did speak against the application on the grounds that the proposed developments would impinge on the privacy of one of her rooms, which was a kitchen. And a kitchen is not defined as a habitable room. You don't live there. You simply prepare food and leave it. And so we're not considering, or you're not being asked to consider the design at this stage. All you've been asked to do is to consider the principle of a 1.5 story dwelling. And as Phil mentioned earlier, it could be the same form or shape as a single story dwelling, a bungalow with roof lights. It doesn't necessarily mean that 1.5 story means it's going to have massive dormer windows. So in a sense, that's a good question, because at the moment it's only principle, and if it is approved, then you as members, as Phil said, it would be returned to you as members to decide whether or not the design would be suitable in terms of privacy and the impact on neighbours. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, can I add to that as well? I've put the hopefully you can see on the screen a photograph. Now this is looking from within the site to the next door neighbour's property. As you can see, it's a almost blank elevation. There is a window here and other windows on the side there and on that side. There's plenty of scope within this site to be able to design a dwelling that does not result in overlooking or loss of privacy to that property. I will see if I can go back onto one of the other photographs. There you go. So that's looking from the corner. There's plenty of space in there to ensure that there isn't direct overlooking or dominance or loss of light. The photograph on the bottom left here, that's looking westwards into the site, and where my cursor is, that's the neighbour's property. This is the building to be demolished, so there's lots of space in there, lots of scope for designing a building which does not result in any kind of amenity adverse impact on this or any other property. Just to make the point as well, if and when a reserve matters application does come in, we as officers would not support anything which is
Phil, sorry to interrupt. I think the chairman is trying to say something, but at the minute we're unable to hear him.
Sorry,
we can
you hear me now? Phil, don't need you to go through all the photographs again. I think the major concerns of members of the committee was this question of height, overbearing and so on. If we can deal with that with reserved matters coming back to committee, I'm pretty sure that will satisfy committee members at this stage. Okay, but thanks for bringing those all up again, Phil. Right, Harish, Council Business Singh, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick. Phil, I just go back to the screen. Yeah. Phil, thank you very much for your presentations. It was very good, as usual. But what I would like to ask you is how much weight are you attaching to the local parish and neighbourhood plan in considering these applications? Because part of my concern is the proximities with the neighbours in terms of scale. I know Councillor Reid has just asked you with regard to that, partially I'll answer it, because my main concern still stays there, because there's no scale. We don't know what is going to come up there. I know it's in reserve matter, but I would very much like if you've taken the concerns of the local parish and neighbourhood plan.
Thank you, Harish. I think we dealt with that at quite good length at the first hearing, Phil, but could you just recap very quickly on that, please?
Yeah, just to recap, the neighbourhood plan was adopted 2019, and it had some quite restrictive policies on the location of new development. The new local plan, most recently adopted of the two parts of the development plan, was adopted January this year and had a bit a less restrictive spatial locational policy, which supersedes those policies in the neighbourhood plan. That's very clear that how that works in the NPPF. There are other policies in the neighbourhood plan which are still relevant. There are design policies which talk about developments being in keeping with the surroundings, etc., and not being, retaining the character of the village, all that kind of thing. They're still relevant. So any reserve matters application that comes in, any design would have to comply with the neighbourhood plan policies on design and scale, etc.
Thank you, Phil. Penny, questions to Phil?
Yes, thank you, Phil. Can you just clarify for me, the stone outbuilding, is that conditioned to be retained? And also, when we go on to the Carby Village Design Plan and the character and nature of the village, how much can we condition into a new dwelling about that character and the traditional nature of these longer plots that used to be part of the homesteading nature of these village homes?
Thank you, Penny. Phil?
So yeah, two questions there. Firstly, the smaller stone outbuilding, there's no plans to demolish that. although it's not protected, it's not in a conservation area, and it isn't a listed building, so we have very limited powers to enforce the retention of that building. Although, as I understand it, the applicants have suggested that any new dwelling could be linked to that historic stone outbuilding in some way, and that could be incorporated as part of the dwelling. In terms of the neighbourhood plan, design policies, etc., and could we condition that, it wouldn't be appropriate to put any conditions on, because this is an outline permission. A condition, we can put some informatives on the end of the decision notice, setting out what kind of a development may be acceptable at reserve matter stage. So we could, point out that a development which sort of reflects that character of the long outbuildings that have historically been there would be looked at more favourably, or would be something that would be preferable, use of local materials, etc. But it wouldn't be appropriate to put any conditions on requiring that. That would all be determined at the reserve matter stage, and we as officers and you as the committee will be able to look at whatever's presented to you at that time and decide, is this in accordance with the neighbourhood and local plan, or isn't it? And then you can make your decision at that time.
Thank you, Phil. No more speakers. Does anybody wish to speak?
Chairman, sorry to interrupt, but if on the bottom of my screen, the yellow bar, it's got Mike isn't using Skype for business, but the rest of the message is covered by Councillor Penny Milne's question, and there's some more writing under that.
Well, we can hear you and see you, Mike.
Pardon?
We can hear you and we can see you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, may I just come in? I think Councillor Exton, it was a message regarding a member of the public that may also have been called Mike that wasn't using Skype for business.
Sorry. Thank
but
you.
if there should be an X on the right-hand side of that bar that you can click, that will get rid of it for you.
Right, it had me worried there for a minute.
Don't panic, Mike. Don't panic.
No,
Okay.
Don't panic, Mr. Mannering.
But thanks for letting us know, Mike, on that. Okay, there's no further members wishing to ask questions. There's no member indicated that they wish to have a debate. I'm perfectly happy having heard. I think, Shelley, can you just for clarity read out the what we are actually the additional words, please, so that we're totally clear on what is being said. Would you mind? Have you been able to put that down?
Yes, I do have it. Just bear with me a moment. So the current recommendation is that the application is approved conditionally, and there was some suggestion that there be some wording regarding that all reserved matters on the application to come back to the committee for consideration.
Okay, so that is the recommendation. I have moved it. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'll second, Chair.
Yes, yeah, loads of seconded, Mr. Chairman.
Loads of seconders. Okay, can we move to the vote, please? Ian, I know you've said to speak, but I had moved on to a vote, so I'm not going to call in and ask you to speak.
Mr. Chairman, to be fair, when I was actually waiting for the questions section to finish before I put the speak. I put it up pretty much straight after.
Well,
but
Ian, I did ask for people to speak and whether they wanted to go in the debate. Your name wasn't there at the time, and I'm now moving on.
Mr. Chairman.
Ian, I'm moving on to the vote. Shelley, could you call the members' names out for a vote, please?
Well, I think you've been wrong the word there, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, just can I confirm again, as per the last application, that because the decision prior to this was minded to refuse, it will be a recorded vote, which means that the votes will be recorded in the minutes. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. And there are two members who can't vote.
Yes, Councillor Helen Crawford and Councillor Judy Stevens.
Thank you, Naomi. Shelley?
Thank you, Naomi. Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Harish Bisnell-Singh.
For.
Councillor John Cottier.
For.
Councillor Mike Exton.
For.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
4.
Councillor Mrs. Rosemary Cabery-Brown. Councillor Cabery-Brown.
Move on, Shelley, and we'll come back.
Thank you. Councillor Penny Milnes.
With reservations 4.
Thank you. Councillor Robert Reid.
4.
Councillor Ian Selby.
4.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
4.
Chairman, Councillor Bob Adams.
4. Can you go back to Rosemary Cabery-Brown if she's...
Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt the vote. It's just been brought to our attention that at the last meeting, Councillor Rosemary Cabery-Brown wasn't able to take part in the vote because of technical issues. So actually, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to vote on this occasion either.
Thank you, Naomi. You're doing a great job keeping me in line and on the right path. Thank you very much.
That's okay by me.
Okay, thanks, Rosemary. So I think that was unanimous, Shelley, was it?
It certainly was, Chairman, yes.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, hopefully we can, I'm hoping we will be able to take lunch at about 1 o'clock. So we'll move on to application 6. Agenda item 6, sorry, S200955. And if you'll bear with me while I bring this up. Right, this is in the hands of Dave Norris, the Consultant Development Manager and Planner. Dave?
Thank you, Chair. I will try to download...
Please call me Chairman, not Chair.
Sorry. Sorry, Chairman. I shall try to share my screen. If it doesn't work, I'll have to go to Phil Moore to help me out. Just whilst we're waiting for this, Chairman, may I just amend something slightly in the report? Paragraph 1.6 refers to a birch tree being covered by the TPO. This is not the case. It's only the trees on the western boundary that are protected. Right, I'm struggling to load this. Phil, is it possible, Phil Moore, is it possible to share from your screen?
Yes, if you
stop presenting.
It's come up on my screen. It says you're presenting, but there is no
it's not screen
picture. So yeah, that's it.
Sorry, the internet down in Somerset's a bit.
I'm not getting involved. Don't get involved, Ewan.
No, just
your microphone is on.
Bear with me, everybody. I'll see what I can do here.
Are you, Dave, while we're sorting this, are you saying 1.6 description of the site, that should be removed altogether?
No, what I'm saying in 1.6 is it refers to the preserved trees on the site.
Ah, okay.
It refers to a birch tree being covered by that protection.
Yeah,
and the birch tree isn't covered by that. That was my error.
Thank you.
So perhaps whilst we're waiting for this, if I can just say what the proposal is for. As members will be aware, many from the site meeting, this is an application from Aldi to provide a retail outlet to the east of Stamford on the Uffington Road.
Can I just confirm whether it's come up on the screen?
I can see it, Phil. Yeah, I can see 2 slides.
Yes, it has, Phil.
Dave, if you ask me or let me know when you want to go on to the next slide, I'll forward it on for you.
Okay. If you want to go on to the next one following the description, if that's okay. Yeah. So the application is proposing the removal of the derelict buildings from the site Formerly this site, I believe, was used for a plant hire, large plant hire sales, business and offices as well, which will be a B1, B2, B8 type use. It's been derelict for some time, probably 10 years at least. As you'll see from the photographs in a moment, they're in quite a poor state of repair, these buildings, and it's a classic brownfield site. The construction is for an Aldi store, usual size, very similar to that was approved in Grantham fairly recently. Also part of the proposal is a new road to the west, which will serve the wider site, which I'll talk about more in a moment. Car parking spaces are 141. This is in accordance with the strategy, together with landscaping, and also some improvements on the frontage, and in particular a refuge for pedestrians crossing Uffington Road from the south to the north. Go to the next slide, Phil, if possible. Okay, so this shows the site in more detail. To the east is Mole Country Stores, which is an ongoing kind of agricultural retailer, supplier. To the north is a derelict industrial area as well. To the west is the former railway, and to the west further is a sort of derelict site, and then the Morrison's superstore on the edge of Stamford. To the south of Uffington Road, a care home is currently being constructed.
Mm-hmm.
Next one, please, Phil.
That's right.
That's my attempt at graphics showing it on the site. So as you'll see, the Morrison's to the west, a large expanse of car parking. That green belt running up through the middle of the site is the old railway line. To the north, those buildings, those three kind of ridge roofs, is all derelict at the moment, and they form part of the wider allocation. To the south, you'll see where the care home is being built, and then also you've got the River Welland further down. Next one, please, Phil. So there are quite a few issues in relation to this, as you'd expect. Probably the key one is the fact that this site is allocated for housing within the local plan. I'll talk about that more in a moment. But yeah, the allocation STM1H2 identifies this site and the bigger area for delivering 162 homes during the plan period, which we'll talk about in a moment. So in theory, this is a departure, or is a departure from the local plan, insofar as it's not housing on this site. The other issue, as you'd expect from a retail application outside of a town centre, is the impact upon the health and vitality of that existing centre. Design and layout is obviously an issue as an entrance, a gateway to this very historic town. Landscaping and trees, if people know the Uffington Road, it's the kind of the merger from the rural to the urban. It's quite a contrast there. Highways have been raised by various people, and we'll look at that more in a moment. Other site-specific issues include things such as contamination and surface water drainage, which we'll talk about. In terms of comments received, majority of comments have been supportive. Aldi carried out a wide-scale public consultation in advance of submitting the application and received lots of favourable support for a new store in the town. I think it was considered as a sort of the town was missing an Aldi or similar. Stamford Town Council have objected. It's predominantly on highway grounds, though, which we'll talk about more in a moment. Phil, can we go on to the next one? Okay, so this is the view from Uffington Road, looking from Uffington going into Stamford. You'll see Mole Country Stores on your right, and those buildings at the back, sort of hip roofs on, they form part of the site. To your left is where the care home is being built at the moment. Next one, Phil. And this is looking the other way. This is looking from outside where the care home is being built, looking back towards Mole Country Stores and Uffington. The site is behind the hedgerow on the frontage. The hedgerow is in County Council ownership or Highways ownership and will be maintained. It will be managed, but it will be maintained. Next one, Phil. This is a close-up of the buildings on the site as they are at the moment. To the right of this picture is Mole Country Stores, and there's like an informal roadway between the two. As you can see, the buildings are in a fairly poor state of repair. I think they've become a bit of a location for antisocial behaviour as well. Next one. Again, a view inside the site, seeing some quite impressive buddleia growing.
and the state of the buildings are not suitable for employment purposes, and that's recognised by the allocation for housing on the site. You'll also note the site is predominantly hard standing as well. Some other views within the site, just trying to give a flavour of what it's like. As I said, it's previously developed land, a classic brownfield site on the edge of an urban area that does require developing, hence why the local plan has identified it for housing or development. Next one, please, Phil. Okay, so when I referred to the conflict with the local plan, this area here is identified in pink is the extent of the allocation in the local plan, which refers to the site as accommodating 162 new homes. In the bottom corner, you'll see the site identified in the bottom right-hand corner, showing where the Aldi is proposed. It is clear that the local plan allocation is a key policy consideration, and a retail store on part of this site is a departure from that, and the application has been advertised that way. The policy officers have concerns about going against the allocation so soon on the local plan. However, as you'll see from my report, we've had to carry out a balance on this, because whilst it is a policy-led system, a local plan-led system, other applications can come forward, and we have to consider those and the impacts, merits of such a scheme. We believe the area for the Aldi store is less than a hectare, so it would probably result in the loss of about 27 to 30 units from the overall size of the site, which we believe can be accommodated elsewhere. So we don't believe, as development control officers, that this store will result in a significant loss of housing or erode the settlement policy for the local plan. On to the next one. Part of the policy requirement was to submit a master plan to show how the rest of the site can be delivered. The site is in multiple ownership, and it's important that it's a cohesive development. As you'll see, the Aldi site is at the bottom on the left of the screen, and an indication of how the movement through the site and other uses on the site. As I said, this is contrary to policy. When the rest of the site does come forward with an outline or full application for other uses, likely to be residential, then they will have to produce a master plan showing how this works, and also how it ties perhaps into the land to the what is the west, but it looks like the north on this plan. There's an approval there for 100 units on that side, which I think is just expiring at this moment in time. And key to this also is the connection through this site right the way through from the bridleway on the south side of the Uffington Road through to the north of the town, as you see that arrow on the far right of the screen. Next slide, please, Phil. So we've worked really closely with Aldi on this. Members will be aware from the recent approval at Grantham, how the council's urban designers were very keen to get the right, and members keen to get the right design solution for the site. And I think Aldi and their designers have taken this on board. So the original scheme was for fairly bog standard Aldi store with cladding. Phil, can you go onto the next one, which shows an image of that? The usual, I think it's called the blade design. I think it's appreciated that this format in terms of size is what Aldi deliver, and this is their business model. But the challenge for us, and certainly for our urban designers, was to make sure that it turned into more of something that was more bespoke for Stamford. As you'll see on there, the hedgerow is being retained. Okay, so that's the elevations of it. So we go on to the new proposal, following many discussions with this. The scheme also went through the PAD meeting as well, and it's quite comforting to hear Aldi and our urban designers working together on the scheme. So the key changes that have taken place are, one, really is additional planting on the frontage with Uffington Road. As I said, there's a big transition between Uffington and the big sort of woodland trees that abound the highway and this site. And the last thing we wanted was kind of ornamental planting along the front. So we worked with the architects, and now we've got some large woodland species going along the front and the hedgerow maintained. As you'll see, the access is to the west, to the left of this picture, alongside the railway line, or the old railway line, which is slightly further to the west. Along that boundary is a whole host of protected trees, all of which will be safeguarded through this development process. And also alongside that, there will be a 3-metre wide footway, cycleway, which will provide access to the rest of the site. And that will then in turn connect into the bridleway to the south of the Uffington Road as well. And the long-term aspiration going right the way through to the north of the town. So the key thing really is this scheme is providing part of the wider picture for this allocation. Next one, please, Phil. Do you want to go on to the images? It's probably the CGIs are probably easier. Okay, so yeah, this is what the most recent submission. The big changes are, as I said, about the planting, but also the key thing we've managed to negotiate is the use of a local Stamford stone on the building. You will see the sort of prominent bit to the side there to the left. All of that will be local stone used in a contemporary way with kind of smaller slips. And also the lower part of the building will be Stamford stone as well, giving it kind of an anchor to the ground, make it a more permanent looking structure. Above that is a timber which will weather accordingly, which we think is entirely appropriate, and also like a canopy that wraps around, which gives it some kind of continuity. Okay, so yeah, that's a revised design. Do you want to the next slide? Okay, and that's a view from the other way, coming from Uffington. You'll see the sign for Mole Farmers on your right there. There'll be no access off of this road for this site. So once those woodland trees develop on that frontage, we think that it will fit in, assimilate nicely into the landscape. Next one, please, Will. Yeah, that's the landscaping plan showing the greening up of the front and the side, and also trying to create that corridor, green corridor, alongside the new access road, which will serve the development to the north in time. Okay. Okay, so as I said, there's the major conflict is with the local plan, which identifies its site for housing. It does make a contribution at the end of the 5-year period towards the 5-year land supply, although it's very minimal. I think it's about 25 or 30 over the last period. Having spoken with the applicants and on the basis of their submission to the local plan through the HELA process, they are confident this site will begin to deliver housing, the rear of the site I'm referring to, and that the development of the Aldi store and the inputting of the infrastructure such as a roadway and the pedestrian and cycle links will help to bring forward the rest of the site and provide a cash injection and make it a more desirable site for purchasers. There are also other benefits which we have to take into account when looking at departing from the local plan. You will hear from Aldi, no doubt, in a moment about the benefits of providing a store. Locally, there appears to be an aspiration for an Aldi store, but also there's the other investments such as £5 million for a new store, 40 new jobs in the area, the decontamination of what is a very contaminated site, and the clearing of a derelict piece of land. And as I said, I believe that bringing this site forward will help to facilitate residential development on the rest of the site. The other key issue is the impact upon the town centre. The council appointed an independent consultant to look at the applicant's report, the retail report. I've read quite a few retail reports in my time. I think it's fair to say that it was a very clean bill of health was given for Stamford, insofar as it seemed to be a very buoyant town in terms of the economy. The high street is doing very well. Appreciate COVID is an unknown to all of us. But the clear recommendation from our consultant, an independent consultant paid for by the council, was that this store would not have any prejudicial impact upon the health and vitality of Stamford High Street. We did look at other sites, as we have to as part of the sequential test, and the only sites that were possibly available, one with the Cattle Market site, which is currently a car park, and the redevelopment of that would be contrary to Stamford neighbourhood plan, which makes a strong case for keeping car parking. And the other site was the car dealership along Priory Road, which has significant issues in terms of heritage, which wouldn't be an appropriate site for a store. So, in terms of design, we believe we work very closely with Aldi to achieve a scheme that's appropriate for this location. The highway impacts, although understood, I know there's a local desire for a bypass. This scheme isn't directly relevant to that. This scheme is providing a safe access, good connectivity, providing a pedestrian refuge in the middle of the Uffington Road that will help to create a safer access across there, especially from new developments coming to the south. So we've got no problems at all with the highway issue, and highways will look at this very, very robustly. And conditions are in place to ensure that these works take place before the building is occupied. The last one, I think it is, Phil. So yes, Chair, on ballot, taking into account the policy which allocates this land for housing, my view is that a small element of this being used as an Aldi store will not prejudice the local plan. There's a clear justification for doing so. The benefits to the town are significant, and we believe that the remainder of the housing can take place on the rest of the site. It's a good quality scheme. Work closely with the applicants on this. It's been through the PAD scheme, which was favourably received there. And for the most part, there's been a lot of local support for it. So recommend approval, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dave. We now move on to the public speakers. The first one is Mr. Steve Carroll, who I'm told wishes to speak against the application. Mr. Carroll?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and other councillors. Right. Just to go through some history, there is a junction, bridleway and vehicular access on the other side of the... Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Carroll. Would you like to start again? Because I didn't say you'd got 3 minutes only. I will tell you when 30 seconds are remaining, at which point I will ask you to cease.
Okay, yes.
So we'll start with 3 minutes from now.
So opposite the junction, there is opposite Aldi's new proposed junction, there has been an application for a single dwelling. Now that's been refused by Lincolnshire County Council. I'll just read out an extract of it. The consequent danger to highway safety and interruption that will be caused to other road users cannot be justified. So the new proposed junction will be almost directly opposite. Now on the existing junction, we have a very bad splay and not very good visibility. So the new Aldi junction will just be to the east of this, which will be that bad splay. On page 32 of the NPPF, it does state safe and suitable access must be achieved for all users. Now this could have been achieved at the consultation, as I am also the chairman of Stamford Planning Committee, with Aldi at the time, and they were aware of this and haven't acted and left the junction where it is. There's a couple more points. Obviously the vitality of our town centre is suffering massively at the moment, and this does draw away the economy to it. Uffington Road already suffers with 10,000 vehicular movements a day. This will add thousands, and this junction over an existing bridleway and very well used pedestrian bridleway as well with vehicular access. So overall that junction is in the wrong place over opposite a dangerous vehicular access bridleway. This is evidenced in the refusal of that planning permission by Lincolnshire County Council. Now they might be saying that Aldi Junction's okay, but it's not mentioned the existing junction, and that needs to be sorted. And just one other thing, Aldi promised us a pedestrian crossing there in their first consultation, which has now been reduced to a pedestrian refuge, and that's what it will be, a refuge on quite a busy road into Stamford. And this has not been taken into consideration. We need a new crossing by the development, not
30 seconds, Mr. Carroll.
Not next to Aldi, but further up. And we've also got several other junctions that have not come online fully yet. And thank you for that then. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. We have a further speaker who is for the application. Mr. Andrew Potter, please.
Good afternoon. Many thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Potter. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Fine. You have 3 minutes, and I'll tell you when there's 30 seconds remaining.
All right, thank you. Many thanks for letting me have the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon to explain why I sincerely and wholeheartedly support the application for the Aldi store in Stamford. I'm Andrew Potter. I've lived in and around Stamford for many years and I've seen quite a lot of changes around the town, and I'd really welcome the introduction of the Aldi store in Uffington Road. I think the new store will be much more convenient for residents of Stamford and local villages. Currently we have to travel to Bretton in Peterborough or Oakham if we want to complete an Aldi shop, and we find those stores are quite often too busy. If we've got something closer to home, it will mean we can save time and effort when food shopping. Coronavirus pandemic, of course, has reminded us all of the importance of being able to access essential goods and services, including being able to undertake food and general shopping closer to home. In the current environment, new jobs are, of course, more important than ever, and are a major reason that I've heard as to why people are supporting the application. The design of the store is also a big reason why I think it's going to be good for the town. The revised design of the new store shows that they're going to incorporate a substantial amount of local Stamford stone and timber cladding, which will soften and enhance the appearance. I think that's a great benefit as it will provide a further and sustainable boost to the local economy, as well as reducing the environmental impact of the store's construction with reduced time required to get materials onto site. It also tidies up what has become a significant eyesore on the entrance to the town, especially with the new residential developments being completed opposite and the one planned for the adjoining site next to Morrison's. I can only really see positives when it comes to considering the application. It's more convenient, quicker, people will have jobs, and it will help the town thrive by keeping people shopping locally, especially as the nation tries to recover from the impact of coronavirus. I'm really pleased with the plans, and I know I speak for a lot of people when I say I'm looking forward to the prospect of an Aldi store. As with any application, you can't please everyone, and there are always concerns and issues to address, but I have been impressed by the way that Aldi has conducted itself and approached the public, listening to comments and addressing concerns. I therefore ask that you, as councillors, both for me and other members of the community who fervently want to see the application approved, uphold the officer's recommendation and approve the application. Again, thanks for your time and for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. The next speaker is Richard Thompson, who is the Regional Property Director for Aldi. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, councillors, for allowing me to speak to you this morning. I am Richard Thompson, correctly the Regional Property Director for Aldi Stores Limited. I speak with hope and some trepidation that Aldi's long-time search for a new store in Stamford will finally be over. Stamford is a highly constrained town with few opportunities for a new store. We have exhaustively reviewed all potential options for sites in the town over the years, starting with the town centre and thereafter in all parts of the settlement. I appreciate that the site we've chosen is part of a larger housing allocated site. We have therefore worked very hard with the administrators of the FH Gilman estate to ensure that both the Aldi store and the required housing numbers can be delivered as shown in the overall master plan submitted with this application. In fact, a key benefit of the Aldi proposal is that it will kickstart further development of this derelict brownfield site, with Aldi building the access road to service the remainder of the allocation site. We are confident that the high quality Aldi store investment on the road frontage will stimulate further investment by house builders to deliver the planned development. There are other substantial benefits arising from the proposed Aldi store. Up to 40 locally sourced, well-paid jobs will be created at a time when new jobs, particularly in the retail sector, are most needed. An enhanced choice of food shopping outlets for local people, some of whom we know from the public consultation are visiting Aldi stores much further away, so their shopping trips will be much shorter. In design terms, I can confidently say that we have gone the extra mile here through much discussions with your officers to reflect Stamford's proud heritage and character. This will be a unique store for a unique location. We feel that the store will therefore be a real asset to this part of the town. I am aware that there have been some concerns expressed around extra traffic on Uffington Road. All I can say is that this matter has been extensively analysed and discussed with the Highways Authority, and they are satisfied that no significant issues will arise. We want our customers to be able to access our store by car, but the site is also accessible by foot, bike and public transport. We have fully considered the potential effects of the store on Stamford Town Centre. That assessment has been independently audited and accepted, and there are no insuperable technical issues. Overall, your officers have decided that the Aldi proposal is an acceptable, sustainable development. I've indicated how it will bring substantial benefits for local people. Government policy requires that such development be permitted unless there is an overriding reason not to do so. In this case, it is clear that the benefits of the proposal far outweigh any disadvantages. I would therefore respectfully urge you to uphold the officer's recommendation and permit this application. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. We now move on to questions, but before I do, Mike Exton, you put very early on to speak, please. Is this a question for the applicant or the applicant's agent at this stage? If not, we'll move on and we'll come back to you after we've gone through that part of our protocol. Okay?
Sorry, it was basically to the officer, Mr. Chairman.
That will come back. I'll come back to that, Mike. Can you put it back in again? Question to officer, and then I'll pick it up because the first round of questions.
Yeah. Well, could I ask a question?
Yeah, not now, Mike. This is the first questions are to the applicant or the applicant's agent.
Applicant. To the applicant. You've gone off.
Sorry, I thought you said to the officer, Mike. Okay, first question.
Yeah. To the applicant, yeah.
Right. Is it Mr. Thompson that will be answering or Mr. Norris?
Yeah. I'll put my camera on, should I?
Yeah, I'm trying to determine whether we're putting a question to Mr. Thompson or who's going to answer the questions on behalf of the applicant or the agent.
That will be me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, Mike, fire away. Oh, sorry, is it Richard? I beg your pardon.
Sorry, yeah, it's Richard.
Sorry, thank you, Richard. So the questions are going to Richard Thompson, Director of Aldi.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Thompson. It's regarding that highways side, and this will come back up in a question. You know, with the deliberations with highways, you know, surely that some kind of, not a refuge, but a proper crossing could be installed, which you should have some control over regarding the finances or possibly the 106 agreement. Thank you.
I mean, Chair, would it be better for me to come back on that question?
Whichever one of you is the most appropriate.
Well, Chair, if I can come back on behalf of the local planning authority. Yes, this application is proposing a refuge. This was proposed really by the county council, and any request has to be proportionate to the development. I mean, there's only a limited amount of people that Aldi will be drawing from the south. Currently, there's no crossing at all on that road. So the Highways Authority thought that a refuge was appropriate. In time, as further development comes forward on the south, this can be upgraded and paid for by other developers coming forward. But the county highways were satisfied that a refuge was appropriate for this kind of development.
Well, can I come back, Mr. Chairman, quickly?
Very quickly, please, Mike.
Well, I'm sorely disappointed, but as the development has gone on, this is the fourth development on that road, which is the main, used to be the A15 out of Stamford, where comparing the 6121, which is out of Stamford on the other side, they have 4 crossings within a mile. But this is the old A15.
Mike, we're asking questions, please, not making statements.
No, sorry, Mr. Chairman. But
I mean, you can make that point in the debate, Mike.
Yeah, okay then. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Where am I looking now, please, Naomi?
Councillor Ian Selby has a question for Mr. Thompson.
Councillor Selby, and please be reminded that they are questions and not statements or debate yet.
Question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Thompson, very good afternoon to you. You said that you've gone the extra mile with regarding design. So my question is regarding 141 parking spaces. That's a lot of parking spaces, I suggest to you. And if you've got just one person from each car in your store and your car park is full, you've got a lot of people in your store. So what I'd like to ask you is, we've recently had an application here in Grantham regarding Aldi, and I made the point that cars today are made bigger, and therefore car parking spaces, it's really appreciated if they could be made slightly bigger. So therefore, have you considered this with your designing? And as I say, I'm sure it would help you as a store, as a company, that your customers are more comfortable about attending your car parks without having to put up the risk of bumping into other cars because they're close and getting in out your car comfortably. So that's my question to you, Mr. Thompson. Have you considered car parking spaces, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Is that Dave or is that Richard?
I'll take that one, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay.
Fine, yep.
Councillor Selby, thank you for that. It is fair to say that we have taken parking sizes into consideration. So I'm sure you're aware the national standard is 4.8 metres by 2.4 in length. The spaces that will be going into this proposal are 5 metres by 2.5. So they are I guess, a significantly larger space, which will be in line with the Grantham application that was submitted and approved prior.
Thank you very much,
Richard. Thank you, Richard.
Councillor Harish Bisnal-Singh has a question.
Harish, please, question to either Mr. Thompson or Mr. Norris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is to Mr. Thompson. Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson, with store design. I'm very pleased that you have accepted to use local materials to reflect the importance of Stamford. However, my concern is, I wonder if you take the concern mainly of most of the people, is with regard to the pedestrians who will be crossing this road, the very busy road, and also in terms of the access that was raised by Councillor Steve Carroll. Will you consider enlarging that or be amenable to in terms of how, enlarging that access so that people can cross properly and have proper zebra crossing or even overhead crossing? Thank you.
Thank you, Harish. Mr. Thompson, are you dealing with that, or is Dave Norris?
It might be best if I respond to that, Chair, if that's okay, and then Mr. Thompson could perhaps.
Absolutely fine. Carry on, Dave.
Because he is the main applicant, to answer that.
Sorry, Harish. Sorry, you've asked your question. We need Mr. Norris or Mr. Thompson to respond, please.
Yeah, from a procedural point of view, the application has been submitted. It has been considered by Lincolnshire County Council, and they consider the design solution to be appropriate for this, including the refuge as well. I appreciate Mr. Carroll made an application himself, and that was what I think he's referring to, which was turned down by the local authority. It is not the responsibility of Aldi to create a better access on the other side of the road. They have to mitigate their own impacts. So, yes, as I said before, as further development comes forward, other developers will be asked to contribute towards enhancing that pedestrian crossing, I suspect. That would be appropriate.
But why not stop right?
Harish, we're not having a debate with Mr. Norris. If you've asked your question, you've had your answer. Do you want to ask another question? Not a debate with Mr. Norris.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. There are no other members wishing to ask questions of the applicant. So thank you, Dave, and thank you, Richard Thompson, for dealing with those. We now move on to questions to our case officer. Any questions to the case officer, please? No, okay, we've dealt with all that. So we move on to debate and...
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I've only just got my thing working again. It's a quick question to the case officer. Looking in the information, there is no 106 agreements on this site. Could you tell me why?
Sorry, Dave, can you answer that?
Yeah, absolutely. Could Councillor Exton explain which 106s he's seeking from this development? Because they need to be necessary. Normally, 106 would be looking to mitigate an impact. We have a condition that secures the highway improvements. It wouldn't be reasonable or in accordance with the SIL regulations after a financial contribution from this, because there is no harm being caused that needs to be mitigated. So it's not as though we seek a contribution from a developer, because there needs to be evidence for it.
Okay, Mike. I think that's
not purely satisfied, but that's the answer I'm going to get.
Okay, Mike. Thank you. Move on to the debate now, then, please. Harish, you've come back and said me. Is that to speak in the debate, I hope?
No, Mr. Chairman, to ask the questions to Dave.
As the case officer.
as a case officer.
Come on then.
Yeah.
Fire away.
So, thank you, Dave. I would like to exactly the same with regards to a 106 agreement for the reductions of speed on Uffington Road. And
sorry,
also,
Harris, you've had your question. You've had the question of 106 agreement has been answered. So you won't get any other answer than the one that Dave has just given you given to Mike Exton.
we're talking of safety, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry?
We're talking about safety.
Yeah, but we're talking about 106 agreements, and you've had the answer about a 106 agreement from Dave. If you wish to pursue any safety, that is a matter to take up with the County Council. So I'm now going to move on to the debate and ask Phil Dilks to start the debate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I first of all say that I do share the concerns that have been raised by Mr. Carroll and Councillor Exton and Harris on the highways. This is it's an area that is being developed. So whilst I welcome the refuge that is going to be put in the middle of the road, I regret that it is not a proper zebra crossing. Particularly as, and I hear what the case officer says, that other developers can sort of pick that up as we go along. But we've already had a number of applications across the road from this site, and we've care homes are now sort of going up in that area. It is a fast road, despite the speed limit being sort of just within the speed limit. It is a fast road, and it is a matter of concern. But as I think Robert will have said, we're where we are on this one, and highways are not going to sort of do any more at this stage. So where are we on the application? I welcome the extra mile that Aldi's have gone. I was at the PAD meeting. I appreciate the negotiations that they've had and how we've sort of improved it as it has gone along, and I welcome the fact of the materials that they're using. I think it's a good application. I notice that now Aldi will have a store in Stamford. I think that is the third of the 4 main towns in the district that they will have an outlet in. The Deepings is the 4th. And as I said at the PAD meeting, when can we have one in the Deepings? Thank you very much. I'll be supporting the application, and if nobody else proposes the approval, I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. I'll take that as a proposal to go with the approval for recommendation, and well done for getting your plug in for the Deepings. I wouldn't expect any less of you. Fine. Councillor Robert Reid, please. Robert.
Thank you very much, Chair. This application adds an addition of road traffic. We are, as Phil has said, where highways are concerned. I have supported and sympathised most earnestly with my fellow councillor Mike Exton, particularly for the repeated requests to move the 30-mile-an-hour limit further out of Stamford. So again, it's registered of our concern, but our inability to move this any further, which sadly adds to our cases of concern. With respect to the pedestrian rest, being a member that sits on the planning and regulations of Lincolnshire County Council and the traffic regulation orders that come to us, the criteria of the pedestrian rest meets that criteria, and sadly the situation as it currently is won't at this point support that of a Pelican crossing. Or a controlled crossing. So again, that's why a pedestrian rest is thought. It is correct, and we are where we are. I'd like to actually thank all of those that are involved that have actually contributed, and to particularly the developer for the sensitivity and the extra mile that has already been mentioned in the design, the stone and the sympathy, and I think it will be, as it is put before us today, a very welcome, aesthetically, as aesthetics can be about supermarkets, welcomed application, and therefore, Mr. Chairman, I'll be exceedingly privileged to second my colleague Phil Dilks in this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Robert, Naomi, next speaker, please.
Councillor Judy Stevens.
Judy, Councillor Stevens.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, I'm just trying to get my... yes, well, welcome back to me. I haven't been sitting on here for a long time, but I would like to say that I am very impressed with the way in which obviously the developers have worked together with our design team to produce something which is absolutely lovely. It looks great as far as we've said supermarkets can look lovely. I think it's to be commended. However, obviously the supermarket as well is Aldi is very, very privileged to be able to have a store in perhaps what you could arguably is the jewel in South Kesteven's crown. It's certainly from a retail point of view, and will benefit hugely from the affluent and growing population in Stamford. So I feel that it's slightly parsimonious that we're given a refuge, which, you know, by the very nature of it, the reason why you've got a refuge is you've got cars whistling by on either side of the road, so you need one. I think that I go back to when I sat on this committee. We have talked about the developments on the other side of the road here and now on this side of the road, all of which is going to generate more footfall and more traffic. And at what point are we going to get a pedestrian crossing? Because the Stamford councillors and the town council are clearly asking for this. And, I think it is, at some point, some development is going to have to collect for the pedestrian crossing. Because every time I've mentioned this to date, it has been, not this time, not this time. Well, when will it be? And for me, this is the development that needs to put in the crossing. So I would like to make a condition, if possible, that this, and I would vote for it. As I say, it's highly commendable, and I do appreciate all your efforts. But I would like to see a condition that a zebra crossing is put in. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Judy. I have to say I don't think we can do that. The question of a pedestrian refuge or pedestrian crossing or zebra crossing is entirely in the remit of the county council, Judy. And I think the comments made by Councillor Reid that going forward with other developments is the time to be looking at that. I don't think there's any mileage in putting a condition in at this stage. I think one of the conditions has to be appropriate, reasonable and enforceable, I think is the expression, and there's no way that we could enforce it, Judy. But I think we need to bear it in mind when we're looking at other applications as they come forward. Okay.
Well, no, not really, because it's always been this.
Well, sorry, Judy. That's where we are with it. We can't put a condition in. This is not within our gift.
I understand that, Bob.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judy. Who's the next speaker, please, Naomi?
Councillor Harish Bisnal Singh, and then it will be Councillor Helen Crawford.
Harish, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I agree entirely with Councillor Judy Stevens, because my main concern is safety for our residents. We have got lots of development coming in. This side is after Aldi, there will be further residential development there. We got St. Martin's development on the south side of the town, and there's no supermarket or any kind of shopping on the south side. They all have to travel down to the north. we have got in terms of road safety, and I will reiterate again with regard to the 30 miles per hour limit. I think it won't be long, in the next 5 years, all these things probably will come to fruition. I would like to say we start thinking why we have to spend the money twice. When we are here, we can spend it now to have a proper safety for our people can access it there. I welcome Aldi to come into the town. Many people do welcome that. But I think probably we have to really think in terms of safety of our people. Primarily, we are planners and we're providing things for people, but we have to think of their safety as well, that they can cross the road properly and safely in there. So, Mr. Chairman, I would implore that probably you as a Lincolnshire County Council councillor and Councillor Reeds take that to the Highways Authority, that bring the human elements, bring the residential considerations into it, and not try to really obfuscate these things, you know, to take at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Harish. Your passionate plea has been noted by both Robert and myself, and yes, we will do whatever we can at county level for you. Could we have the next speaker, please, which is Helen Crawford? Helen?
Hello, thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to say that I welcome Aldi. I think the design is very good, very in keeping. It's a good positivity instead of having those derelict buildings there. It'll create jobs, which is great. Again, everybody's concerns the same is the highways, and it is a very great shame that Lincolnshire County Council seem to, at every opportunity, dismiss people's concerns with highways problems. You know, we need to have more support from Lincolnshire County Council with regarding highways, but I think it's very good that Aldi are coming to Stamford. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. There are no new speakers, as far as I can see in the chat box. So,
Mr. Chairman, I think we have Councillor Ian Selby that wishes to speak, please.
Well, he's not in my. Oh,
You see, Mr. Chairman, have your glasses stained up?
No, but I'm wearing old ones in because my new ones, I broke my new ones, so I'll take the point. Come on, Ian.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I like Aldi's, I have to say. Their quality of their food is always wonderful. I've been shopping at Aldi's for quite a number of years now. However, their social distancing leaves a little bit desired at the moment. However, that's another story. I do like the stone materials that they're putting for this application here in Stamford. Fits in nicely. Now, if Stamford is an upmarket town, as it's often suggested, got plenty of money in Stamford. So therefore, Aldi's quality will fit in nicely with Stamford. So plenty of money. It's a bigger car, so I hope they're going to get those car parking spaces correct. Also, another point as well, I believe Aldi's are now going into home deliveries, which also will be good for the Stamford area as well, and also creating more jobs for Stamford with the store being there. So I think this will be an excellent addition for Stamford. So yeah, good luck to Aldi's with this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Ian. So we can move on. Phil, do you wish to say what you've put in the chat box, or?
Well, Mr. Chairman, and clearly I think everybody, almost everyone that's spoken, members of the committee, I think there is a consensus there. You know, we as a committee are concerned about the highways issues. There's no doubt about that. And whilst I accept, you know, that we can't condition it, it would be inappropriate for the reasons that you quite rightly state. I just wonder if we could, in approving this, actually, as a committee, at least write to the Highways and Authority and make our representations that we think, you know, that we do need a controlled crossing at that point.
Thank you, Phil. I'm sure that we can do that. Certainly in my capacity as chairman of the Highway Scrutiny Committee, I'm quite happy for it to be raised there. And I'm sure Councillor Robert Reid wishes to come back, and I'm sure he will endorse similar sort of action.
Can I come back quickly, Mr. Chairman? Just very quickly.
Very, very quickly, Mike. We've moved on. Please respect your colleagues.
It's what you've just said about everybody, and I've done that many times to Richard Davis and to the committee. and it's fell on deaf ears. So I'll rest my case.
Thank you for those words of encouragement. Robert?
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to endorse your authority as the Chairman, and I think there's a very good point made at this junction that we could endorse all the other applications that we have had to approve on Uffington Road, and I think the way forward to actually supersede any previous attempts is what we need to do is we need to build a case of severity, because it's only when highways consider the case of severity to be high that they will in actual fact impose or listen to us further. And I think we must be collectively between, I've been marched like other members down Uffington Road on several occasions. We've had care home provisions, we've got another care home that on the roundabout that's coming, we've now got the supermarket, there's various other things. We have made pleas to get the 30-mile-an-hour limit and indeed a safe pedestrian crossing time and time again, but I really think we are literally at the juncture of being able to state a case of severity that would stack up. And I think we should do this in readiness to actually what the applicant has said, whereby which he is going to be conditioned to put the pedestrian rest in, and for this facility to be upgraded, then that would be for other developers. That I understand, maybe not want to accept with the heart, but I understand. But it then necessitates the idea of putting all of these applications together and have them lodged awaiting the next development down there, and see if that will finally turn the nut on a very rusty bolt to actually get an extension of the 30-mile-an-hour extension on Uffington Road, and indeed a safer crossing than a pedestrian rest. And so I hope that supports you, Chair, and I look forward to contributing towards making that representation with you. Thanks.
Yep. Very happy to go along with that. I think it's a very sensible way of doing it, Robert. And yes, quite happy to work with you in taking that forward to county. No other, I'm assuming, Judy, that you're saying, and me too, agreeing with Phil's comments and those that Robert has just made. Judy Stevens? Yes, yeah, thank you, Judy. Okay, so it's been proposed and seconded. Before I call on the vote, can I add my voice to those who have complimented the agent and Aldi in the way that they have responded to the council here in bringing forward this application in the way that they have, and indeed the one that's in Grantham as well. I think it's a superb development. Excuse me, and if we can persuade them to move into the Deepings, I'm sure Councillor Dilks will be equally delighted. But if I could call on Shelley, please, to do the usual vote, please, Shelley.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Harish Bisnell Singh.
For.
Councillor John Cottier.
For.
Councillor Helen Crawford.
For.
Councillor Mike Exton.
For.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
For.
Councillor Mrs Rosemary Cabery Brown.
For.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
For.
Councillor Robert Reid.
For.
Councillor Ian Selby.
For.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
For.
Councillor Judy Stevens.
For.
And Chairman, Councillor Bob Adams.
4.
Thank you.
I think that sounded unanimous, Shelley, yes?
Certainly as Chairman, yes.
Okay. Well, it's 1:20 just gone now. I think we'll have a quick break for lunch, for a bite of lunch, say 20 minutes or so. Back here for between 22 and 1:45, or say 22 for members, so that we can do the formalities of a roll call and so on, ready to start again at 1:45. Thank you. Whose device is coming back to us?
Councillor Reid is just plugging in his headphones so we don't have any feedback issues.
Okay, yes.
Bob, there's a message in in the chat box from Amanda Wheeler. Don't know whether you can pick it up.
Naomi Page, bear with me. Yeah, okay, we have got that covered. Naomi is going to read her presentation out, Mike.
Can I ask my question, Bob?
Who's that? Sorry. Yes, Phil.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask this before whilst the public were off.
Can I just make sure the public are off? So the public are back in the meeting, Phil.
Okay. Well, I will ask this in a slightly different way. When it gets to item 11, Mr. Chairman, I would formally request that I can record that part of the meeting.
I don't think there's any reason why you can't record the whole meeting, Phil.
Thank you, but I just, out of courtesy, am I able to do it on this device, Naomi? Can I just...
I think you have to be a presenter to be able to record the meeting. It would probably be at the chairman's discretion as to whether or not I can make you a presenter for the duration of that item so that you can make your own recording, because we don't usually make councillors presenters.
I don't have a problem with that.
If you could, I'd appreciate it. The reason is, Chairman, I've had a couple of people who are annoyed that they can't. It was short notice for them, and they wanted to listen to the debate, and they can't because of work commitments. Thank you.
Okay, Phil, no problem. It'd be handy if I could find my agenda, wouldn't it?
I have got mine.
Can't get the stuff these days.
Councillor Dilks, I've just had a bit of a confirmation about the recording. I can add you as a presenter for that recording so you can try to record. Sometimes our devices need to be configured to allow that. So if that's the case and you aren't able to, I will be able to send you a copy of the full recording after the meeting.
That's fine, Naomi. Thank you for that.
Okay.
I was trying to avoid some extra work, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Shelley, are you with us?
Yes, Chairman.
Could you just run through the members on the roll call, please?
Councillor Bob Adams.
Present.
Councillor Harish Bisnath Singh.
Present.
Councillor John Cottier.
Present.
Lovely. Councillor Helen Crawford.
Present.
Councillor Mike Exton.
Present.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
Present.
Councillor Mrs. Rosemary Cabry Brown.
Present.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
Present.
Councillor Robert Reid.
Present.
Councillor Ian Selby.
We'll march it, Butter.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
Present.
You want to watch your weight, Ian?
Councillor Judy Stevens.
Cream cheese bagel. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Rye bread with cottage cheese. Okay, we've gone over our 3 hours, so I do need your agreement that we continue the meeting until we've determined all the applications. I'm moving that.
Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All in favour? Just okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. No dissensions. That's great. So we'll move on to application number 7, S191475, which I think is in the hands of Phil Jordan.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, members. I'm just going to make the presentation. Could you just let me know when the presentation appears on your screen?
Will do. Yeah, it's on the screen now, Phil.
Thank you, Chairman. So this next item is planning reference S191475. Proposal is the erection of 31 affordable dwellings and associated works, including access and landscaping on land off Cherry Holt Road in Stamford. I'm Phil Jordan, Principal Planning Officer at South Kesteven and the case officer for this application. So the main report sets out the key issues of the development proposal. I won't read out all of those that are listed on the screen there. My presentation is going to focus on 4 areas in particular: the current land use and the principle of development, the impact on neighbouring properties, impact on residential amenity, flood risk and drainage issues, and the impact on heritage assets. I'll then talk a bit about the benefits of the scheme and how that's been balanced in making the recommendation. Just before I start the presentation, there was an additional items paper for this this application, and that covered or really sought to clarify a number of issues that had been raised or clarifications sought after the main agenda was published. They were issues around the status of the neighbourhood plan, the status of the town and village green application that's been made on the site, 2 petitions which are sort of currently being circulated about this site, the altered red line for the application, some clarification around the pylons within the site, the relevance of sort of other development proposals within the area, and the importance of the affected heritage assets and how that's weighed in making the recommendation. So hopefully those that additional items paper clarified a number of those issues, and some of them will come out in more detail as I go through the presentation. So this is the application site. The land outlined in red. You can see it's situated within Stamford, accessed off Cherry Holt Road. The blue land is other land in ownership of the applicant. The extended red line. This was a part of the site that was already within the application proposal, but it was just sort of formally included within the red line. That's a swale that goes down to the river that's included as part of the drainage solution, and then a small area to the northeast of the site to exclude a substation which was previously within the application site. So I'll just go through a number of photos. This one is taken from the there's a local residents group, but I've included it because I think it's very useful for showing the site in its context. You can see the allotment gardens in the foreground, the site itself, pylons situated within the site, the Bowman's Mews development, and Priory Road housing as well. So this is the part of the, or close to where we stood on the site visit, looking north towards Priory Road across the site. This is at the back of the, I guess the access alley at the back of the Skells Court, part of Bowman Mews development. So this is down on the public footpath looking north up towards the site, so you can see Bowman's Mews and Skells Court to the left of the screen, and then the Priory Road houses to the top of the site. So again, you can see these photos were all taken at different times of the year and different sort of points I've visited the site. But this was actually taken from a resident's property, but it's the best photo I've got for looking across the site towards St Leonard's Priory. You can see that sort of heritage asset identified on the screen by the red arrow. So this next slide, this is the layout as proposed. 31 dwellings laid out in pairs of semi-detached properties on the east side of the development, the top of the screen as you're looking, which back onto the allotment. There's the provision of equipped children's open space in this part of the site. This footpath connection up to Priory Road would be opened up and made accessible. An additional footpath connecting down to the public right-of-way would come through this part of the site. The remaining dwellings, which are on the west side that relate to Bowman's Mews, are set side on. So you can see the way these properties are laid out. I'll talk a bit more about the access road when I come on to the flood risk mitigation. You can see it looks slightly unusual on the screen, and that it appears to show 2 lanes, and that's because one of those lanes is on a higher level, which is part of the flood risk mitigation. So it's a fairly considerable levels difference of over a metre, and I'll explain a bit more about that and how that works and why that's necessary. So the first issue I'm just going to cover in a bit more detail is the principle of development and the current land use. And I just wanted to make the point it's important to consider the proposal on its current land use, which is considered to be a private grassland site within Stamford town. It's not quite as straightforward as that. Yeah, I think it was clear on the site visit. The site's locked and it has, private signs, and the nature of how the site currently is it was quite clear for members to see. However, it's sort of known that the site was previously used for what I would define as informal recreation, dog walking activities and so on. And it's understood that that was done sort of really on the, I guess, the goodwill of the landowner. That the way the site was used really does form the basis of this town or village green application. And again, some of the detail on that is set out in the additional items paper. That's a separate process to the planning application, and that's a case that's been put forward to evidence that the land was used in a sort of unfettered manner for that public recreation over a 20-year period. And to some extent, the outcome of that application would be relevant in the future. If that application succeeds, then development of this site couldn't go ahead. If it doesn't succeed, then the way we're currently considering the site, which is a private piece of grassland, would more than likely continue. The Stamford neighbourhood plan, again, that's a neighbourhood plan that's reached a relatively advanced stage in that it's been through 2 rounds of informal consultation, and it's close to the formal submission to the council, subject to the SEA scrutiny that it has to go to. That's a sustainable impact assessment scrutiny that it has. Within that document, the land, or this piece of land, is designated as open space, but again, it's clarified through the additional items paper that in terms of current decision making, we can only give that document very limited weight in any decision on this planning application today. So on the basis of the way the land is currently used, the local plan policy SP2 is of relevance and states priority should be given to sustainable sites within the built-up parts of the town. There are other parts of the development plan which suggest or indicate a preference for brownfield sites, but greenfield sites aren't precluded. Likewise, in the National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 68 sets a fairly strong support for windfall sites, especially ones within existing settlements, and suggests that great weight should be given to the benefits of homes on those type of sites. So policy OS1, that's the open space policy within the council's plan. That's there's a protection element of that for formal open or recognised sort of open space, and that's not considered to be engaged. However, the policy EN3, which is a sort of a broader supporting policy for green infrastructure in general, it is considered to be engaged, and there is some conflict with that policy, which then states that any adverse impacts would need to be suitably mitigated. So in terms of residential amenity, I've just got two slides which I'll flick between. It's a bit of work that we had carried out, which are basically a sunlight study pattern on the impacts of the development. So the screen at the moment shows the existing situation. The top three slides show a date in December, middle three slides a date in March, and the bottom three slides a date in June. So and then this little diagram on the right sort of indicates where the pattern of the sun is. So sun rises in the east and sets in the west. So the east on these screens being the right hand side, the west on the left hand side. And you can see, in the winter the sun takes a lower trajectory than it does in the summer. So when you look at that in context, what you see is that as the sun rises round from the east to west, the only times you really get any impact on the Bowman's Mews development from these properties to the west of the development are sort of early in the morning, when you get some small amount of overshadowing of these gardens. But by sort of midday, you can see that the sun's moved around, and the shadowing then occurs in the opposite direction, and the opposite effect occurs. So the Bowman's Mews properties then overshadow the application site. So the outcome of that study was we considered the sort of loss of light overshadowing impacts to be very minimal, and certainly not significant in the overall determination of the application. Just while we're on these slides, it's also useful to look at issues such as overlooking most of these properties, or all of these properties on the west side of the development have a gable end side on to the Bowman's Mews development, so there isn't any overlooking in that direction. The properties at the north of the site, which are set between 18 and 24 metres away from Priory Road, they do have first floor windows, but that separation distance is considered to be acceptable, and there is some existing overlooking from these properties on Bowman's Mews in that direction in any case. Again, it's set out in the report. We always need to be very clear on impacts affecting residential amenity, it's fairly well established that loss of a view or change of a view isn't a material planning consideration. We need to look at the actual impacts that the development has. So there are some, clearly some changes to the view and some impacts on outlook, but hopefully these slides have sort of demonstrated the actual material considerations aren't significant in this case. So on to flood risk. This next slide shows the extent of the flood risk areas in relation to the current site. The darker blue area is a flood zone 3, the light blue area is flood zone 2, and then the unshaded area is flood zone 1. So flood zone 1 being the area of lower risk of flooding, gradually getting higher as you go down to the river, as you'd expect. Again, this next slide shows, this is a comparison between the existing area of flood risk this is the highest level of flood risk that's been required to plan up to, so that's a 1 in 100 year storm event with a 40% allowance for climate change. In this case, you can see that the majority of the developments situated in this lower risk area of flooding and isn't affected. The area that remains unshaded is the higher level of the road, which is set above the flood risk area. And what would happen in this case is some water would flood into these open space areas, the garden areas, and into this car park with the properties set 300 millimetres above the flood risk area. These arrangements and mitigation measures have been discussed and accepted by the Environment Agency, Lincolnshire County Council as the lead local flood authority, and the Lincolnshire emergency planners who are concerned with, access and evacuation procedures in the event of a flood risk. Just the next couple of slides just go into some of the impact on heritage assets. Again, on the slide here, to the northwest of the site, the area shaded in green and the buildings highlighted in red. The green is the conservation area, the red are the listed buildings. Given the levels difference and where Priory Road development and the Bowman's Mews development sits, it's not considered that these heritage assets are or would be affected by the development proposal. However, to the east of the site, you have the Grade 1 St Leonard's Priory, shown in red here, and then the wider area with the sort of pink-purple shaded area is the site of the scheduled ancient monument, and that's the wider area of the ruins associated with St Leonard's Priory. So those latter two heritage assets, the St Leonard's Priory itself and the ancient scheduled monument, they're the two heritage assets that are considered to be affected by the development proposals. In terms of policy on those matters, the local plan policy EN6 sets out that we should protect and enhance heritage assets in their settings. The MPPF also provides guidance on conserving and enhancing the historic environment and sets out detail on how heritage assets should be considered. We also have this separate duty, which is a statutory obligation, and that's set out in section 66 of the Planning and Listed Buildings Act, which states there should be a special regard to the desirability of preserving a listed building or its setting. And so that's engaged due to the identified harm to the St Leonard's Priory Grade 1 listed building. Now, the conservation advisors are in agreement on the harm that would be caused by the proposal, which is considered to be less than substantial and at the lower end of that spectrum. But it's still, because of the Section 66 and sort of case law associated with it, it's still considered to be, even though it's less than substantial, it's a very important consideration in decision making and something which needs to be given considerable importance and weight. That same sort of thrust of wording is covered by the National Planning Policy Framework, which advises great weight should be given regardless of the level of harm that's identified. So I've been through, I guess, the four main areas of concern, and this next slide really sets out some of the benefits of the proposal and then leads into the planning balance. So the site's considered to be a sustainable location. It's right in the middle of Stamford, and therefore in accordance with Policy SP2 in the local plan. I've already talked about the Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 68, which supports the development of windfall sites and advises great weight should be given to the benefits of using sites within existing settlements. The scheme would make a contribution to local facilities and services. There's a significant evidence need for affordable homes in Stamford. This particular scheme, the 34 dwellings, have been designed to meet the particular need in Stamford. So the mix of dwellings, the size of houses, the house type, the tenure, has been agreed with the council's affordable housing officer to meet that particular need. There are Section 106 contributions over £50,000 towards education facilities, 20,000 towards the health facilities, and the provision of open space and a play area within the site that I've already talked about. The landscaped areas of the site would be part of a positive ongoing maintenance regime, and there's the additional accessibility to and from the site and the surrounding footpath network. The scheme itself is considered to be well designed. The applicant's positively engaged in the council's pre-application process and the design pad. The impact on residential amenity is not considered to be significant. That's in terms of the material considerations in that respect. The flood risk response and mitigation measures are supported by Lincolnshire County Council, the Environment Agency and the emergency planners. There's no significant adverse impact in terms of highway measures. The Highway Authority haven't objected to the proposal, and they haven't required any off-site mitigation works to be secured by the legal agreement. The harm to St Leonard's Priory setting is acknowledged and is considered to be less than substantial. There's conditions which cover the sustainability of the buildings themselves, and there's a condition to secure biodiversity net gain based on the ecological baseline measurements which have been done. There's the Section 106 contributions I've already mentioned. And so all of that needs to be balanced together, the benefits of the scheme versus the harm that's been identified. It's noted there is significant opposition to the scheme. That's outlined in the additional items paper through the petitions which have been signed. But some support has also been put forward from members of the public. Again, it's just worth noting the volume of support or opposition isn't material to the decision-making process, but the individual points which have been raised are, and those are covered in the various reports in this presentation. So the officer's recommendation for this application is that, on balance, taking into account the harm to the heritage assets and the loss of the green space in its current land use, when weighed against the benefits of the proposal, are that the application should be approved as per the conditions and recommendation in the main report and the conditions updated in the additional items paper. Thank you, Chairman. That's the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Phil. Move on to speakers. The first is District Councillor Amanda Wheeler, who regrettably has had to attend a family funeral, but Naomi is going to read out the presentation she would have made to committee.
Chairman, sorry, Chairman, to talk over you. I'm just going to leave the presentation slides on the screen for now. One of the speakers has got some presentation slides at the back of the presentation, and just to save time loading it up, I'll leave the presentation on the screen, and then we can go to those slides when the relevant time is.
Thank you, Phil. Naomi?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to read it exactly as I've received it in Amanda's words. I'm speaking today as both a Stamford Town Councillor and a District Councillor, and would like to object to this application in support of my colleagues from the campaigning group, Stamford Protect Our Green Space, who have successfully gained your support on previous occasions to protect areas of precious green space in Stamford. Surveys and the number of objection letters sent to SKDC show the level of opposition to this development, not only by residents but also by a number of statutory consultees, Stamford Neighbourhood Planning Forum, the Town Council and the Stamford Civic Society, who are calling for the application to be rejected. In addition, over 3,000 people have supported separate online petitions calling on SKDC to reject this application and to protect our meadows. You will all have received a briefing document which details all of the material planning considerations and reasons for objecting to this application, together with an executive summary. The evidence we have provided is based purely on policy guidance issued by the relevant planning authorities and agencies. This document has also been shared with the planning officer. I would like to give a brief overview of our concerns and reasons for our objections. We contest that there are 4 primary reasons for you to reject this proposal, all justifiable and all defendable at appeal. Those grounds for rejection are: 1. The inappropriate and unnecessary development of precious green space which will be lost forever to the people of Stamford. 2. The negative impact on heritage assets, namely the Grade 1 listed historic monument of St Leonard's Priory, and on the Stamford Conservation Area which borders the development. 3. This development is unnecessarily exposed to the risk of flooding as it is built on a floodplain. Extensive and highly unconventional flood mitigation measures have been proposed, but it has not been demonstrated that the development does not increase the risk of flooding elsewhere. 4. The impact on residents' amenities of nearby homes and properties. My colleagues will speak further on each of these topics during their 3 minutes. I, however, would like to raise a number of issues in addition. Firstly, you will have heard from the planning officer and will hear again from the developer's representative that any negative effects of this development will be outweighed by the public benefit provided by 31 affordable dwellings. As part of this assessment, no mention has been made of the fact that in Stamford, 81 affordable homes have been completed in the last 2 years, with another 24 planned on Exeter Park in the next 2 years. Nor is there mention of the fact that of the 2,000 houses which are to be built in Stamford within the time frame of the local plan, 30% will be affordable. Around the corner is SKDC's new development, St Martin's Park, which will provide a further 130 affordable homes. I'm just going to pause, Mr Chairman, because I've run out of the 3 minutes. There is a further bullet point. Do you want me to continue or to stop there?
Please carry on, and we'll ensure that subsequent speakers have the same opportunity.
Okay, thank you. In total, therefore, in excess of 800 affordable houses in comparison to which 31 is insignificant. We contest that the public benefit argument is a red herring and that the negative impacts of this development far outweigh any benefits. Indeed, the public benefit is far better served by this application being rejected. I would contest that the evidence provided highlights attempt to shoehorn a poorly planned development onto land unsuitable for housing, land that is currently being considered for protection by LCC as a village green and will be the subject of a public inquiry. To achieve this aim, the developer has ignored key planning guidance on heritage and flooding, abandoned the requirement to protect residential amenity and green space, and deliberately distorted housing density calculations and reworded NPPF accessibility guidance. It cannot be argued this approach to building new homes in Stamford represents responsible and sustainable development. I strongly call upon this committee to reject this application. That's the end of the script. Thank you.
Thank you for reading that out, Naomi. Roughly how long overdue did you go the 3 minutes? A minute?
Yeah.
A minute,
Yes.
okay. Take that into account with the other speakers,
Okay,
please.
I'll edit it to time for 4 minutes.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. And so the next speaker is Councillor David Taylor, Stamford Town Council. David?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, Councillors. My name is David Taylor, and today I'm representing Stamford Town Council, the Stamford Neighbourhood Planning Forum, and also the Stamford Civic Society, all of whom object to this application. You've had a briefing document from us, and I'm sure you've been able to read that. And I'm just going to focus on 2 issues within my 3 minutes, or hopefully 4 minutes. Firstly, the detrimental impacts of a loss of green space, and secondly, the impact on St Leonard's Priory and its setting. On the subject of green space, this application conflicts with the following policies. NPPF paragraph 91, which seeks to protect green spaces which demonstrably benefit the community, who incidentally have had access to this land until the application was made, and which subsequently has been blocked by the landowner. This application also conflicts with NPPF para 170, which states that planning decisions should contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment. Local plan policies EN1, EN2, EN3, because there will be a detrimental impact on significant natural attributes, flora and fauna. Local plan policy OS1, which states that all existing open spaces, including informal natural open spaces, routeways and corridors, will be protected. Neighbourhood plan policy 5, which states that development within the River Welland corridor through Stamford must retain the nature and character of the area and should not increase the risk of flooding. And finally, the development conflicts with neighbourhood policy 6, which designates this land as important open space. Moving on now to heritage assets, and I've changed this presentation to address a point of law which was not addressed by the planning officer in his late notes. The planning officer has stated there is a requirement to have regard to section 66 of the Listed Buildings Act. This is not correct. The requirement is to demonstrate in the planning balance that the strong statutory presumption against approval has been applied. This has not been done. The planning officer has stated that case law confirms when making planning decisions, considerable importance and weight should be given to the desirability of preserving the setting of listed buildings. This is not correct. Case law confirms considerable importance and weight must be attached to the harm caused and demonstrated in the planning balance. There has been failure by the planning officer within the planning, when considering the planning balance, to robustly demonstrate that the strong statutory presumption against approval has been applied within the planning balance. Considerable importance and weight have not been demonstrably attached to the harm caused. Raising this legislative duty and asking councillors to be mindful of section 66 is not the same as demonstrably applying the strong statutory presumption against approval in the planning balance, on which the written advice given to the committee's decision is based. This was the failure identified by the Judge Lindblom in case law, which is relevant.
30 seconds.
I've spoken to this committee on 3 previous occasions about protection of green space and the impact on heritage assets of proposed developments in Stamford. On each occasion, you have upheld my objections. I hope you will be convinced again to do that today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, David. The next speaker is Charlie Short, who is speaking against the recommendation. Mr. Short.
Yes.
Are you?
Yes, I am. Have you got me?
Yes, we have now, Mr. Short. Thank you. You're obviously on the same device as the next speaker.
Yes, I had a few problems with technology.
Okay, so go start when you're ready, and you have the 4 minutes.
Thank you very
as
much.
other speakers.
I've been a resident of Bowman Mews for 8 years, was aware of the meadow before this time, and also aware of the brownfield site upon which the Mews was developed. Open space is not redundant space. In an urban environment, it is of immense and ever-increasing importance. The meadow, which this proposal would destroy forever, has been a much cherished amenity for many, many years. The social interaction it creates is of huge benefit and is of particular importance to our increasingly elderly and less mobile members of the community. It is easily accessible and provides a safe and protected area all year. The meadow is a tranquil space, supporting the well-being and both physical and mental health of users. It is prized by residents for its recreational and amenity value, as evidenced by an application for village green status, which LCC have stated will go to public inquiry. The long-term benefits of preserving this meadow as a community asset cannot be overstated. Its preservation would most definitely be for public good for generations to come. This proposal ignores the SKDC local plan regarding infill development. This proposal is not sensitive to the setting of neighbouring properties and would have an unacceptable and harmful impact on amenity in terms of noise, light pollution, loss of privacy and loss of light. This has been exacerbated by deliberately distorting density figures to include 25% of the site unsuitable for housing within calculation. This proposal fails to preserve the area's prevailing character and setting and does not safeguard residents' amenity. It will represent an unduly oppressive living environment for existing and future residents. Traffic levels, junction safety and parking strategy are key concerns for local residents. There has been a failure to follow minimum guidelines to ensure that parking is safe and accessible for all users and will not negatively impact adjacent streets. This includes Adelaide Street, which is within the St Stamford Conservation Area. As planning officers will have noticed during their site visit, the meadow is a tranquil site. When considering the proposed number of parking spaces, the planning officer's argument that noise levels will not be higher than the meadow's existing context is clearly preposterous. The high number of cars manoeuvring near to current residents' gardens will create excessive levels of noise disturbance and pollution. This will yet further negatively impact current residential amenity. I hope the councillors appreciate the very significant opposition of residents to this application. We believe the evidence provided by our documents, letters of objection, petitions and evidence provided
30 seconds.
neighbourhood consultations clearly outweighs the arguments in support of this proposal. This evidence, all based on planning law, will hopefully provide you with the confidence you need to reject this proposal without fear of appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short. We now move on to the next speaker, who's also speaking against the application. Eva van Maren, please.
Thank you. The following comments and opinions have been prepared by myself and have been independently reviewed by Dr. Murray. We are chartered engineers with over 40 years combined experience implementing national and international flood protection schemes. A number of comments have been raised during the planning process, and whilst some of them have been incorporated in resubmissions, some significant concerns remain. As you can see on the plan, 25% of the development area and 22% of the properties are located within flood zone 2 and 3. National and local planning policies state that development on high flood risk areas should be avoided wherever possible. There are alternative sites available with lower risk of flooding, and it is therefore unnecessary to build this development here. It also states that land should be safeguarded for current or future flood management. The majority of the floodplain compensation areas fall within the existing floodplain and could clearly be flooded by the time that they are required. Furthermore, flooding of private gardens could be prevented, however this has been allowed to reduce water levels elsewhere. This does not represent responsible development and will cause financial and emotional distress to residents and negatively impact their insurance eligibility. Next slide, please. The elevated access road is located in flood zone 3. One of its lanes is raised by 1.3 meters to provide access during a flood event. This road reduces the existing floodwater storage capacity and subverts planning guidance to steer development away from areas at risk of flooding. In my 18 years professional experience, I have never encountered a split level road to mitigate flooding. This seems an impractical, unproven, undetailed and unsafe solution to overcome the flood risk problem. Long-term maintenance of the flood mitigation measures are absolutely fundamental. These measures will not function as designed if maintenance during its 100 years lifetime is not upheld. Relying on a planning condition now to secure maintenance of this critical element over this period is unsustainable and will put people and property at unnecessary risk. The recent culvert failure in Oakham is an example that maintenance and its arrangement is critical to prevent harm and stress to residents. Most importantly, next slide please. Most importantly, the developer has failed to meet SKDC's local plan objective 13. Firstly, by building on a floodplain, this development is unnecessarily exposed to the risk of flooding. Secondly, no detailed flood modelling study has been carried out to demonstrate the elevated access roads and culverts will work. There is no evidence development will not increase the risk of flooding elsewhere, including the adjacent businesses. I hope the councillors agree that this proposal does not meet current national and local planning policy. Furthermore, it fails to provide a required level of detail and investigations to ensure a responsible, safe and sustainable development for current and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Now move on to the applicant. It is the applicant and not the applicant's agent. Samantha Bruman, please.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello, Samantha. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Your 4 minutes starts now. Sorry, we did notify committee of the extra speaker when we started this morning, Samantha. So if you want the extra time, please feel free to take it.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Chairman and councillors. My name is Samantha Bruman. I'm a town planner and I represent the applicant Longhurst Group. Longhurst Group are one of South Kesteven District's largest affordable housing providers and manage over 800 affordable homes across the district. Longhurst are a registered charity and not-for-profit organisation funded by Homes England. We are pleased that our application for 31 affordable homes in Stamford has been recommended for approval. There is a proven need for affordable housing in Stamford for both affordable home ownership and rented products. Stamford is a highly desirable place to live. It was named by the Sunday Times as the best place to live in 2013. But in the last 5 years, house prices in Stamford have increased by 67%, with the average home now costing £340,000. This site will offer 16 shared ownership homes, 6 rent-to-buy homes, and 9 affordable rented homes. 2/3 of the properties on this site will become owner-occupied, giving young people and families the opportunity to purchase their home in Stamford. The Council's adopted local plan and corporate strategy recognise the challenge of home ownership in Stamford, and both seek to support the delivery of sites just like this. You will have heard the voices of many displeased by this application, those who already have homes to call their own. But today we ask you please to consider the voices of those without. Hear those who haven't objected to the application, but instead come out in support, such as the workers of Stamford who have moved to Bourne due to rising house prices, or young people still living with their parents because they are priced out of the area and unable to afford their first homes. Since we first consulted with residents on this scheme, we have received over 25 letters of support for the proposal. Our aim here on Cherry Holt Road is to create a high-quality residential scheme designed to be sensitive to the local area and deliver housing that is affordable to local residents. We have worked extensively with officers at the council and other stakeholders to bring forward this site. During the determination period, we have listened to comments and concerns and amended the proposal to deliver the best possible scheme. Affordable housing design doesn't mean poor design. As you can see from our proposals, we are offering a distinctive design to reflect Stamford, incorporating Stamford stone and Stamford style chimneys. As a result of our efforts, there are no statutory objections to this application, and as the officer's report states, the provision of affordable housing is of significant benefit to Stamford. We respectfully ask members that they accept the recommendation and resolve to grant planning permission for 31 much needed affordable homes in Stamford. Thank you for listening, and I am happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Samantha. So that leads us nicely into questions from members of the committee to the applicants, please. Are there any questions to the applicants, Naomi?
I believe Councillor Reid has a question to David Taylor, but
no.
not to the applicant.
No, sorry.
Okay, there are no questions for the applicant then, as far as I can see.
Thank you very much. Thank you again, Samantha.
Thank you, Chairman. I do have information about our 10-year product types. If any of the members want to know about that, I am here to answer that detail.
Thank you very much for that. So we now move on to questions to the case officer. Are there any members wishing to put questions to the case officer?
Councillor Phil Dilks.
Councillor Dilks, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Start the video. Thank you, Phil. Thank you for your presentation. And if I might say so, thank you for all the extra work. You've gone the extra mile in responding to the points raised by the large number of objections. And I hope you'll allow me, Chairman, also to thank the campaigners for their rather impressive and professional campaign. We've had 50-page documents and detailed documents, videos and all the rest of it. And I think this is right that we should have that in this important application. I just wanted to ask, Phil, if I may, the case officer, you talked about the emerging neighbourhood plan, which has gone to, I think you said, 2 realms of informal questioning and is close to formal submission, but can only, of course, be given limited weight given the stage that it's reached. I want to ask, though, assuming that the neighbourhood plan is supported by the local referendum when it comes, and we're told over 3,000 residents have already signed a petition specifically opposing this application before us and calling on protection for the meadow. If the application were to come to us after it was adopted, the neighbourhood plan was adopted, would it carry increased weight?
Yeah, I mean, well, the answer is fairly straightforward to that. It would carry full weight once adopted, and it's actually a bit stronger than a material planning consideration. It forms part of the development plan, and you know, as we often rehearse, we're required to make decisions in accordance with the development plan, and then consider material considerations. It has a way to go in terms of where it's at the moment. It has to go through its formal consultation, that's the opportunity for any sort of points to be brought up formally around the policies in the plan, and then it would go to a independent planning inspector for examination, and then on to the referendum. So there are some sort of various stages to go through, but the answer is yes. When adopted, that's the time when full weight would be afforded to the policies in the plan. And actually, I think it's been, because of the COVID situation, I think it has been clarified that once the inspector's written their report prior to the referendum, then very significant, if not full weight, can be given to the policies in the plan at that stage as well.
Thank you.
Is that helpful, Phil?
It's helpful to me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor has asked, will questions be allowed to be put to objectors? Generally speaking, under the conditions we're working under with virtual meetings, the answer to that would be no, but I am mindful of the considerable input by local residents, etc. And if Councillor Reid would like to let me know what the question is, I will then determine whether we will put it to Councillor David Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, it has been answered to the officer. I wanted to know what his understanding and indeed what the position statement was for the weighting of the neighbourhood plan. So it's we're all of the same mindset to know what weight can or cannot be applied in our reasoning from the neighbourhood plan. That would have been the question, but it has been quite eloquently answered by the case officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. No, Councillor Taylor, you may not speak again. Again, I'm sorry, the protocol and the Constitution doesn't permit me to do that. Well, I could act with discretion, but that would mean I would have to allow every other person who has spoken to speak again, and that would be totally against the Constitution. So, regret there, David, but no, not permitted. There are no other people putting questions to the case officer, and so
Mr. Chairman.
David, no, you may not speak. Sorry. So we will now open the debate.
Mr. Chairman, I put a question to officers. I don't know if it's come on my screen, but it hasn't come on yours. I said question to officers when time comes.
I did see that it was in the chat function, Chairman.
Okay, sorry, both Naomi and I missed it. Do apologise, Harish. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to everybody who has presented, especially people from Stamford, councillors and Councillor Wheelers, everybody else, and thank you very much, Phil. It's an excellent presentation, especially the slides including the floodplains, which really tend to reassure me a bit with regard to it. But my question is this, there are major concerns about the access to Priory Road and Cherry Hall junctions both for cars and pedestrians, both from this development and the settled community and businesses. Are there any proposal from highways for improvements here, or any 106 agreement to ameliorate the junctions?
Thank you, Harish. Phil?
The answer is, very similar to the, I think, some of the questions that were asked around the previous Aldi application. The short answer is no. That there's no off-site highway mitigation works that have been requested by the Highway Authority, and whilst I understand concern that's been raised in that respect, it's as we often say, we're reliant on Lincolnshire County Council as Highway Authority to advise us on highway matters, and without their recommendations for those mitigation measures, we're just not in a position where we can make a reasonable request that would stand up under any scrutiny. So yeah, short answer is no.
Thank you, Phil. Are there any further questions, please, to the case officer, Naomi?
Councillor Jackie Smith has requested to speak. I'm not sure if it's a question.
Councillor Smith, Jackie, question to the case officer?
Yes. Can you tell me what, if any, arrangements have been made to help to alleviate the floodplain? Having suffered from floodplain for about 10 years, I fully appreciate just what it is like. And I think, given the location and everything else around it, the Priory, to more or less just accept it is complete folly. There are ways of doing it, and I think if you're going to carry on and do some development in this area, you must give much more detail to the flood alleviation. And I can't really see anything in the documentation so far that covers that area.
Thank you, Jackie. Phil, could you respond to that, please?
Yeah, I mean, if it reassures Councillor Jackie Smith and other members of the committee, again, we're largely reliant on experts from the Environment Agency and Lincolnshire County Council as the lead local flood authority in relation to flood risk matters. The main reason we've had this application for such a long period of time is that significant and extensive dialogue has occurred between the applicants and the and those bodies to come forward with an acceptable drainage and flood risk mitigation scheme. There's two areas really. The mitigation is in respect of the raised levels of the houses and the raised level of the one part of the access road into the site. The compensation measures, that's about protecting and preserving the floodplain. In sort of simple terms, my understanding of that is that the modelling that's been done is that the area as shown on one of the slides, which shows that where the floodwater would go, has been calculated on a volume for volume basis. So effectively, the area of the floodplain that is there to take floodwater at the moment remains there as part of the compensation measures. Without getting into any of the technical arguments of it, from a local planning authority perspective, we have taken that expert advice from the Environment Agency, from the lead local flood authority, and from the Lincolnshire emergency planners. I fully, accept and acknowledge the detail and the extensive objections that we've received in that respect. But again, we have to go on the expert evidence and advice that we receive on those matters.
Thank you, Phil. Naomi, are there any more members wishing to put questions to the case officer?
No.
Thank you very much. Can we then move on to debate? Are there any speakers on debate? Yes, Councillor Penny Milnes. Penny?
Oh, sorry, yes, it was actually a late question to Phil, but I'll move on to debate.
No, there's no other questions. Please put your question and then we'll move on from there.
Just a quick question to follow on about Jackie's concerns about flooding. I mean, it is noticed that some of the car parking and gardens are in that flood risk area as well as the access road. And are we accepting that the flood agencies think that's acceptable?
I mean, again, that point, has been raised and discussed, and I think you have to put that in some degree of context. And the scenario where those gardens and that car park area would flood has been modelled on the 1 in 100 year flood event plus 40% allowance for climate change. That equates to something like a 1 in 750 year storm event, a very, very extreme scenario. In those situations, the modelling shows that there would be 29 centimetres of water in the car park and the gardens of those properties, but the floor levels of those properties are set above that flood distance. So effectively, there wouldn't be any significant damage to property or risk of I guess health and safety in those scenarios. But yeah, accepting that there is some flooding of those areas in that very extreme flood event. But I think the context part of the answer is that should that flood event occur, there's going to be some very significant flooding in lots of parts of Stamford, and I think just under a foot of water in your garden in that situation. The sort of the context part would be, well, you would be better off than a large number of people. But yeah, you're right to point it out. It's a fact, and that's what the modelling shows. But that has been looked at and accepted by those expert bodies that we rely on for advice.
Thank you, Phil. Before I move on, could I ask members of the public not to use the chat box, please? If the gentleman who's done it first does it again, then I'll have to have him removed from the meeting. Thank you. Are there any more questions to case officer, please?
Councillor Harish Bisnath Singh has requested to speak. I'm not sure if it's a question to the case officer or it's for if it's for debate.
Phil, question or debate? If it's debate, leave it for a minute.
For the debate.
For the debate. Are there any further questions to the case officer?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Nothing in the chat.
Councillor Judy Stevens has also requested to speak, but I'm unsure if it's for questions or debate.
Debate, please.
Sorry?
Debate, please.
Debate. Thank you, Judy. So for the third time, are there any more questions to the case officer, please? Fine. I will then move on to debate. Who was the first person indicating they wish to speak in the debate, please?
Councillor Harish Bisnath Singh.
Councillor Bisnath Singh. Harish?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. It's very, very, very good presentations, and as such, there are quite a lot of questions. Probably, I will start off with. I would plainly say that we, as planning authority, give permission to developers to build houses so that people, young and old, can live in it, live in a safe and sustainable environment. It is no good to build houses for the sake of building and ignore the safety aspects of it. Highways Department has a very big role to play in guaranteeing the safety of the people and pedestrians, the cars and the lorries that are going to be trundled on Priory Road. In this Cherry Holt Road development, one big aspect of the people's safety have been neglected. There are 31 houses being built, therefore there are at least 31 cars on Cherry Holt Road trying to access Priory Road every morning and evening. Priory Road is carrying the east-west traffic every day. There is a bottleneck every day on Wharf Road and Priory Road leading up to the Uffington Road. Accessing Priory Road is very, very difficult now from the residents of Cherry Holt and Adelaide Street. In 2009, the Welland Quarter under the STAM 07, the Highways Summary Assessment, put a constraint on it. It says, serious concerns in relation to this site, Wharf Road and Cherry Holt Road, are not suitable to serve development. Major highways improvements requires with signalization, zebra crossing, providing crossing on Priory Road to enhance the safety. All the primary schools and secondary schools are in the north side of the town, and all the shops and supermarkets again is in the town center and the north of the town. So we need a safety zebra crossing on the Priory Road and at the junctions of Priory Road, Brasenose Lane junctions. We have got on Brasenose, near Brasenose junctions, there is a sensory crossing there, and yet no cars. We stood there, myself and Councillor Phil Dilks stood there and waited for somebody to cross. In fact, quite a few people, the car just ignored it to carry on. So I think I will come back again to these safety things where highways should really put the thinking caps in terms of really providing safety for the people. I would suppose this application, if it comes, to really revising that and providing a good safety ground. We have got this development on the south side of that on St. Martin's Park that's going to come through, and people will access probably through that and the pedestrian walkways onto the Priory Road to go to Morrison's, to go to a Sainsbury's or to any other shops or to the town centre. So I would really like this to be taken forward, especially from Lincolnshire Highways. Thank you.
Thank you, Harish. Next speaker in the debate, please.
Councillor Judy Stevens.
Councillor Stevens, Judy.
Thank you. Actually, I haven't been on the site visit. I do know Stamford quite well, but I have listened to the debate with a completely open mind, because obviously as a substitute I haven't been privy to all of the site visits and the preamble that you've had. But listening to the presentations today, what strikes me is that we've chosen a piece of land which is yet to be developed, which is totally probably unsuitable for development, and we're going to put on there, however, is it 31 houses, and call them affordable, and then praise ourselves and pat ourselves on the back because we're giving cheek by jowl houses to people who can't otherwise afford a house. I don't think that's a particularly laudable thing to be doing, actually. It's certainly not something that I want to give my name to. The only argument that I've heard this afternoon, which has any strength, seems to be from one of the objectors who has looked into the floodplain and the probability of flooding in this particular area. And again, I wouldn't say I'm that old, but I can remember flooding, fairly bad flooding, certainly in Bath Row and in other areas not far from here. And it does seem to me to be logical that the more you push development and leave take away areas that can act as a sort of floodplain, the more dangerous it's going to be going forward. And, you know, we are in a situation where we are in extreme climate change. So where we have got an opportunity to perhaps give a little bit of a green lung to Stamford in this area, instead of, you know, as we are doing, it seems to me we've opened the cookie jar and we've all got our hands in it. I really don't think that we should be building actually on this particular piece of land. So I personally won't. And the other thing I would say is that obviously there's been a huge amount of local objection to this application. The neighbourhood plan is against it, and I think if we, you know, the neighbourhood plan is nearly made in Stamford, and of all the work and the public consultations and that has to happen in order to put a neighbourhood plan together, I do think we should at least give that a nod at this stage, even if it hasn't passed the referendum just yet and been totally made. But I know that Stamford have been working on their neighbourhood plan for some considerable time. So yeah, no, I'm really very disappointed that this has come forward at all, actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Next speaker in the debate.
Councillor Rosemary Cabery-Brown.
Councillor Rosemary Cabery-Brown. Rosemary, please.
Yes, sorry, couldn't get myself unmuted. Well, Judy, surprisingly enough, excuse me, has said just about everything I was going to say, with the exception that I always go by the feeling of the people and the residents. I cannot see why on earth we have to choose this one piece of land, which has got historic value to it. To me, it is just being greedy. We're taking the land away from people that have been using it for years as a public footpath and dog walking area. Equally, we know that they have applied for village garden status, or whatever we call it.
Village green.
Village green status. So therefore, I would definitely vote against this. I think we should at least give the residents the right to see if they get the village green status. So in other words, we certainly don't try to rush it forward, as it appears to me that might be why the developers have got it on the market at the moment, or pushing it forward. And also to say that it's only the gardens that would be affected. This is what Phil said about in the floodplain. It might only be the gardens, but that can be jolly disheartening. And not only that, people are taking a pride in their gardens. They're spending a lot of money on them, and they think they're going to be sold a house that you could say probably in 3 years' time, on quite a regular basis, this will be covered in water. Anything you've put in will rot, and you won't have a decent garden. So, I mean, I'm just speaking from the heart as usual. I definitely think that this development should not take place. I really do feel that very strongly. So I will be voting against it.
Thank you, Rosemary. Thank you, Rosemary. Next speaker in debate, please.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
Councillor Milnes, Penny, please.
Yes, thank you. I say I have some very serious concerns about this development. Just looking at the local plan, Windfall and the MPPF, suitable sites. Is this a suitable site? SP2 of the local plan doesn't compromise the nature and character of the area. Our local plan about Stamford, noted for its heritage and its medieval character, of which these meadows are part of that setting. And in 3.29, the capacity and limits to growth study was to ensure the existing heritage and other important features were protected from inappropriate development options by identifying the less constrained and strategic opportunities for sensitive growth of the town, which we've got, the northern allocations and St Martin's Park, etc. This site was excluded as too constrained. We've got the Grade 1 St Leonard's Priory, flood, and the requirement by the residents to try and have this as open space. It also conflicts with policy EN3. And again, we've got a neighbourhood plan that's people have worked very hard on for years, being put on one side, trumped, should I say, again. And yet we're seeing signals of what the residents want to achieve here with a village green status for this piece of land. And I just wonder, you know, are we being trumped again? It's a bit like the Morton argument, except this isn't entry level, this is affordable. And we do have other allocations, and some have been built. There is significant weight, I think, should be given to the harm to the setting of that Grade 1 St Leonard's Priory and the medieval setting. And very important policies we've got on that as well. But there's also harm to the residents' aspirations here that we know are coming forward. And like previous speakers, I think we ought to respect that. I feel this application is premature in that respect. And when it comes to significant public benefits, whose public benefits? You know, there's some affordable housing, but there's also public benefits to be gained by precious open space in Stamford, in those meadows by the river. This is very important space. It's not just any old bit of building land. So, yeah, I think we should take all those things into account. And if I'm told that we are going to be trumped again, I'm putting a box on my head to say we've been boxed in again. I do apologise about that. Maybe nobody saw it. But
excuse me, they do say a picture's worth 1,000 words, Penny.
Yes, yes, well done.
Are there any more speakers in the debate, please?
Councillor Phil Dilks.
Councillor Dilks, Phil, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I went on the site visit. I'd read in the papers about this. I didn't know the site before I went on the site visit. I've read all the papers. I've seen the video, and I realise that this application is a balance, and we're told it is a balance between a number of affordable homes that would have a benefit to the community. And I, for one, don't want to deny anyone a decent home. I think that's fundamental, absolutely. But they have to be in the right place. And there are other tranches of affordable homes, as we know, coming through in the Stamford, in the plans for Stamford. So this is a balance between the benefit of the affordable homes and the loss of the valued green space on the riverside there. I just want to say on the floodplain, I have come to the conclusion that the floodplain is, as I think it was Councillor Wheeler said, it is a red herring in my view. Sorry, that the affordable homes is a red herring. Moving on to the floodplain, however, I just wanted to give a little anecdote. I served in the Territorial Army for 20 years, and I was only called up once, and I was called up to go and help evacuate some people from a brand new housing estate that had been built in Peterborough on the banks of the River Nene on a floodplain. And we were told, and one chap, we took him out in the middle of the night, loaded him onto the back of a 4-ton lorry, took him down the TA centre, and he said, but they told us it had only flooded in 100 years. He said, I've only lived there 12 months. It happens. So what's persuaded me on this application is the neighbourhood plan. And the question that I asked, and I thank Phil Jordan for the answer, that we can't give any weight to the full plan, to the neighbourhood plan today, or we can only give little weight because it's not yet adopted. But surely we're talking about building houses here that are going to last for, hopefully, for generations, if they're not flooded out, but for generations. Surely we can wait a few months to actually see if this neighbourhood plan is going to be adopted, and likewise the Village Green application, which I also hear. But let me just say what Phil Jordan did, and I thank him for his answer, that if and when it is adopted, and I've got to say it does look as if it will be adopted in my view, it will carry full weight, not just a little weight, it will carry full weight and will be stronger than any material consideration. I find that very persuasive. And there was a reason this site wasn't in the local plan for housing. It's not suitable. I looked at when I did the site visit, I looked at the field, and I looked at the houses behind us. Is it Bowman Mews? Forgive me, Bowman Mews that's been built.
You're right, Phil. Bowman Mills.
Yeah, and I said at the time to colleagues, well, what makes this application stronger is the fact that we've already allowed these houses on this greenfield site here, Bowman Mews, behind us. I didn't know at the time, and it wasn't pointed out, but it has been by the objectors today, that was on a brownfield site. That makes a big difference. This site we're looking at today is not a brownfield site. It is a very green site. I'm very concerned at the what Councillor Harris raised about the highways document from some years ago. I think he said that the highways department did say some time ago in a similar application that there would need to be substantial improvements to the road network before this sort of application was approved. For that reason alone, it should be, in my view, deferred at least. However, listening to the other members of the committee so far, I am of a mind to, I do agree that it's premature, the application is premature. I listen, as Rosemary Cabry-Brown and others do, to the feeling of local people. Local people know best in these things. It may not be a planning consideration, a material consideration, but they know best. And I've got to say, I think the Cecil Estate Family Trust, I'm sure they wouldn't mind waiting for at least a few months for this application, if they wish to resubmit it, if it is refused today, to actually resubmit it possibly after, in an amended version, after all these other things have been taken into account: the highways, the neighbourhood plan, and the village green. Thank you. I'm minded to propose refusal, given the comments of other members, but I'm happy to listen to the rest of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you,
Can
Phil.
I come in, Mr. Chairman, and say that I would second...
Jackie, just wait. Rosemary, please. Naomi, the next speaker, please.
Councillor Ian Selby.
Councillor Selby, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't on the site visit, just like Councillor Judy Stevens. I was for COVID reasons. However, I've got Google Maps open at the moment, Mr. Chairman. And when you look at Google Maps, you can see just exactly why this is such a valuable piece of open ground for the town. It really does emphasise it when you look at Google Maps. Now, as you know, I spoke earlier today, Mr. Chairman, for affordable housing and saying the more the better. However, as Phil said, and he took the words out of my mouth, this is in the wrong place, in my view. I believe it was said earlier, I think, as in one of the presentations, that there's 30% of affordable houses already being proposed for the area, in the substantial amount of housing that's already been allocated for the area. However, now the neighbourhood plan, not as it's not been adopted yet, in my view then, Mr. Chairman, this is clearly a case of putting the cart before the horse. And it certainly needs deferring until that has come to fruition, in my view. So this is a really premature application. But I'll say this finally, in summary, Mr. Chairman, is why is Stamford such a desirable town to live in? And the reason for that is, and we've seen it over many years, Mr. Chairman, it's because the people of Stamford, they know how to look after their town, they know how to speak up and fight for it, and that's why it is such a wonderful town and one of the best in the country without a shadow of doubt. The people of this town, they certainly need supporting with their views on this one, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Well said, Ian.
Thank you, Ian. Any members who haven't already spoken, Naomi?
Councillor Jackie Smith and Councillor Robert Reid.
Right, Jackie, Councillor Smith, Jackie, please.
Thank you. Yes, I'd just like to come back to this flooding business. My husband was in the water business for over 50 years. I married him and we were together for 30 years. And during that time, he taught me an awful lot about flooding, about water, rivers, and all the rest of it. He was one of those that went out and helped to rescue people when we had the floods in 1953. As I said earlier, for the last 10 years, I've had floods of about 18 to 20 inches as a regular feature in a garden. And I have had to restart my garden about 4 or 5 times because it's killed everything. We shouldn't be able to do that. This is a new site, and for heaven's sake, don't let's make that sort of mistake, because it's absolutely awful when you have your homes flooded, your gardens flooded. And to say that they've done it to 100 years, 100 years was a feature that was used at the turn of the century. Nowadays, they consider it something as much, much more, because they know that the amount of rain we are now getting, and we've only got to look at some of the terrible storms we've had this year, and those haven't been too bad really. And look at the way that the flooding is affected in other areas. We are heading for an awful lot of water, and it's about time that we started to take it much more seriously. And it's not just a question of saying it'll soak away. If you've got that much water on land, it won't necessarily soak away, because we've got a lot of rock beneath us and you can't get water into rock. And that is one of the reasons why in this part of the world we have a lot more problems, because we've got a lot of granite underneath us, and that does not allow the water to flow away very quickly. I think we should say, no, you can't put houses there. It's not suitable. And if you're inviting people who are going into houses and being very proud of it, and then find that the next thing is that they've got water coming up to it, no, that is immoral. And I think we should really just say, no, that's it. And let's think of somewhere else where we can do it, or put in a proper flood relief system for that area before you do anything else.
Thank you, Jackie. Are there any new members who haven't spoken yet?
Yes, Councillor. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not asking the members, Mike. I'm asking Naomi, who's controlling the chat box and the list of speakers.
I'll try to put it in the chat box, but nothing happens.
I've not seen anything come up, Councillor Erikston. I have got Councillor Robert Reid, who I don't believe has spoken in the debate yet.
I'm going to support Mike there. I've had the same problem today 3 or 4 times. It hasn't come up, so I've had to put it in again, and then it's come up. So there is a problem, if I might say so.
Thank you, Phil. Councillor Reid has deferred to Mike Exton, so if you want to come in now, Mike.
Better put my camera on as well, which you don't particularly want to see that. But no, there's been a lot of talk about flooding. I think nowadays it's not the danger actually from the river as such as what it used to be, because the Environment Agency have done a lot of work on it. But there's a lot of problems coming from north of the town with the hidden springs. I can remember being the chairman of the Stamford Town Council Cemetery and Allotments a few years ago, the actual allotments flooded from hidden springs. Now, a lot of these hidden springs come from the north of the town, Conduit Road and various places. But in between, years ago, there used to be allotments which used to soak up the water. Now, these days, those allotments and areas aren't available now. So I'm sure that if you get a certain amount of water and rain that Councillor Smith might be on about, you're still going to get some flooding from the hidden springs. I don't know whether the developers have thought about this or the district council have thought about it, but the problem for flooding will certainly not come from the river. But why would the generating board put a substation, major substation, on the edge of a river if it's going to flood? But majority of the problems through the flooding will come from hidden springs further north of the town. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mike. Councillor Reid, who's been very, very patient.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This application is very complex in its composition. Penny's symbol of boxed in is something that we as committee members are going to have to appraise individually in actually making a decision. Principally, there are four considerations that we have been specifically steered towards in-depth evaluation. I'll go quickly through them and then I'll come back to them each time. Green space, heritage, flooding, and elsewhere. The green space where we sit today, there is an application, I understand, with LCC for Village Green, but it's only an application stage, and we don't have any consideration other than to know that there's an application being made. Heritage. Well, as has been said by many members, and I'd like to add my vote of thanks to Phil Jordan for the in-depth amount of work he's done to try and help us do an evaluation of this application. And I've been through all of the remarks and all of the replies. However, his recommendation is still for approval. Flooding. Yes, our common sense and our hearts tell us that there is a potential danger of flooding with a very long time ago, historic evidence, but it was a very long time ago. Now, the agencies, the Environment Agency, flooding, and all the other agencies tell us that there is no consideration of exposure. That is their advice. Elsewhere, we have carefully made sure we understand where we are with the neighbourhood plan, and we know that from that the legal position of the neighbourhood plan at the moment doesn't hold as a lot of weight. So we have to, if we approve the application, it would be with the officer's recommendations. If we are minded to refuse under these COVID and virtual committee meetings and protocol, then we shall have to, we shall have a cooling off period. When that cooling off period has taken place, we are then going to be in the hands of the head of development management and the legal officer to think if our reasons are defendable. The trouble is, in defence, in the stages that I've gone through, I'm really struggling to actually be able to uphold with the application that is before us today, which we have no jurisdiction on. The application is here for a legal decision with us members today. So we can't just wait or leave it, because that's not within the capacity. It is in a certain time zone of application. Okay, we could leave it and the applicants could have a refund through the planning process on their application. We might even think that that's money well spent, but it still leaves us with the situation of what we've got to do. And boxed in, Penny, is exactly how I feel. I really feel boxed in. From my point of view, boxed in is that I will listen to a proposition for refusal, but it has got to be commiserate with policy for a refusal to be upstanding. And I would listen and will help support a refusal, but I'm personally struggling to put a recommendation of that forward myself. So I'm not the greatest man in the world. I'm like the rest of you. I'm all trying my best. And the best about a committee is we all rely on each other. We all rely on each other so that we get a weighted decision between all of us. But I'm really sorry, guys. I can't help us, myself, much greater than what I've actually said. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Are there any more speakers in the debate, please, Naomi?
Councillor Harish Bisnal Singh and Rosemary Cabery Brown have requested to speak, although I believe they may have already spoken into debate.
They have indeed. Harish, very quickly, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do agree everything with what has been said, especially Councillor Dirks and Councillor Reid just said. Everybody has said there's big concern about this particular development. It's a greenfield site, it's a small site. I think it's just a tiny little site. But what I'm going to quote to you, this is a document that is come. It was a consultation document that was issued by the Lincolnshire County Council, the highways consultation for the SK local plan for 2012 to 2026. You know, that was done in October 2009. And in that, the highways authorities serious concerns in relation to this site, Wharf Road and Cherry Holt Road, are not suitable to serve development. More highways improvements required for it, including signalizations, existing zebra crossing. This is not likely to be supported without substantial mitigations work.
Councillor Bisnal Singh, I'm ever so sorry to interrupt. Can you just clarify for us what you're reading from, please?
I'm reading from a pink paper. This is STM. It's a side reference, right? It's STM 07.
Okay, Councillor Bisnal Singh, you need to stop holding that in front of the camera, please, and you need to stop referring to that confidential information in the meeting.
What year is that document, Harish?
This document is in 2009, October 2009.
So we're 11 years away.
Yes, but it's what has actually changed from Lincolnshire, from the Highways Authority, from then, 11 years ago, to now, where they said that this site is not likely to be supported because it does mentions about the water mains and sewer crossing the site, scheduled monuments of the site, prone to flooding, identified flood zones.
Okay, Harish, I think going back 11 years, we really need to balance that with what might have been done in terms of roadworks or other improvements to the area in 11 years. I think while I can understand where you're coming from, 11 years ago is a long while ago to be quoting from a document. I think you'd need to update it for it to carry any real weight. Is my humble opinion.
Well, the thing is, what is Lincoln's highways? Why have they got an amnesia that this is what was a recommendation? And now,
Chairman, please stop. This is not legal.
Well, I wouldn't, not a legal man, and wouldn't like to rule on it. Mandy, do you have an opinion?
Yes, my opinion is that it's a confidential document anyway, and regardless as to how old it is, it should not be in the public domain. It's a confidential paper.
Thank you for that. So we'll move on from there, Harish. Rather than let you dig yourself a deeper hole, I think it would be advisable to move on to the next speaker, please, which I think was Rosemary Cabry Brown.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Well, after the recent few remarks, may I say we all know that the Lincolnshire County Council do not move very quickly. So even if it was 11 years ago, and I'm making a joke of this, I suppose, I doubt if they've done anything at all in 11 years, because the highways do not work very quickly. But my main point here is, yes, I agree a lot with what Robert says, Councillor Robert Reid, but it's no good saying we dug into a hole. We're the planning department, and whether we like it or not, we have to do the best for our electorate. The electorate of Stamford are trying to protect a piece of land, and I do believe quite sincerely that if they've applied for village green status, they will eventually get it. And who are we? And I do not feel that we should do this. I don't think any decision should be made today other than to refuse it. And I feel quite strongly about that, and I hope the rest of the committee are with me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mandy, you want to come in here?
Yes, if I could just respond to what Councillor Cabry Brown has just said. I just want to remind members that planning law requires that planning applications should be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So whilst you can take material considerations into account and listen to all the representations made, it strictly is in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise.
Thank you for that, Mandy.
Thank you, Chairman.
Who is anybody from the committee who has not spoken has indicated they wish to speak?
I believe Councillor Helen Crawford has not yet spoken in debate and wishes to speak.
Councillor Crawford, Helen, please.
Hello, thank you. I understand what Councillor Cabry Brown is saying, but we as a council and planning have to work within the constraints we are given. And constraints we are given, we can only work and take into consideration material objections. And some of the objections that have been given in a long list, a lot of them were not material objections. I am also concerned with the access out onto the road. It is a bad junction. There are no crossings for people to use to get from one side or the other, and it is a very busy road. That is highways, again, haven't listened to problems and issues with highways safety. This is a very hard decision. I'm sitting on the fence at the minute, but I'm really not sure where to go with this. We have to work within the constraints. We can't take any notice, even though we would all dearly love to probably take notice of the neighbourhood plan. But as that hasn't been voted on, we can't do that. Again, with the green space, that hasn't come to fruition, so we can't go with that. We can only deal with what's happening now, not what may happen in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Helen. Naomi, any further members who wish to speak?
Councillor Penny Milnes and Councillor Phil Dilts have requested to speak again, and Phil Moore has asked if he can make a comment on the Village Green issue.
Okay. Well, I am conscious that we have probably been considering this item now for coming on for 2 years. Could somebody please turn the mic off if they wish to make a fuss of the dog? Thank you. Right, I've lost my thread now. So we've got Penny Milnes, Phil Dilks, So Penny, Councillor Mills, Penny, please.
Yes, thank you. The way I'm trying to look at it now, let's boil it down to two facts. One is the development plan, and one is the great weight given to the public benefit of affordable housing. So, as I said before, there are some policies in our neighbourhood plan and the NPPF which this proposal goes against. So, does it mean that we are, and that includes a grade 1 listed building and its setting, and all the heritage and open space features of Stamford? So when we have affordable housing allocations in Stamford, it begs the question again, doesn't it? Is it because it's affordable housing that we are being made to feel we have to approve this because this is the absolutely the top public benefit? Or if it had been any other housing, would we not be being told that? And also, the Stamford Neighbourhood Plan, I know it's not quite there yet, but it has to concur with our local plan. So their policies will be backing up our local plan policies, which we already have policies about protecting green space and residents, again, public benefits that they are claiming. So yes, it's premature, but we do know that it does have to be in concurrence with our local plan. So again, it is this, are we being trumped by affordable housing? We know we've got the allocations, there's plenty of it in Stamford and in the district. So, this is where the moral arguments get a bit complicated, don't they? And we're being told our local plan, I don't know sometimes why we have this local plan, can just be ignored because affordable housing trumps it.
Okay, I'm conscious now that we are perhaps going a little bit round in circles insofar as we are repeating what we've said before or other members have said. So if you can bear that in mind, please. Councillor Dilks, you wish to come back, Phil?
Yes, thank you. I wish to make a proposal. The reason, there was a good reason it wasn't in the local plan. It's not suitable. I've said that already. I am minded, I hear what Councillor Reid says as Cabinet Member for Housing. I have been asked to seek legal advice on whether any of us, but particularly the Cabinet Member for Development, who has a responsibility to deliver the target on affordable homes for the council. I just wonder, is there a conflict of interest there? I just seek that clarification. But meanwhile, I would be happy to propose, Chairman, to move us on, that the committee is minded to refuse this application, and that we invoke the cooling off period to allow members to prepare the reasons for refusal. I hear what Councillor Reid says about look, would be in the hands of the head of planning, but at least let's try as members to come up with those reasons and put them to the head of planning and see if we can do that. There is clearly a consensus across the committee to refuse this application, and I make that proposal, Mr. Chairman, and seek a seconder. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. There are two other people wish to speak. I'm going to ask for if there is a seconder before. I think Mike Exton. I did see Councillor Business Singh, I think, some while ago in the chat box.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will second Councillor Deal's proposal.
Okay, thank you very much, Harish.
Mr. Chairman, I think you might be muted.
Sorry, I did mute myself. I'm getting too quick at that. So there's Mike Exton, there's Robert Reid, and I think it's Phil Moore that wants to come back just on the question of the village green. I'm going to take those three and then we're going to go to a vote. So Mike Exton. Councillor Exton, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was just a bit of information, probably regarding the entrance to Priory Road. When the Bowman site was built, LCC put double yellow lines down and put a mini roundabout at the bottom of Brasenose Lane, especially for that site. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Mike. Councillor Reid, Robert.
Thank you, Chair. I haven't indicated which way that I'm going to vote. I've just simply outlined where I feel as a committee member we actually are. I am minded, listening to further debate, to suggest that we could make a deferral on further evaluation of the green space.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
And so thank you very much. I've made a proposal and Councillor Ian Selby has seconded that. Thank you very much. Just before closing, the conflict of interest that has been mentioned in the debate today, I will take up a dimension with the our legal officer, Shaheen, to just make sure to seek clarification. I understand that one of my fellow members hasn't made it vindictively. It is a concern that he has. I feel my value and support to my committee members means everything to me, but I wouldn't want to compromise or jeopardise anybody this afternoon.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Robert. So we have we've got three propositions really. Well, oh, sorry, Phil Moore to come back, please.
Oh, thanks, Chairman. And I'm just so people are aware, Will Richards has left the meeting because his wife's not very well. So I'm just stepping in for him for the committee meeting. Just on a technical point on the Village Green issue. Just to make it absolutely clear to members that village green legislation or the designation of land as a village green is entirely separate from planning legislation. So if the committee were to grant planning permission for this proposal, it would not override a successful application for the land to become a village green. It's almost like the difference between planning and building regulations. They're two separate things. One doesn't override the other. And also, just somebody mentioned that because an application had been made, it was almost inevitable that it would be approved. Just urging a caution on that. There has been other applications for village greens in the district which looked like they had a good chance of success, which weren't successful. So it's just to kind of direct members away from using the village green thing as a reason for refusal, because that in itself, whilst there may be other reasons that might stand up, that one would be very difficult to defend.
A bit tenuous, as you might say, Philip.
Right.
A silly question. So we give approval, the developer gets on the land and builds, and then they get village green status. Where does that take it?
That's a good question. I'd have to check the legislation whether a pending village green application has the same effect as a designation of a village green in terms of sort of a moratorium on development on that land. I'm not sure. I suspect it probably does if there's an outstanding application.
So that might lend an argument to deferral rather than refusal.
Not necessarily, Chairman.
Okay, I'm just thinking aloud, if you like. So, Mandy, we've got the officer recommendation for approval with conditions. We have got a motion proposed and seconded to refuse. We've got a motion proposed and seconded to defer. Would I be right in saying we go for the refusal one first and see where we get with that, and then take the deferral?
Other way around, I would have thought.
No.
No, the other way around.
No, why, Jackie? Because I put a, if I'm right, I put a. Mr.
Hang on, we're not legal. I'm asking a legal opinion, and then if we need a discussion, we'll take a discussion, Phil.
Okay,
My own view is we take the first motion first, and the second motion second, and I'm getting the thumbs up for that from Joe Toomey and now from Mandy. So the motion that we're going to vote on immediately is your motion, Phil, for refusal, which was seconded by Harish. But before we go to that vote, Penny Milnes has said, can she ask a question? And for clarity, yes, Penny, but please be brief.
Very quickly, yes. As Robert's deferral reason was for further evaluation of the green space, can we have clarification on what that means? Is that the only reason we're deferring it for, or has Phil Moore answered that question?
Surely we'll deal with that after we've, if necessary, after we've dealt with the refusal proposition.
Yes.
Just that it's an option for people, isn't it? If they.
But at the moment, we are the proposal that we're going to vote on is that the committee is minded to refuse. So I think I'll take that and see where we go with that before we move on. So if we could ask Shelley to go through the members voting on Phil Dilks's motion for refusal.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, for minded to refuse. I beg your pardon. It's minded to refuse.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Harish Bisnath-Singh.
For.
Councillor John Cottier. Councillor Cottier.
Can't hear you, John.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Helen Crawford.
Abstain.
What have you been upstairs for?
Councillor Mike Exton.
Against.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
For.
Councillor Mrs Rosemary Cabry Brown.
For.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
For.
Councillor Robert Reid.
Against.
Councillor Ian Selby.
This is a tough one, this is. It's a spin of a coin, this is.
Go on, Ian.
Oh dear. Come on, let's go for refusal then.
So that's 4, thank you. Councillor Jackie Smith.
For refusal.
Good.
Councillor Judy Stevens.
Yes, for refusal. Can I just ask, did Mike Exton mean against? Can I query his vote? Because I think it's quite confusing. Just to
Sorry, Judy, he did vote against.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, so I voted for. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairman, Councillor Bob Adams. Chairman?
I beg your pardon. I keep muting myself. Abstain.
Thank you, Chairman.
Has somebody left the meeting? Because that is only 12.
We received apologies from Councillor Charmaine Morgan without
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yes. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Naomi. So we have 4, 7, against 3, and 1 and 2 abstentions.
Thank you, Shelley.
Mr. Chairman, please may I just jump in, as the committee have voted for the proposition to be minded to refuse the application. I just need to remind committee members, I know it's been referred to by Councillor Reid already, but this will invoke the calling off period as set out in the Council's constitution. So those committee members who have voted in favour of the proposition will have 5 working days to provide the Head of Development Management with the reasons for their refusal, together with the supporting evidence. The application will then be brought back to a future meeting, and in light of any additional information provided at that meeting, members of the committee will be empowered to determine the application without being fettered by their vote at this present meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Naomi. I'm going to suggest we have a quick 5-minute comfort break. Agenda item 8 has been withdrawn, and when we come back we will move to agenda item 9. And my apologies to members of the public who are still with us. These meetings do tend to go on a little bit, but we will keep it as short as we possibly can. So just a 5-minute comfort break and then we'll resume. Good afternoon, members and members of the public.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Let me turn that on. Shelley, can we have just a quick roll call, please, to make sure we're all in attendance?
Certainly, Chairman. Councillor Mike Exton.
Yeah, here.
Councillor Harish Bisnal Singh.
Present.
Councillor Ian Selby.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Phil Dilks.
Councillor Dilks.
I was turned off. I'm here, present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackie Smith.
Present.
Councillor and Mrs. Rosemary Cabry Brown.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Penny Milnes.
Present.
Councillor Robert Reid.
Present.
Councillor Judy Stevens.
Present.
Councillor Helen Crawford.
Present.
Councillor John Cottier.
Present.
Chair, Councillor Bob Adams.
Present. Thank you for that, Shelley. So we can now move on to application number 9, S200093. Chris Brown, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, Planning Committee. Please bear with me a second while I load up my presentation. Chairman, I'd be grateful if you could please let me know when the presentation is loaded up.
Will do, Chris. Yes, it's up and running.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Planning Committee. This application is for the proposed erection of a building for dog agility training classes. The key issues are considered to be the principle of development, the impact on the character of the area, and impact on neighbouring amenity. The application site is located to the east of Bourne by a considerable distance, north of the hamlet of 20, and with the site access from North Drove. Zooming in slightly closer again, the site is located to the north of the existing buildings on site and located within the open countryside. Again, a further low-level aerial view of the site shows the existing site, the existing buildings consisting of a single dwelling and existing agricultural outbuildings on the site, which will be shown in the following pictures. And this is the red line of the application site showing the location of the proposed building, which I'll come back to with the site plans at the end. But just for context, I'll flick back to the existing aerial view of the site and then the red line plan. Moving on to the pictures. This is now the view, this is the view south from the entrance to the site, looking back towards 20 along North Drove. This is now the view of the site from, so I've now driven north past the site and looking back to the site, so where the existing building will be located in the centre of this picture. The existing dog agility training equipment you can see there located outside will be moved inside to the new building as proposed. This is the same field. Again, if I jump back one, it's the same hedge line to show that the building will be located within that hedge line you can see there that follows the whole boundary of the field. Now, a further zoomed out picture of the site from North Drove. Again, you can see the location of the building where the existing dog agility training equipment is, with the round Dutch barn there in the back of the photo to be demolished and removed. This is the entrance to the site, so this is now stepping in from North Drove into the existing farmyard, with the site to be located down and straight through the centre of the picture, and take a left at the bottom, just that when the next picture carries on from, which is here. So with this picture here, the building is proposed to the far side of this barn, for this barn to be demolished on site to make way for car parking in front of the proposed building. This picture is now from the far side, so if I jump back, so the next picture is from the other side of that barn, which is to be demolished, with the building to be located directly in the centre of this picture here, so inside the existing hedge line. Again, a block plan of the proposed building. This shows, again, the boundary of the site on the eastern side, which the building will be set 3 metres in from the existing hedge line. The existing building to be demolished, that barn, is directly to the south of where you can see the red line building, with the building proposed to be 54 metres in length and 20 metres in width. Moving on to the block plan, this shows the single building to be erected on the site with car parking immediately in front of the building. Access is two-way from North Drove to the west through the existing site and farmyard, with a suitable turning head provided on request of both County Ways and Lincolnshire Fire and Rescue. The overflow parking, if required, is shown to the side of the access road as you sort of loop around into the towards the building. Moving on to the floor plans and elevations, so this shows the internal floor plan of the building. This is predominantly astroturf throughout, with a small layer of concrete hardstanding to the entrance of the building. The building will be 6.5 metres in height to the ridge and be clad in green cladding. And again, a zoomed-in picture of the floor plan there for you, just showing that the whole building will be astroturf for the dog agility training classes. In terms of evaluation of the application, the principle of development is considered to be acceptable. Whilst located in the open countryside, the site is considered to be a rural diversification project in line with policy SP5 and also rural enterprise in line with policy E7. The proposal is for a building of an agricultural barn in appearance to be sited within an agricultural landscape. The building will be visible from the 8151 main road to the south, which runs through the centre of the hamlet of 20. However, this is at a distance of approximately 800 metres away and seen against a backdrop of other farmsteads and equine uses, as seen in those pictures. The proposal is for dog agility training classes only, with operation on the site for pre-booked training classes and no more than 5 classes per day. There are to be no dogs kept on site beyond their booked classes, and no kennels are proposed as part of the application. No objections have been received to the proposal, with neighbouring dwellings located over 350 metres away from the proposal to the south and 460 metres away from the proposal to the north. The application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to conditions. I'll hand back to you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chairman.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Here we go. Thank you. Thank you for that, Chris. There are no public speakers for this application. Does any member of the Planning Committee have any questions for the case officer, please? If that's the case, we'll go straight to the vote. The recommendation is to approve conditionally. I'm happy to move that. Do I have a seconder, please?
I have a question.
Sorry?
I do have a question, Chair. Sorry.
Okay, Helen, sorry, I was probably moved a bit too quickly there, so go ahead, please.
Sorry. Where the building is going to be built, is that still agricultural use land?
Chris?
Yes, it is, Councillor Crawford, yes.
So do they not need to apply to have that land planning to turn it from agricultural to something else?
No, effectively that's covered as part of the proposed building. So the proposed building is set out for dog agility training purposes.
Right, thank you. And can I ask another question? Is that all right?
Dare I stop you?
Yes, you can.
Yes, Helen.
There's parking spaces for 24 cars. And there could be 5 classes a day. And if all cars were there, that's nearly 125 cars per day going down, again, a very narrow road. There's no passing spaces. So I've queries about the highways.
Okay, just to come back, so I'm happy to come back on your question, Councillor. So in terms of the parking arrangements, so there will be a maximum of 5 classes a day. Each class will be 2 hours in length, and there'll be a gap of a minimum of 30 minutes between each class. Each class will only have a maximum of 8 dogs per class, so that suggests a maximum of 8 cars per class. So there'd be effectively 8 cars arriving for each 2-hour slot. Some may arrive and then drop a dog off and leave, but I think the idea is because it's dog agility training, most owners would stay with their dog for the 2 hours. So effectively a car would arrive, stay for 2 hours and then leave. There would then be a minimum of a half an hour break before potentially another 8 cars maximum would arrive for the next class, and that would happen up to a maximum of 5 a day. So it's only a maximum of 8 dogs per class, and a maximum of 5 classes per day. So in terms of the highways movements, it will be very low highways movements. I appreciate what you're saying about the road up North Drove is single lane, but it will be a 2-way access in and out of the site. So for instance, there won't be a blockage of cars coming from the proposed building blocking North Drove. It'll effectively be sort of a line of cars going in and a line of cars going out. But that level of numbers of cars on what's a very, very, very quiet road is not considered to have a cumulative impact on that road or further down towards the A151.
Thank you. But didn't I read somewhere that they hope to do competitions there? So hence that's why they probably need 24 plus car parking spaces.
That's not proposed as part of this application. So there are conditions for the application in terms of the hours of use, for instance. If they wanted to intensify the use, then that would potentially have to come back as part of a future application.
Right.
But at the moment, it's proposed just for dog agility training classes.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, Helen. Okay, any other speakers, please, Naomi?
I believe Councillor Phil Dilks would like to speak.
Oh, you're very kind, because it keeps coming up saying it won't accept it. I don't know if it's come up 4 times, but I put it in 4 times. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This application is clearly in open countryside. There's one coming up later in the agenda, a similar application for open air dogs in my ward that is not in open countryside and not in a rural area. This one, though, in 20, clearly is in open countryside. I noticed that there's going to be a building, so the training will take place indoors. So any near neighbours would be shielded from any noise made by the dogs. And so I'm not surprised that, given that we're told that the nearest neighbours are 350 metres away in one direction and 460 metres away in the other direction, I'm not surprised there's no objections. I'd be very happy to second. I think you made a proposal, Mr. Chairman. I'd be very happy to second the proposal. It is clearly rural diversification. That's what it's all about, and that's not supposed to be in the middle of a vibrant village, as this clearly isn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Yes, you're right. I was quite happy to move the recommendation. Any other speakers, please, Naomi?
Councillor Judy Stevens.
Judy, questions?
Just quickly, my phone's quick. Just to say that I didn't know why this had been brought up, because it seems like a no-brainer to me. Perfect. 20s really could use the development, and yeah, absolutely, it's spot on. Don't know why it's been brought to the committee, but yes, thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Any further questions or speakers?
Not to speak, Chairman, but I'm happy to come back on Councillor Stevens' point over why it's come to committee.
Yes, please, Chris.
The reason being is technically a major application, Councillor Stevens. So the building proposed is over 1,000 square metres. It's actually 1,080 square metres in footprint, so it's only just over the major threshold, but technically it's a major application, so that's why it's had to come forward to committee.
Okay, Judy. Okay, we'll move on. Any further speakers, Naomi?
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you. It has been proposed and seconded. Shelley, can you do the usual with the vote, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Harish Bisnow Singh.
For.
Councillor John Cottier.
For.
Councillor Helen Crawford.
For.
Mike Exton.
For.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
For.
Councillor Mrs Rosemary Cabry-Brown.
For.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
For.
Apologies from Councillor Morgan. Councillor Robert Reid.
For.
Councillor Ian Selby.
For.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
For.
Councillor Judy Stevens.
Yes, 4, thank you.
Chairman, Councillor Bob Adams.
4.
You're muted, Chairman.
Sorry, that sounds as though it was unanimous.
Certainly was. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So can we now move on to, if I can get my paper sorted out properly, application number 10, S200383, which is in the hands of Stephen Cadman, please.
Okay, Chair, excuse me, Chair, before we proceed on this application, sorry for the interruption, Chairman.
All right.
Earlier on, there was a declaration of interest from Councillor Judy Stevens.
I think it relates to another one, Mandy.
Apologies, Chairman, sorry.
So if we can move on to then item 10 on the agenda, 0383, Stephen Cadman, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. If you just bear with me, I'll try and load up the presentation. Yeah, it'd be good if you can let me know when that appears. It'd be great.
It's appeared.
That's great. Okay, so this is application number S20/0383. It's for construction of a new estate yard at the Grimsthorpe Castle estate. It's basically a kind of courtyard shaped arrangement with fairly substantial sheds for the storage of equipment, vehicles, machinery. There are also workshops and space for staff to eat and clean up after working, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's at a former piggery site on the estate. Okay, so the key issues raised are the principle of development, the impact on heritage assets, because it's immediately adjacent to a Grade 1 listed registered historic park stroke garden, that being the Grimsthorpe Castle estate itself. So any potential visual impacts on that are very important. Also ecology and biodiversity, because there's a triple SI on the estate as well. Yes, I think this satellite photo is perhaps the most useful slide in terms of showing the issues for the site. I might just see if I can bring up a laser pointer here. I know they sometimes don't seem to work terribly well with Skype, but I'll give it a go anyway. So the site itself is outlined with a red line there. It's about 1.2 kilometres, which would be about 3/4 of a mile away from Swinstead village, which is to the northwest of the site. It's about 2.5 kilometres, or about 1.5 miles from the stately home at Grimsthorpe Castle itself. You wouldn't expect to be able to see it on a satellite photo, but the ground rises to the northeast of the site, and as you can see on the satellite photo, there's quite extensive wooded areas there. So an important factor is, as you'll see in a photo later on in the presentation, there's no line of sight between the stately home and the site itself. You can't see the site from the stately home, and you can't see the stately home from the site. Other things to mention: this triple SI, the site of special scientific interest, is down here, kind of in amongst the trees. I'll show the outline of that in another slide. Yeah, I mean, a key thing to pick up here is that if you look to the west of the site, the land to the east of the B1176, that's kind of a pleasant landscape, but it's fairly normal for the Lincolnshire countryside. If you look to the southeast of the site, I think it's readily apparent even on this satellite photo that it's quite different down there. This is a highly designed, beautiful parkland type landscape, which is why it's been registered at Grade 1. So any potential impacts on that are important. And And a key thing is that, as I'll hope to show in the photos taken around the site, if you stand on the eastern side of the site, you can see the edge of this area here, which has that kind of typical mixture of trees and grazing land, parkland type appearance. That's clearly visible from the site, and you'd clearly be able to see the site from there if there was no visual screening of any sort introduced. Okay, so a few more slides. This one shows the boundary of the registered historic park and garden. So you can see that the site, which is circled in red, that lies just immediately outside the registered historic garden. And you can see that there's a group of trees to the northeast of the site, and they're just outside that zone as well. This slide just shows the boundaries of the Triple SI. It's to the south, and it's kind of highlighted using red cross hatching, and it includes that area of trees as well. So now there are some photos, and these photos are taken at various locations along the road shown. So there's one taken from location A, which is to the northwest of the site. There's a few taken at location B, which is the site itself, and then locations C and D are further away to the east, getting into the important parkland type area. So this is from the northwest of the site. You can see that it's mostly screened by the hedgerow to the left there. You can just about see there's one of the silos that are currently located on the site, but it's fairly well screened. It's kind of difficult to show the landscape around here, but although you can see the trees of the parkland off to the distance, this is a fairly normal piece of rural Lincolnshire, really, to the west of the site. And this is a site as it currently is. You can see there's a couple of silos. There's a small building over there to the east, and some skips and various other stuff. And there is a former piggery here on the site, and you can still see the concrete pad and so forth from that. Now this is taken at the site, but on the immediate eastern side of the site. So this is taken looking northeast. So this is basically looking towards Grimsthorpe Castle itself, and you can see that the ground rises, and there are lots of trees, and there's no sign of the Grimsthorpe Castle itself. It's visually completely screened from view if you look in that direction. This photograph is taken looking southeast, and unfortunately I'm not a skilled landscape photographer with lots of expensive equipment. This is taken using my mobile phone. But when you stand on the eastern side of the site, you can really see the parkland on either side of this farmhouse here, and you can pick out individual trees and cattle grazing down in that direction. And that means if you were down there on the parkland, that part of the estate, you'd clearly be able to see a substantial development like the one proposed if there was no visual screening intervening. Yeah, this just quickly shows the site as it is at the moment from the western side, really so that in the coming photos taken from the east you can see what's there at the moment. So this is taken from a point just beyond the farmhouse, and it's it's much more obvious if you're standing there than it is in this photo, but you can perhaps see one of the silos highlighted against the skyline, and you can see the roof of that small building that's currently on the site. If you go further away, it's much less obvious. You need to zoom in. If you do that, and you can pick this out when you're actually standing there. You can just about see the existing building, which is much smaller than the ones proposed, and the silos again. So now we've got some drawings of the proposal. It's relatively substantial. So I'll just refer briefly to my notes. Yeah, it's got a footprint of almost a square footprint, which is 70 metres by 65 metres. There's various elements. There's parking and a fuel storage down there. You can see the existing tarmac road to the west of the site. This building here is the largest and most substantial part of the development. It's about 9 metres high. And you can also see these are To the northeast, there's a group of trees that's already there, and there's a forestry agreement to plant additional trees to the east of the site down here. This is the floor plans. Again, there's workshops, there's a space for garaging vehicles and storage. There's an area where staff can eat and get washed up after working, that kind of thing. There's a fuel store over on this side. And yeah, this is the elevations. This one here shows what you would see if you're standing to the east of the site, so that's perhaps the most important. They're fairly substantial buildings. They're typical modern agricultural portal frame buildings, and the materials to be used, it's light grey steel for the roof, dark grey steel for most of the walls, but with some concrete as well, although that takes up less of the elevation. There are smaller areas that using kind of natural timber cladding. So to evaluate the proposal, because it's located in the open countryside, but this is all of the activities on the site would be serving the Grimsthorpe Castle estate, so it would be unreasonable to force this to be built in a settlement. It's in accordance with policies SP5 and E5, which deals with the expansion of existing businesses. If there was an acceptable scheme for planting trees along the east and the south of the site, that would be sufficient to mitigate the visual impact of the proposal. The vehicle access and parking turning, that's acceptable. Natural England are satisfied that there would be no significant impact on ecology, biodiversity and the SSSI. The drainage strategy is acceptable, so it's recommended for approval as indicated in the main report. So if I can just... Okay, so if I can just come out of that.
The chairman's just experiencing a bit of technical difficulty. We're trying to help out, but if members of the committee and members of the public could just bear with us for a minute, please.
Can you hear me, anybody?
Yes.
Yes, we have you back, Mr. Chairman.
But all I've got is I've got nothing else apart from my static photograph.
That's what it should be.
Back where we started.
Oh, have you got?
No, we should get it back.
Back.
Okay, we're back. Sorry about that, members. My apologies. I obviously clicked on something I shouldn't have done. Easily done. Okay, thank you for that, Stephen. Can I get back onto visual? I can't get my picture back on, but at least you can hear me, folks. Thank you for that, Stephen. There are no public speakers. Does anybody have any questions for the case officer, please? Penny, Councillor Milnes.
Yes, thank you.
Can you hear me, Penny?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Penny at 1619 said just asked to speak.
I can hear you.
I believe the chairman might be having some issues with his sound. I can hear Councillor Milnes. Mr. Chairman, can you not hear?
Oh, I've never had this one before.
Yeah. Log off, log back in.
Yeah, if members could just bear with us a minute, please. We're just going to try and sort this out.
Okay, can people hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
We can hear, Bob.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right. Question was, any questions for Stephen Cadman, the case officer?
Penny.
I think Penny, yes.
Yes, thank you. Bearing in mind the concerns about the visual impact of this very large building, they do look, I know they're agricultural, but they can look rather industrial, and they are right on the edge of this very important parkland. Are we to be absolutely assured that the landscaping will mitigate this, or should we see a landscaping scheme in advance? Because I think some mature trees might be needed, or a bit of extra woodland, and that takes some time to grow. And I noticed the concerns of the historic advisors and the Lincolnshire Garden Trusts. Perhaps you could just explain a little bit more about the landscaping for me, would you? Thank you.
Stephen?
Yes, of course. I mean, I completely agree that without any screening, it would have an unacceptable visual impact. So the recommendations for approval with conditions that a tree planting scheme is agreed and implemented, basically. So, I mean, that's a critical part of the case, basically.
Thank you for that, Steve. I can say that this forms part of my county division. I attended virtually their parish council meeting a week or two ago, and the application had the full support of the parish council. If that helps.
Thank you.
Can I say something, Bob?
Yes, please, Rosemary.
It's Jackie.
Oh, Jackie, sorry, your voice sounds very much like Rosemary's over the system. Yes, Jackie.
I've done quite a lot of work over the years with the Grimsthorpe estate, and the one thing that Her Ladyship is very keen on is having lots of trees, lots of shrubs, lots of plants, and everything very shipshape and tidy. So I'm quite happy to propose we accept the recommendation.
Thank you,
I'm
Jackie.
prepared to second that. Thank you.
Was that Penny?
Yes.
Yeah, Penny. Okay, thank you for that. So we've got it proposed and seconded. There are one or two more that wish to speak. Naomi?
Councillor Robert Reid?
Have we had? 16?
Oh, Councillor Harish Bisnal Singh also made a comment.
I wasn't certain, but that's what I thought it was. Harish?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to ask, is it a requirement for agricultural building to be made green with this green color, or is it not?
Not that I'm aware of, but perhaps Stephen can answer that more.
Yeah, not usually. In this case, I mean, I think the large parts of the elevations facing the parkland, they're to be done in green painted steel, and which is appropriate for that site, I feel, and certainly conditions that there's a condition that the materials are as specified. So we'd usually, where you have control, you'd want agricultural buildings to be fairly neutral. You wouldn't want them to be day-glow orange or high vis or anything like that. In this case, the materials are either green, which would blend with trees that are to be planted, or they're fairly neutral like concrete, and most of it's green. So I think that's appropriate for this particular case.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Next speaker, please, or question.
Councillor Robert Reid?
Councillor Reid, Robert, please.
Thank you, Chairman. In addition to your experience and confirmation with the parish council, the agent that's used is also a very proficient agent. We also have we have our own design and landscaping team, and I'm sure that they have casted their eyes over it. And in addition to that, I share Jackie Smith's view that I don't think the landowner would be wanting to either embarrass or emblemish her estate for the development of an extra pig shed or two. So on that basis, I'll support the recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Next speaker or question?
Councillor Helen Crawford, I believe.
Councillor Crawford, Helen.
Hello, thank you. Councillor Jackie Smith beat me to it. I was going to go propose, but it's already been done.
Thank you, Helen. Any further speakers?
No further speakers.
Thank you very much indeed. So can we move to the vote, please? It has been proposed and seconded. Shelley, could you do the usual, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Harrich Bisnasting.
For.
Councillor John Cottier.
For.
Councillor Helen Crawford.
For.
Exton. Councillor Exton.
For.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Rosemary Cabry Brown.
For.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
For.
It's from Councillor Morgan. Councillor Robert Reid.
For.
Councillor Ian Selby.
For.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
For.
Councillor Judy Stevens.
For.
Councillor Bob Adams.
For. That sounds as though it was unanimous again.
Yes, it was, Chairman. Thank you.
Shelley. We can now move on to the last item. Before we do, can I in a sense apologise to the members of the public who have been sitting all through the day waiting for this application to come up. Thank you for your patience and forbearance on that. I would like to address a couple of remarks to the speakers, particularly Mr. Shelton, who's, if I have got the right information of what you wish to say, Mr. Shelton, can I say you are way above the 3 minutes that is allotted. So I don't know whether I have been given an incorrect presentation or an extended presentation as opposed to the one that you're going to give. But certainly it will take a great deal more than 3 minutes, and I suspect the same might be said of Kate Shinkins. Keith Rogers, no problem. Laura Liderman, no problem. Sue Russell, no problem. If you can hear me, Mr. Shelton, David, could you respond to that, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, no, what I'm speaking will take certainly less than 3 minutes. I'm not I'm not planning to go through the whole lot of that. No.
You're muted, Chairman.
Again, thank you for that, Mr. Shelton. Very kind. Kate Shinkins, have you timed your presentation?
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Kate. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, thank you. Are we working on the 3 minutes or the 4 minutes that was given to some speakers earlier?
No, it's 3 minutes. The only reason it was 4 minutes is because we extended the time to a speaker for that application.
In that case, Chair, what I will do is deliver 2 parts of my address which are particularly pertinent, and if I have time for other points, then I will include those.
That's very kind of you, Kate.
It may not appear in the same order as it does on the paper copy that I sent to you.
Well, that's not a problem, and thank you for your cooperation with that. Very much appreciated. So if I can now move to the case officer, Miranda, please.
Excuse me, Chair. Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, you've got to do your bit with Judy. Yes, sorry.
Yes, earlier on, there was a declaration of interest. I've since spoken to Councillor Stevens and clarified the position in relation to disclosure of non-pecuniary interests, and she may be wanting to change her declaration of interest.
Judy?
Well, I don't quite know about that, but just to say that I am a parish councillor as well, and we have discussed this at the parish council, and I have expressed views. So I probably am not predetermined. I probably am predetermined. So I think I better not take part in this.
I think that would be the safest from your point of view, Judy, so that there's no comeback on you later on, or no possible comeback on you later on.
Fine. So I'll after such a long day, Councillor Adams, I'll bid my farewell. Thank you.
Judy, thank you very much for stepping in here and substituting. Very much appreciated.
Thank you, Judy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just wonder, as a result of that, obviously Judy mentioned that she's a parish councillor. I'm also a parish councillor, but I did not take part in that vote. I don't. Judy obviously did, and at that time didn't know that she was going to be substituted on this committee.
That's right, Councillor. I was actually on the planning committee in the parish council.
All right. Yes.
So I have precluded myself. But thanks very much, all. See you again. Take care.
Thank you again, Judy, and thank you for that, Phil, for that clarification. That's great. So, Miranda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I've just shared the presentation with you all. Could you just let me know when it appears on your screen?
Yes, I will. I think there's one typo error, Miranda. You say on you say 0662. I think that should be 0632. At least according to the agenda.
Yes, you're correct. You're right. It is 0632. Apologies.
Okay, fire away.
Okay. So can everybody see the presentation? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So this is an application for the change of use of a paddock land located to the rear of number 17 Eastgate, Deeping St James. The land would be used for dog exercising and dog obedience agility classes. The proposed use would include the provision of fencing and a hard standing area for customer car parking. The demolition of existing stables from the site. I'm Miranda Beavers, and the area planning officer that has been the case officer for this application. The key issues in this instance are the principle of the development, neighbouring amenity issues such as noise and disturbance. I should say that there's been around 77 objections to the proposal and 3 letters of support. Highway safety and the character and appearance of the area. The site location plan shows, let me just pick up my pointer actually. The site location shows the application site outlined in red and land in the same ownership in blue. Number 17 Eastgate. The site would be accessed from Back Lane, which is here. And as members may be recalled from the site visit, Back Lane is a narrow rural lane. Just draw your attention to the fact that the applicant lives in the property that's in the same ownership here, and this is Eastgate. The next plan shows the proposed layouts of the paddock. The large fields, as I'm indicating here, would be used for the secure dog exercise area, which would be available to rent at 50-minute intervals. The 2 small fields would be reserved for the dog agility and obedience classes. Apologies. The existing buildings would be removed from the site, and the car parking spaces would be created would make 14 spaces available. Fencing will divide the areas. The dogs would be accompanied at all times by their owners and would not be kept on the site overnight. There's no toilet facilities proposed for the site, but it is not deemed necessary because the classes would only be between 50 and 60 minutes long. The owner has stated that
staff that may be employed would be able to use the facilities at number 17 Eastgate. We go on to some photographs of the site and its surroundings. These photographs illustrate the rural nature of Back Lane. Back Lane has open rural characteristics despite various commercial developments such as caravan storage and a caravan site that have been established along the lane. This photograph was taken from actually within the site. So to the left of the photograph would be Back Lane, and to the right of the photograph is Eastgate. Beyond the fence that you can see here is the adjoining paddock. As you can see, the area is quite large. Again, this photograph is taken from within the site and is a view from Back Lane looking towards Eastgate. So we're on Back Lane here, and then you can see Eastgate and the properties just in the distance. The outbuildings that you see in the picture here will be removed from the site. The next photographs are taken looking eastward towards Back Lane. So again, standing in the site itself, and so in the distance you can see Back Lane. This photograph is of Google Street image, but I thought it illustrates quite well the overall characteristics of the site itself and its rural character. You can see the residential development in the distance here, and then Back Lane here is in the forefront. It is considered that the principle of the development in this location is acceptable in accordance with local plan policies SP5 and E7. It's considered to be a rural diversification project within open countryside, supporting the rural economy, and is considered to be in line with the principles of sustainable development. It's considered that the site is well suited to this type of development, being well connected to the surrounding development but sufficiently removed from it. A temporary planning permission is recommended in light of the number of objections that we've received regarding noise. The temporary permission would be in order to monitor any adverse impacts on the neighbours' amenities, such as noise and odour. It's also recommended that the number of dogs be limited to 3 in the case of the dog exercise areas and 8 for the obedience classes. This will be controlled by condition. The local highway authority have raised no objections to the proposal, and it's not considered that the volume of traffic expected would have significant adverse impact on the highway safety. It's therefore recommended the planning permission be granted for temporary permission of 12 months, starting from the date that the use commences, subject to conditions. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Miranda. So what I did. I've got everything back this time. Thank you, Miranda. Now we have 5 speakers to this application. Mr. Shelton, David, please, on behalf of the Parish Council, speaking on behalf of the Parish Council.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, David.
Okay. I don't know whether does video come on or not. I'm not the greatest of. Anyway, I press video. Sorry?
Can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay,
yeah, David Shelton is representing the neighbourhood planning team. I'm actually from Dean St James Parish Council.
So who was that speaking, please?
Kate Shinkins-Hoppe.
Oh, thank you, Kate. So on neighbourhood plan.
So do you want should I still go first then?
Yes. Well, that's I'm not changing that sequence. Thank you,
Okay.
David.
Fine. Well, I'm David Shelton, Chairman of the Deepings Neighbourhood Plan. The plan's been formally submitted now to the local planning authority, South Kesteven District Council, and has completed their Regulation 16 consultation. It's now being considered by the independent examiner who studied it and all the supporting documents. He has visited the neighbourhood unaccompanied for 2 days to view the plan area. Subsequently, he has submitted his clarification note to us, identifying any unacceptable content. Back Lane is included in the plan as a designated green lane with its statutory implication, and this has been accepted by the examiner in his clarification note. The Deeping Neighbourhood Plan Policy 12 states, the green lane shall be protected from unsympathetic development, which would have an adverse impact on the character of the area concerned. New development in the identified green lane should preserve and, where possible, enhance its rural appearance. Finally, I would like to point out that if it wasn't for COVID-19, the Deepings Neighbourhood Plan referendum would have now taken place and the plan would be made. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Could I now call upon Kate Shinkins, who I now understand is speaking on behalf of the Parish Council?
Yes, thank you. It's evident from the image that I hope you have in front of you that Back Lane's a very special place. It's narrow.
Can I stop you there, Kate, because we don't have any image of Back Lane on our screen.
Oh, sorry. Well, all of the papers were submitted. So
just stop there, because you're eating into your time, and if you've got some photographs, I'd rather get that sorted before you eat into your time.
I'm not able to do that. I'm sorry.
Now, I'm wondering whether any of our officers have got. Did you send the photographs into the council office?
Yes, I sent them to Jack at Democracy.
To Jack at Democracy. Okay.
What
we're just looking for them, Kate. Bear with us a minute or two, please. I've got some puzzled faces in front of me. Have you been able to find them, Joe? Are we able to upload them fairly quickly? So what you'll need to do when we get started again, Kate, is ask our democracy officer to governance here we go. Can you hear me, Kate?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Okay.
Those are not. That isn't the right paperwork. That was the previous paperwork. There was an amendment sent in last Wednesday, which I sent to Jack. So that is not the appropriate paperwork.
Okay, bear with us. We'll have another look. I'm not going to touch anything on my screen because it's one I'm not totally familiar with. At the minute, all I've got is a black screen showing Phil Dilks and myself in the right-hand corner. It says, feel free to start sharing, and then in a block underneath, hide stage.
Chairman, I happen to have the copy of the newly adopted neighbourhood plan for Market Deeping. I don't know whether there's anything pictorial that we can refer to amongst it to be helpful.
Mr. Chairman, in the members' pack on page 138, there's 3 good pictures of Back Lane that might give the members a bit more information.
Page 138?
Yeah. In the...
Oh, on the... sorry.
Yeah, in the summary of which we get referring to...
Are they the same ones? So, Kate, are you referring to photographs in your neighbourhood plan?
No, these are ones that I took particularly, but if I can, Chair, if I can refer you to the photograph that was submitted in the planning application that was submitted by Miss Beavers that shows the pedestrian walking along the road. That was also the photograph I used, because it says the photograph shown under point 6 of the planning statement shows a yellow line running down the middle of this country lane, indicating that the road is wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass. The parish council would like to contest this point. While there are passing places that make it possible for 2 vehicles to pass,
Okay.
it is most definitely a single track lane.
Okay, let me stop you there, Kate, because I think you're into part of your presentation. We can't locate the pictures that should have come in on Wednesday.
Kate, I've found something that we've got dated Saturday the 19th.
Yes, that would, yeah. Has that got two pictures on the left and a box on the right of text?
It hasn't.
No, that's not it then.
In the officer presentation, Kate, it shows the back lane that you're talking about, which does look as though there's a white line or a green line or a yellow line right down the middle of the road or back lane, and then another one which shows it to the left, or as if it's on the left-hand side of the lane. Is that the one you're referring to?
No, my pictures. There's 2 pictures on the left-hand side of my first page and a box of text opposite.
No, we haven't got that.
Shall I carry on with my presentation without the pictures?
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if I might sort of be helpful. I wonder if we might have a quick 5-minute or 10-minute tea break, and then which would allow Kate to possibly send them again. And I think it is important that we see them, Chairman.
It's a case of uploading them, Phil, isn't it? That's the issue.
Sure.
I'm quite happy if.
Hang on, can I have one speaking at a time, Kate? Bear with me. Yes, Joe.
Just to say, Mr. Chairman, if they're emailed over, we can share them fairly quickly and easily. That's not a problem.
Okay. Did you hear that, Kate? Have you got them handy to email?
It means I've got to possibly come out of this meeting to do that, because I'm on my laptop, and then I'll have to rejoin, which unless I can do it from. Let me see.
Okay. What we'll do, we'll hold as the councillor suggested. We'll take a. Somebody's telling me use the home button, and you can do both. I'll take your word for that, Robert, but I'm not going to try it. We're going to have a 5-minute break then, as Phil suggested.
Excuse me, Chair. Who am I emailing these to?
You're emailing them to joe.toomey.
Mr. Chairman, can they go to democracy@southkesteven, and I can pick them up from there?
Did you hear that?
They have already gone to. They have already gone to Jack.
If you could please resend them to democracy@southkesteven, I'll go straight in and pick them up from that inbox.
Sorry, okay. Kate, about this. So we're going to leave you, Kate, for 5 minutes or so. Well, we'll leave you until those emails have come through and they're uploaded onto the screen.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, while they're doing that, can I just say, Councillor Selby here, as you know, I wasn't on the site visits due to COVID reasons. I'm struggling to find this on Google Maps, and I'm uncomfortable about this particular item, so I'm going to abstain on this item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, for sharing that, Ian. Understand where you're coming from. So I'm going to take.
Rob, can I have a word? 2 seconds.
Beg your pardon?
Can I have a word? Reference those yellow lines.
Yes, John, by all means.
Yeah, the Google Maps, when you actually on the actual presentation, you do the local bit and drive down the roads, they give you a yellow line down the middle of it to follow.
Oh, right, on the Google Maps with the arrow bit or something.
That's what the yellow line is. It's actually Google Maps and your.
Okay. Oh, right, I see. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I've actually found the pictures that Kate sent. What was the email? That I'll send them as well.
Democracy. What was it, Joe? Democracy.
It's democracy@southkesteven.org.
.uk.
Gov.uk.
Oh, .gov.uk.
Yeah,
did you hear that, Phil?
I did. Thank you.
I have sent those again, Chair.
Please call me Chairman.
Chairman, sorry.
It's all right, Kate.
Do we know if they've arrived yet?
They haven't yet. I'm literally sitting looking at the inbox.
So I'm going to go and get a quick glass of water.
Kate, can we double check? Did you send it to democracy@southkeststephen.gov.uk?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Brilliant.
I've been dealing with Jack there.
Joe, mine have now gone, Joe, to you. To democracy, da-di-da.
Councillor Dilks, can we please just confirm what you've sent to Joe? Is it the same
I've
thing,
sent
or is
an
this-
email that I received from Kate on Saturday at 16:55.
with the correct pictures on?
Forgive me, I hope they have the correct, but Kate can perhaps verify that.
They do, Phil. If they're yes.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
I think we've received your email, Phil. Thank you. I'll just we'll just hang on while the chairman comes back from his refreshment break.
Kate, I'm just going to share my screen. I think Jack's forwarded me the email that you sent him the other day. Your email's still not made it into our system yet, but I think this is the one. So if I can just check with you. Does that look more promising?
Yes, that's the one, Joe.
Brilliant. We'll get this lined up ready, and then as soon as everyone's reconvened, we will be good to go. Thank you ever so much, and apologies about that.
So can I ask Joe, will it just appear on the screen, or do you still want me to read?
No, if you can say what you need to say, and we'll zoom right in on the pictures so that members can get a good view of them.
And also the box at the bottom of the text box, the wording in bold print at the bottom of that text box is very relevant.
We can make sure that's captured in the zoomed in bit as well. That's not a problem.
Thank you. Joe, are you still there?
I am, yeah.
Can I just add at this point, I know the chairman isn't present, but I had to rewrite what my statement, because I found out a few days previously that an amended statement had been issued, but the parish council were not notified of any of that.
Okay, what I would suggest is I think the chairman's just about to re-put his headset on. We'll wait till the meeting reconvenes and we've got everybody lined up and ready, and then we can.
Okay, we've got the photographs up that Kate was referring to. Can we have just a quick roll call of everybody? Make sure everybody's back, please. Shelley, would you mind?
Yes, certainly, Chairman. Councillor Harish Bisnousthing.
Present.
Councillor John Cottier.
Present.
Councillor Helen Crawford.
Present.
Mike Exton.
Present.
Phil Dilks.
Present.
Councillor Mrs. Rosemary Cabery Brown.
Present.
Penny Milnes.
Oh.
Milnes.
Could the member who's got the dog with them please turn the microphone off? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Dog wants to vote.
We might need him.
Councillor Robert Reid.
Hello, present.
Councillor Ian Selby.
Present.
Councillor Jack Smith.
Present.
Councillor Julie Stevens has now left the meeting. And Chairman, Councillor Bob Adams.
Present.
All present.
Miranda, are you with us still?
Miranda.
Yes, Chairman, I'm here.
Okay. Kate has indicated that there might have been some change to the plans. Is this anything you're aware of? Or is it all
No.
included?
No, I don't know if she's referring to the late items paper. Some extra information was sent in from the applicant, which I included in the late items paper.
Kate, did you pick that up?
Yes, no, that isn't what I'm referring to. I'm actually referring to the 14-page planning statement that was submitted that the parish council were not notified of. It was a second planning statement, 14 pages, and the parish council were not advised to any changes for the original planning application.
I think that was some time ago, and an amended plan notification was sent out to all of the interested parties.
It certainly didn't go to the parish council. Definitely not.
Somebody. Oh, sorry, it's back again.
Okay.
Well, I think, Kate, I hear what you say, but we're at a stage where I think we need to move on. Is it material to the application and to your presentation?
Only in as much, Chairman, that this is why my paper had to be rewritten, because the content of the amended planning statement that was submitted changed quite a lot from the original planning statement, which meant I needed to resubmit my papers to Jack last week because I had to rewrite what I'd originally submitted.
So you're saying you've resubmitted your presentation?
This is the second version, yes.
So is the second version is the third paragraph says 2.4 of the amended planning statement?
Yes, that's the one, Chairman, yes.
So we have got the correct presentation then?
You have indeed, yes, thank you.
Are there any other queries? Are you happy now to proceed?
I am, Chairman, thank you, yes.
Thank you very kindly. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Right. The photograph shown under point 6 of the planning statement shows a yellow line running down the middle of this country lane, indicating that the road is wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass. The parish council would like to contest this. While there are passing places to make it possible for 2 vehicles to pass, it is most definitely a single track lane. The pedestrian in the picture gives an indication of scale. It is normal for any walker to have to take to the grass verge to allow a vehicle to pass. An ordnance survey map shows that the lane is 2.9 metres wide at its narrowest and 3.4 metres wide at the widest point. An average car parking bay is 2.4 metres wide, indicating difficulty for 2-way traffic. The site for this application is at the narrowest point or the narrow end of this lane. I'll now move to a paragraph on the second page. The parish council feel very strongly that this application will impact negatively due to increased noise levels and increased traffic. Under the Dog and Cat Management Act 1995, the levels of noise generated by one dog barking is likely to be between 80 and 90 decibels of sound. Noise greater than 95 decibels is likely to cause harm. The hours suggested in point 14 of the planning application and the activities listed, including flyball, will encourage a great deal of noise. It is likely that more than one dog will be attending the training sessions, and the application of noise levels will most certainly cause a disturbance and noise pollution. Relevant legislation states that barking for more than 30 minutes or for a combined 60-minute period within 24 hours is a considered nuisance. It is suggested under point 14 of the planning statement that the hours of operation will generally reflect demand and also reflect the recommendation of the Council's Environment Protection Team. The hours proposed are long, up to 11 hours a day and 7 days a week. It is therefore proposed that the number of dogs over these prolonged periods will exceed the stated levels of acceptable noise pollution. Back Lane offers a natural habitat for many birds and mammals, and the introduction of a large amount of traffic on this narrow lane will impact on wildlife and the recreational aspect for walkers, cyclists and riders. SP4, Back Lane is not listed for any further development in the local plan. The access from Back Lane is on the edge of the conservation area and it's on a very sharp bend. The area is therefore not on the edge of a settlement but much closer to the heart of the very old part of the village. The planning statement details the introduction of a hard standing for cars. This is not in keeping with the environmental or heritage or the special narrow single track lane for this carriageway. The introduction of any number of vehicles at the same time would have a detrimental effect. The gateway to the fields and paddocks are narrow with access over dikes. These are not reinforced and unlikely to be able to support a number of vehicles several times a day accessing the proposed parking area. The planning statement does not include proposals for a separate entrance or exit to the site, and the parish council is concerned that the display is restricted due to the narrow bend in the lane. SP5, this application does not fall under any industries listed under point A, and under point B it is clear that this is a new business and not one driven by the need for diversification. EA7, the proposals for the following types of small business schemes will be supported provided that they demonstrate that business will help to support or regenerate the rural economy. This application does not fall into any of the categories and does not provide additional employment. Point C of the legislation states that use and development land should respect the character and appearance of the local landscape, having particular regard to the landscape character assessment, and will not negatively impact on existing neighbouring noise through noise, traffic and pollution.
Kate, I'm going to have to stop you there because we've gone well over the 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
I'll ask Naomi to tell me roughly how far over the 3 minutes so that other speakers can have the same facility.
It was about 30 seconds. So it would have been 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay.
Approximately.
Okay. Kate, thank you for that presentation and thank you for your patience and forbearance in getting the technical bit sorted. If the rest of your presentation was DE1 and then Lincolnshire Extensive Urban Survey, members have had a copy of that of your presentation and will be aware of those points.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you for your patience also.
No, you're more than welcome. I'm sorry at this late hour that we've had a major hiccup at this late hour. Okay, we now can go on to Keith Rogers, please.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt, but I must close now, and because I've got some people coming about the COVID-19 virus.
Okay. Okay, Mike, understood. We appreciate your situation that you're in, Mike. Thanks for staying for so long and being...
I'll be in touch, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, Mike, you take care now. Okay, Mr. Rogers, Keith, please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, we can, sir.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of myself and many others at this meeting. As we know, we are meeting to consider the suitability of this particular site, opening onto a narrow lane in close proximity to over 100 residential properties and adjacent to small but long established horse pasture. We are not meeting to consider if a facility such as the one outlined is a recognised need in the area. There were 80 letters of representation. 80. There were in favour, only 3 in favour of the proposal. That means there were
77.
77 in concerned enough to write to raise their worries. That's over 96% of the very large number of responses. Some of these issues, quite rightly, are noted in the agenda notes as not admissible. It is important to note, however, that a large number of the listed issues are entirely admissible in considering if this is an appropriate location for such a facility. The prime concern expressed, that of noise, is defined in the Environmental Protection Act 1990 as a statutory nuisance. This, coupled with the fact that there are approximately 150 residential properties within 200 metres of the boundary of the proposal, represents a real issue and highlights why so many concerns have been submitted. We acknowledge the presence of a site/noise management plan, but feel that the mere existence of a plan will not stop the dogs barking. One of the few letters of support indeed refers to the need for aggressive dogs to be trained in a secure area. Such dogs are the very ones most likely to bark loudly and clearly, and secure area should be sited at a considerable distance from residential properties and livestock. We note that the recommendations is for a 12 months temporary approval to review any complaints. This is a positive step, although we feel the problems are clear, the site manifestly inappropriate, and a refusal to be the best outcome for the many who live in and use the area and enjoy its peace and tranquility. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers, and thank you for keeping within the time frame. Very good. Laura Liderman, please, who is speaking for the application. Laura?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So thank you for your opportunity, Mr. Chairman. I am speaking in support of the application. A new facility that can be hired by fellow dog walkers with off-road parking, in my opinion, can only be a positive contribution to the local dog owning and non-owning community, given a facility where people can practice their handling skills, work in improving the dog skills whilst exercising and stimulating the dog's brain. In recent years, there have been significant shift in how owners exercise their dogs. It has been found through numerous research papers that walking a dog for hours does nothing to stimulate a dog's brain and can result in bad choices and behaviours described by the previous speaker. This includes barking, reactivity, chewing, and behaviours owners and society deemed as unacceptable. These behaviours often lead to dogs being rehomed or abandoned or having conflicts, as experienced here. Many owners are now involved in activities with their dogs that mentally stimulate a dog's brain, that instill calmness, that also stops barking, as much as providing them with physical fitness. Activities such as scent work, agility, gun dog training, hill work to music, balance and fitness. All these activities build amazing relationships with their owners, develop great recall skills, and generally make a better behaved dog in public. I often work with young dogs and dogs that are rehabilitating from injury or illness. Walking in a general public area often creates too many distractions for a learning young pup, or too many risks for dogs recovering from sickness or injury, especially by other off-lead uncontrolled dogs bounding into their space. Having a facility that you can hire with varying size paddocks with bookable space would be perfect for the numerous dogs in the areas that require a quieter space to exercise and train in a more focused area. We can bring our own equipment to the field and have a place where sessions can focus on the dog's specific needs. A facility like the one proposed gives owners a variety of locations as to where these dogs can get to exercise, train and be mentally stimulated, allowing dogs to work in a calm and relaxed way rather than being on high alert in a non-secure, highly excitable location. By having our own facility specifically for dog use, it keeps any conflict between public space users to a minimum, and we can have a much needed facility in the local community. All in all, I can only see it as a great benefit to the dog owning community within this area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Laura. And the final speaker is Sue Russell, the applicant, please. Sue? Can you hear me, Sue?
Yeah, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thanks very much. So thank you for hearing my application today, my supporting statement. My application covers two aspects. That's the provision of the secure dog walking field and the provision of training classes. The purpose of the secure field hire is to provide a dedicated space for a hirer to exercise their dogs in a controlled environment. Hire sessions will be 50 minutes long, thus allowing adequate time for the hirer to safely exit the venue ahead of the next hirer arriving. 10 minutes has been allowed to ensure there is no need for a car to queue on back lane and that the car park will be available for immediate access. The hirer will arrive at the venue and use a secure code to access the car park. It's anticipated that the hirer would arrive in a single vehicle and close the gates safely behind them prior to commencing use of the field. Once the session has run its course, the hirer will exit the car park in good time for the next hirer to arrive and follow the same process. It's my intention to provide access to safe open space for individuals and families to exercise their dogs in a secure field for a completely private experience. This means no risk of unsolicited interaction with other dogs or people, thus allowing a calm walking experience. The position of the field makes our green space accessible to more people than, for example, a busy park which is filled with other users. In today's challenging times and need for social distancing, it provides a superb opportunity to let us deem safely, both human and canine, safe in the knowledge there will be no unwelcome interaction. Additionally, the secure space offers opportunity for individuals to train their dogs regularly without being forced into overwhelming situations before the dog is ready to deal with these. The application provisions outdoor training classes to members of the public, limited to a maximum of 8 dogs at any one time. These will cover, for example, agility and obedience, and does not include flyball. Classes will typically be 1 hour long, and any classes will have a minimum of half an hour gap to ensure one class has completely exited the car park in good time prior to the next class entering. Training methods will mirror Absolute Dog's methodology, which places significant emphasis on calmness and self-control, meaning noise will be managed. In the event a particular dog demonstrates this to be too challenging, the owner will be offered alternative training to address this before being invited back to the venue. Sufficient parking has been allocated on hard standing in the car park to ensure there is no need for hirers of the venue to park on back lane. Hirers of the site will be directed to gain access from the Stowgate side. It's fully anticipated that, if approved, the entrance would likely become an additional passing place on back lane. This would be of benefit to users of the lane. As a result of lockdown and COVID-19, the number of pet dogs has increased enormously. In my research, I've found reports suggesting that nearly 50% of existing dog owners added at least one furry friend to their family during the pandemic. 10% of British households who are currently without a pet intend to get one within the next 6 months. And Google searches for buy a puppy increased by a huge 166% since lockdown was announced in March. It should be recognised that puppies purchased during the pandemic will now be growing into young adults, and high quality training facilities will be in more demand. Thank you very much for taking time to listen to my statement.
Thank you for that, Laura. Don't go away for a minute. Sue, sorry. I didn't pick up that these people are hiring the field. Is there no professional and qualified supervision of the site? Or do they just go on the site and then go off again?
So there are 2 separate proposals within my request. One is for exercise area, and that is for the owner to be on site and handle the dog to just go for a dog walk effectively without being interfered with by other users and other dogs. And the second is for the training classes that will be professionally managed. There will be an instructor on site at all times. Okay, and the exercising one are the 3 dogs? Correct. Okay, just clarification. I thought I was right in my mind, but you kept using the word hiring the field, hiring the facility, hiring the facility. Sorry to confuse you. Absolutely correct. Thank you. Okay, we now move to questions from members of the committee. Firstly, to the case officer, to the applicant. I beg your pardon, you're the applicant, Sue. So members of the committee are free to ask you any questions. Are there any questions to be asked in the chat box, please?
Councillor Phil Dilks would like to ask a question to Sue, please. Okay, Councillor Phil.
Mrs. Russell, can I say thank you also for showing us the site when we visited during the site visit. I saw that you mentioned in one of the papers that you'll try to deal with any dogs that bark, and I wondered what criteria will you use? Okay, so persistent barking. You'll note from Miranda's initial presentation, albeit that was quite some time ago, that I actually live at the rear of the proposed venue.
So the intention is, it says dog is persistently barking, and it's in the higher space, I will hear it myself as much as anybody else will. So effectively, if someone arrives and that dog barks once, twice, whatever, if it's persistent and ongoing, I will go up and speak to the owner at that point. If that's not then managed, I would be asking them to leave site and refunding their hire fee. It won't be that they're just allowed to just go on and on and on. It just would be unreasonable, and I completely accept that.
Thank you for that. I also know that you're offering toilet facilities at the house or next door, was it? But am I right in thinking, I think I am, that there are houses a lot nearer to the site than your own? So neighbours will hear the dogs barking before you do.
Sue?
I think you're referring, to Stevens Way. There's properties that sit along there. So I think that they're actually not very far away in terms of distance if you consider the whole site. And certainly in terms of hearing the noise of a bark, I would be just as likely to hear that by making sure that I am aware and alert to it. If I was hiding away with my music on in the house, that might be quite a different story, but of course that's not my intention. In terms of the point back on the toilet, the classes should only be an hour long. So really, I don't envisage there being a need. If it becomes demonstrable that there is a need, I will make toilet provision. But yes, certainly if not, then my assistant would be able to come and use the facilities in my own property.
Thank you, Sue.
But there isn't anywhere to wash hands or anything like that. I'm obviously thinking of the COVID regulations that we're in right now.
Yeah, so certainly in terms of, you're quite right, in terms of right now we're all being super careful, and hand gel will be provisioned. This is no different to any existing secure field hire. They follow the same protocol, so that would be provided on site, as are additional poo bags, lest anyone forgets to bring anything with them, for example.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Sue. Okay, Phil?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else to?
Councillor Penny Milnes has a question for the applicant.
Councillor Milnes, Penny, please.
Yes, thank you. Sue, can you tell me where your equipment is going to be stored and how much equipment will be left out on the field and of what nature it's going to be?
Sure. So at the moment, we're proposing that any equipment that's required is having to be transported. So you'll probably have noted initially I put an application in that had a building, and it was expected that any agility equipment would be stored in that building. But because we amended the application, basically it will be transported from my site, my home, up into the field as required for setup. The only thing we've requested effectively to be out permanently in the field are things like a tracked tyre, which is planted in the field. So effectively something for the dogs of interest when they're in the dog walking space rather than in the training space.
Okay, Penny?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other members wishing to ask questions of the applicant?
No more for the applicant.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for the question, members. Any questions to the case officer? I wonder if John Cottier, I wonder if you could make the point you made while we're in sort of, I'm going to say lockdown then, I'll call it breakdown, regarding the line on the maps.
Yeah, the yellow line on the photos tends to be from Google Maps. So when you're actually in the follow the map scene, you can actually follow along the road. You know the road that has photos.
So what we're saying is it's not highways lining. It's just applicable to the Google Maps in the way that they put that all together.
Yes.
Thank you for that, John.
Okay.
Are there any questions to the case officer, please?
I believe Councillor Phil Dilks and Councillor Penny Milnes also had questions for the case officer.
Okay, Councillor Dilks, Phil, please.
Sorry, Chairman.
That's okay.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To Miranda, if I may, thank you for your presentation. Your recommendation to approve this application appears to be predicated, if I might say, on stating that it meets planning policies that relate to rural development in rural areas or open countryside. Would you agree with me that this is a very different site to the application we've just approved earlier this afternoon for a similar facility offering dog agility training, but actually inside a building, so therefore protecting noise from any neighbours, but that the nearest neighbour there was 350 metres away. The nearest neighbour here is 16 metres away. That's 20 times nearer than the site at 20, which is the village where this one was. I've got other questions, but they all kind of relate to that, if I may, Chairman. I'm happy to ask them all, or just take one at a time.
No, yeah, ask 2 or 3 at a time, and I'm sure Miranda can cope with that.
That's fine.
If I might, Miranda, one of the policies that you mention in recommending approval is SP1 from the local plan. And may I quote from it, that I have it in front of me? It says, development should create strong, sustainable, cohesive and inclusive communities. Given the level of objection, 77 from near neighbours, how do you think this application is going to build strong, sustainable, cohesive and inclusive communities? I've got more after that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. When I was assessing the application against local plan policies, obviously the policies are, it's not always easy for it to slot into one particular policy or another. I think when I was assessing the site, I think you'll agree when you go on to Back Lane, there's a very rural feel to the site and the surroundings. So I think felt that it best fitted in with SP5, which is development in open countryside. I do definitely agree that it is close to residential development and close to residential amenities, which is why environmental protection, they recommended the temporary approval so that any sort of noise complaints could be monitored. Also, the original application included the erection of a building, but we thought that a temporary permission, it would be unreasonable to allow a temporary permission with a building, so we asked them to actually remove the building from the application.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, if I might move on to one of the policies I don't think is mentioned in your report is SP4 is not mentioned, and I just wonder if you think that's relevant, which it talks about. I do accept what you're saying. There is clearly a rural aspect to the site at the back of the site, but there is also very much a residential aspect to the site as well. And we're 16 metres away from the nearest house. And if you were to put, for example, a radius around the site, I think you'd agree with me, if we put a radius of 350 metres, which was the nearest neighbour at 20, if we put that 350 metre radius around this site, we would be taking in a substantial part of the village, and certainly would be taking in every one of the 60 odd houses in Stevens Way and a substantial number on Eastgate, and would also take in the historic centre of our village, which is the 15th century cross, for example. I'll move on to my questions though. SP4 isn't mentioned in the report, development on the edge of settlements, and that states that if we allow them on the edge of settlements, so if we take what you're saying, this is on the edge of the settlement, it says proposals must, A, demonstrate clear evidence of substantial support from local community through an appropriate, thorough and proportionate pre-application community consultation exercise. Where this cannot be determined or otherwise, views should be sought from the town or parish council. And we've heard what the parish council says. It's one of the strongest objections to a proposal that I've seen. I've been on that parish council for over 20 years, and I haven't seen one much stronger from any other parish or town council. But we've also heard, as it says, if not the town council, we should go to the neighbourhood plan group, Well, we've heard from them as well this afternoon, and they think that there's not the substantial support for it. And it also says it has to be appropriate to the characteristics of the area. And the area is largely, I agree there is a rural aspect, but it has a heavy residential aspect as well. After all, it is in somebody's back garden. It's a paddock in the garden. But it has to be appropriate to the characteristics of the area. I'll come on if I know. If you'd like to answer that, Miranda, I'll mention SB5 next, if I may.
Okay, I think Reddy Nalamali is on hand and that he might be able to answer that question. I think he has just indicated to me that he would be happy to take that question, if that's okay, Chairman.
Yes, if Reddy's happy to respond. Please, Reddy, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dilks, for your statements and comments and everything else like that. The first point I'd like to make to members is that this is quite a unique application. There's no sort of policies that relate in the local plan to deal with this kind of business model and this kind of operation. So as a result of that, the view that we've taken is to try and treat the application on its own individual merits and just treat it in terms of how we can sort of see what the comments that we get back from the public participation exercise and deal with it accordingly. I think with regards to policy SB4, I understand the comments that you're making and I respect the comments made by the parish council. But again, this goes back to the sort of nub of the matter. If we're saying there are things wrong with this proposal, the professionals who have looked at it on highway grounds aren't prepared to back those arguments up. The Highway Authority will have to re-examine this particular proposal 3 or 4 times, and they wouldn't back any reason for refusal based on highway grounds, and that's their professional view. And we're sort of, the comment was boxed in an earlier planning application. So on highway grounds, Councillor Dilks, it's very, very difficult to actually say that. Now, in terms
if I can say, Reddy, though, I haven't reached the traffic problems yet. I haven't reached highways.
Yeah,
I'm just on residential amenity.
Yeah, I'm going to go on to each criteria. In terms of residential amenity, it is a matter of planning judgment, but there's no actual separation distances or sort of where we say it has to be an X amount of a particular house or a garden area before we think we have a noise issue. We can quite rightly. We consulted the Environmental Health Department. The Environmental Health Department have come back and said, right, this is a new business, a new operation, and we're suggesting it's a temporary consent. We're not giving it permanent consent. We're actually saying to you that if your committee were minded to approve it, bear in mind that it is a new business and an investment, and the applicant is going to invest a lot of money and risking it on a temporary consent. If we found out that after 12 months, after use has commenced, there are issues and things like that, it'd go back before your planning committee, and the recommendation in that case would be negative because we would actually have evidence. The Environmental Health Department will be able to provide evidence. Highways will be able to provide evidence. So we'd have something to assess it on in terms of amenity. At this stage, it's a very difficult decision for the planning officer to recommend refusal purely based on amenity grounds. There is no evidence to say that it will cause a nuisance. You've heard the applicant explain how they'll control noise. They actually live within, as part of that site. Their property backs onto it. So it's very, very difficult to actually recommendation for a temporary consent. It's a lot of investment is going to be made by the applicant, and that's what we're sort of recommending. But in terms of policy grounds, there's no sort of actual policy that I'd say to you, this relates to this type of business. We're just treating it in the locality. I don't personally, having looked at these kind of centres where they're located and how they're operated, they are in semi-rural locations because of the nature of the use. From the way the applicant spoke and her advisor, they've made it quite clear that they're very professional. They'll be operated in a manner which will minimise noise and disturbance to nearby occupiers, and that's my starting point. And I can't justify recommending refusal to your committee based on the policy reasons that we've referred to earlier on SB4 or on SB5. But I'm willing to listen to you, Councillor Dilks, and just answer questions. I'm sure you've got more questions to ask me.
Thank you, Reddy. What you seem to be saying is, here's a report, and the report lists all these policies that and you say it meets them, the report says, oh, it meets this, it meets that, and it meets the other one. It frankly doesn't, and you're now saying, well, no, it doesn't meet the, it's not appropriate to those particular policies. It just seems, it doesn't seem right. And the evidence, will it cause a nuisance? Well, I've got to say, if I lived 16 meters away from, this, from a proposal such as this, whether it's for 12 months or 12 days or 12 minutes, quite frankly, it's going to cause a nuisance. It doesn't take the brains of an archbishop to work that one out. I live next door to I have a neighbour with a dog. The dog, but it's my neighbour, so I don't complain because it's a neighbourly thing. And when the dog is left in the yard, it barks, and it's frankly a bloody nuisance, right? Now, if you're going to have dogs 12 hours, it's 11 and a half hours a day, different dogs coming and going, the dog's going to bark. And as the applicant said, she'll be listening out for that in her house, which is a lot further away than many of the nearest houses on Stevens Way.
Yes.
They will be listening out as well, and their residential amenity will be will suffer detriment. There is no doubt. As I say, I haven't got onto the back lane, and the neighbourhood plan people and the parish council, quite rightly raised. I'm happy to come on to that.
So, Phil, I could remind you that for questions to the case officers should be limited to 10 minutes.
Bob, I'm happy to do further in debate if I may. But the question, one of the, if I may, one last one, Bob.
Yeah,
excuse
please.
me, Mr. Chairman. On one of the policies that is mentioned that it meets, and forgive me, I can't just find it in my notes, and I do apologise, but it talks about. Oh, here we are. I've got it. SB5.
Yes.
5 is mentioned in the report, and it says it meets SB5. It's okay. Reddy says, oh, well, something different. But SB5 says that development in the open country, even if we accept we're now on open country, will be limited to that which has an essential need to be located outside of the existing building form of a settlement. My question is, what is the essential need, particularly, and bear in mind, I don't know if the planning officers know this, but there is a nearby facility that offers a very similar, within the village, a very similar offer to this one.
Okay. I mean, first of all, just to be very specific about the policy issues, I'm not saying that policies don't apply in the local plan. What I'm saying is there's no specific policies to the nature of the business that's being proposed, and that's a different argument to compare to what I was saying earlier. So just to make that clear for all the other members who are listening in as well. But we're faced with having to go through this document and trying to sort of make a balanced decision in terms of the policies that the local plan does contain. And it's very much a balanced decision that we're making. I don't particularly have an issue in terms of the use itself. I recognise the issue about the noise and disturbance, but what you need to remember is that if the use operated and neighbours had complaints to make about dogs barking, for example, then environmental services could serve separate abatement notices as a result of that. It doesn't necessarily have to be a planning side of thing. And again, any action that any other department would make would form the background to a future planning report about the impact of that proposal. And that's something that, I'm sorry about the experience that you have with your dog next door neighbour's situation. That's unfortunate, but I'm trying to be sort of open-minded and balanced and fair to the applicant that they are taking a very, very big risk in accepting and negotiating the way they have done on a temporary consent, and that they may not get permanent consent. That may well be in 12 months' time, Councillor Dilks, you may be proved right.
Okay, thank you for that, Reddy.
I'm sorry, saying thank you, Reddy, but I don't want to subject my residents to that even for
Phil,
minutes. But, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy, if I may,
Anything else, please? Please bring up in debate, please, Phil. Sorry to cut you short, but there are others wishing to put questions. I think Penny Milnes is the next one.
Yes, Phil Moore did mention that he might want to respond to Councillor Dilks, but I'm not sure if that's now been covered by Reddy.
Well,
I don't know.
We'll come to Phil Moore when we've gone through the questions.
Okay.
Please. I'll get up against the whole team if I have to.
we know you will, Phil.
I'm bring them on.
Penny.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I have a few questions as well. On the issue of noise, as you know, I have quite a bit of experience in this field. And, you know, I'd like to know against what standards will it be measured? Who will measure it? Against what? How will they measure it? Or are they just waiting for complaints? Because, you know, that's the noise is gone, hasn't it? And then environmental health may or may not go out and at the right time and one thing and another. So what is there a proper scientific way of doing this? My second question is about the neighbourhood plan. Here we are again. It would have been adopted, except for COVID, by the sounds of it. So it's obviously a long way through. We're hearing our local plan might not be too specific on how we look at this, but there are policies in that neighbourhood plan that would have helped. And I'd like to ask you, what consideration have you given to the neighbourhood plan in making your assessments? And also, in relation to that, the inspector's comments on back lane and the definition of a green lane. Perhaps you can explain to us what all that means as well. And finally, a landscape character assessment. Have we looked at that? Because obviously the rural appearance and preserving and enhancing that and the character of the area is quite an issue here. So, sorry, quite a few questions, but perhaps you could just answer those for me.
Are you going to take those ready, or is Miranda?
I think me and Miranda are going to share them between us, but I'll let Miranda go first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Reddy, I could probably just address the question regarding the Deepings neighbourhood plan. So I did take a look at the policies that they contained in that, specifically to do with the green lanes. So I actually sought comments from the planning policy team. And they actually came back to me, so I wanted to know how much weight we could give to the Deepings plan. So the response that I got back was that the Deepings neighbourhood plan policies should be given little weight at this point in time. Whilst it has formally been submitted to the council, the neighbourhood plan is still out for consultation. It is yet to undergo its final examination process. So whilst the policies of the neighbourhood plan are noted at this time, we can't give it great weight. Okay, and I think then Reddy, I think over to you for the other ones.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miranda. Reddy, please.
Going back to Councillor Mills' point about noise, how we measure noise, it's a very, very difficult question to answer. Because it all depends on the nature of the noise, the activity, and the character of that noise. We would be relying on environmental services to carry out noise monitoring exercises if it was so deemed that we were receiving complaints about a nuisance taking place, noise nuisance taking place from the activities of this particular proposal. So it'd be very, very difficult for me to answer exactly what we'd do. But one thing I do want to sort of point out to your committee is that we've actually got a lot of safeguarding planning conditions as well as the temporary consent condition. We're limiting, for example, on page 208 of the report, where the conditions are, the ongoing conditions. Condition number 4, no more than 3 dogs shall participate in any exercise session at any one time within the exercise areas. And then in the obedience and behaviour training classes, we're limiting that to 8 dogs at any one time. And then we're also limiting when the actual dog exercises can be sort of permitted. and taking place. Again, we're trying to work with the applicant, and the business model that she's come with has been developed as a result of this planning application in terms of issues that needed to be addressed and dealt with. And that's all I've got to say, is that that's how we're going to try and control the actual planning application by conditions. But we would actually, if committee were minded to support the application, but they wanted more assurances about the noise, myself and Miranda would liaise with the Environmental Health Department and the applicant to carry out some noise monitoring exercises. It may well be that we need to do that as part of any future application, or we encourage the applicant to carry out her own noise monitoring exercise carried out by a private company, and those can be done by sort of machines just being left there on the site, and they don't have to be monitored all the time, and they can be just read once those machines pick up any noise or vibrations and things, and that can form part of a report for a future planning application.
Thank you for that, Reddy. Can I move to Philip Moore? Phil, you said you'd like to respond to Councillor Dilk's comments on objections.
Yeah, just quickly, I'm not going to comment on the merits or otherwise of this proposal, because that's all been set out by the case officer. Just to comment on objections, Councillor Dilks talked about there's been lots and lots of objections, and he sort of tied that in with the notion of policies requiring community cohesion, etc. Just to make the point, which I'm sure you're all aware of anyway, but just to reiterate it, but the strength of objection, i.e. the number of objections that are received, is not in itself usually a material consideration. It's the arguments that are, well, the relevant arguments that are material considerations that are brought up in objections that are or may be material. There seems to be a bit of a debate about whether this comes under policy SP4 or SP5. That's a matter of planning judgment, but I would concur with the case officer on this one, that it's SP5 rather than SP4. SP4 talks about development on the edge of settlements, and one of the caveats is that it should be directly adjacent to the existing settlement, whereas this is, although it's close, is set away from the built development. So in my judgment, it would be SP4. SP4 is slightly different from the way we've normally done things, in that it requires substantial support from the community, which is why I say it's not normally the case that objections, the number of objections or the strength of objection, are material considerations. So that's just something to be aware of.
Thank you for that, Phil. Naomi, any further speakers?
Councillor Robert Reid.
Councillor Reid, Robert, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, here we go again. This application, as small as it might be, is commensurate to the situations that we come across in applications time and time again. So I would have asked the question to Reddy as to the weight that the neighbourhood plan currently holds. Thank you very much, Penny. We are of the same mind, and I don't need to ask because you've asked and we have the answer. And we have to have fairness. We are reminded by officers of being fair to the applicant, but we also have to be fair to the residents and to the parish council and to the people that live there as well. That's just where we sit doing this members' commitment. Material considerations. So here we go again. The material consideration of objections isn't commiserate to having any weight for planning policy. So that, sometimes it just feels, to be fair to those that live there and to be fair to the parish council and to be fair to all the work that goes in the neighbourhood plan, the word fair is sometimes very hard to evaluate. However, if I interpret correctly, having been told that there is not many planning policies by Ready that are commensurate to this application, then the information that Phil Moore has told us with reference to SP5 would be, I'd like to know if that could be upheld as a reason for refusal. So I guess that's actually a question back to Phil, so that we would be able to take that into consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Robert. Phil, would you like to come back on that?
Yes, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what you're asking there is, would a reason for refusal based on it being contrary to policy SP5 be something that could be upheld? There are
correct
caveats in that policy that talk about where are we? So development in the open countryside will be limited to that which is essential need to be located outside of the existing built form of development. So I think that policy really talks about the principle of certain types of development in the open countryside. If you wanted to, if you were minded to refuse it on other grounds such as unacceptable impact on residential amenity or unacceptable impact on the character of the area, visual impact, that kind of thing, SP5 wouldn't be the policy to use to uphold that such a reason for refusal. There are other policies. EN1 is the one which talks about impact on landscape and landscape character. D1, the design policy, I think there's reference in there to impact on residential amenity. So there are policies in the local plan that could be used to as justification for a reason based on impact on amenity and the character of the area, but not SP5.
Thank you for that, Phil.
Thank you very much. I'm ready to make a proposal, Chairman, when you're ready.
Just bear with me a little minute, for a minute or two, Robert. There's one or two more that wish to come in. Naomi?
Councillor Harish Bisnalsing wishes to speak, please.
Harish?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chairman. I've got two questions, actually. One to Phil and one to Reddy. Reddy, do we have, because obviously we've got lots of similar businesses of dog trainings and dog obedience classes around. Have we ever measured any weighted dB noise emanating from those sites at a certain stages? And my second question is to Phil.
Hang on, Harish. Phil only came in by way of explanation. He's not the case officer, and we shouldn't be putting questions to him in terms of the Constitution. So can we deal with the first one first?
Okay, thank you. But can I come back on that, please, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, let's get that one answered first.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Your question, the way I interpreted it, was relating to, do we assess impacts of proposals in relation to existing similar uses or businesses? Is that
what sort of noise has been recorded?
Sorry, Councillor.
What sort of noise level
has
been recorded?
Right. I apologise for that. No, we haven't taken any monitoring in terms of noise or sort of issues from an existing business in that vicinity of this particular proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now if I come, because I think Phil said, I think SP4 needs to have substantial support from the community, but this has got a substantial, probably, objections from the community. So does that constitute a reason for refusal?
Shall I answer that, Phil?
I can answer, if that's okay.
Yeah, carry on, Miranda, sorry.
My report, when I did my assessment of the proposal, as Phil Moore agreed, I assessed the proposal that it was in accordance with SP5 and that it was more suited to policy SP5 as opposed to SP4. That was my assessment.
Thank you for that, Miranda. Phil, are you happy to take a question from Harish?
Yes, no problem.
Okay, in that case, go ahead, Harish.
So, Phil, can I say, as you said earlier, you say that the SP4 can be used, that you need substantial support from the community. But as in this instance, we haven't got substantial support for the nearby community, can we use that as a reason for refusal?
In this case, I agree with what Miranda has just said, that this particular proposal does not fall to be considered under policy SP4 because it's not a development on the edge of settlement as described in policy SP4, i.e. it's not directly adjacent to the built up area. It's near, but it is physically separated by open countryside. So therefore it comes under SP5. So the requirement in SP4 for substantial support does not apply in this case. And as I said before, in response to Councillor Dilks, the level of objection, the strength of objection is not a material consideration in itself in this case.
Thank you for that, Phil. Miranda, any further members wishing to come in?
Comment on that.
Councillor John Cottier.
Councillor Cottier? Sorry, John?
Yes, my question is to do with the Phil was referring to the other businesses being close by that were similar sort of setup. How close is the nearest business to it that's the same?
Can that be answered, Miranda, already?
As far as I know, there isn't another dog agility use along Back Lane. Is that what you mean? Or do you, I think somebody referred to one in the village or in Deep in St James, but I'm not really aware of that.
My concern is to do with if we are implementing another business doing similar sort of thing, we are taking business away from a local business that's already established.
I think the paper said there was no other facility like this nearby, John, as far as I recall from reading the papers.
Okay. On a point of information, Mr. Chairman, there is one.
Okay.
It's at the bottom of Lynchfield Road, which is about, I would guess, about a mile away as the crow flies.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that, Phil. Councillor Milnes, is Councillor Milnes next, Naomi?
Yes, I believe she has a question.
Carry on, Penny.
Sorry, thank you. Yes, one carries on from my first questions, which was the Green Lane issue and a definition, because I believe that was accepted by the inspector when he judged the neighbourhood plan. And my second one is about SP5, which is agriculture, forestry or equine development or rural diversification projects. I don't think it's any of those, is it? And is it not true that this site is actually connected to the back of gardens? Does that connect it to the settlement? Or please, thank you.
Miranda, ready? Phil?
If I can go first, then.
Yes, you're only ready.
In terms of the Green Lane issue, it's not something that I'm familiar with, but Phil or Miranda may be able to add to that particular proposal. Now, as I explained to Councillor Phil Dilks, we don't have specific policies on these type of particular uses. We've just got to go through the local plan, go through it on a locational and sort of spatial sort of analysis and decide how we're going to assess it on those particular merits. With regards to Councillor Mills's questions, yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but policy is meant to be flexible. There's been lots of legal cases where things have been interpreted very, very tightly, and the judgments have come back saying they were interpreted too tightly. We can't cover everything in a policy like SB5, and we have to make allowances for uses that we weren't prepared for, that might be unusual or trends changing in the future. And this is one of these kind of situations that we are in, that it's a new type of business venture. It's one that that is being proposed in this location, and we're assessing it in terms of what policies might be relevant and the harm that's being caused. And in our professional view at the moment, Councillor Mills, we can't see a harm or a conflict with that policy in SB5. But I recognise the points and respect the things that you said about rural diversification, and also about where development will be supported with agriculture, forestry or equine development. We did think long and hard about the interpretation of Policy 5. We didn't just accept everything that we were being told. But again, Phil may have something a bit more.
Yeah, can I add to that, Chairman?
Very quickly, please, Phil, because I want to move on.
SB5, Category B, Rural Diversification Projects. Essentially, that means changes from the established use, which most of the countryside is put to, which is agriculture, diversification from agriculture to other uses. And that, by its nature, because it's in the countryside, has to be in the countryside. So that would include things like dog training, reuse of previous paddocks to dog training areas and things like that. In fact, one of the applications that was approved earlier on today was exactly that under policy SP5. So it does cover this kind of activity.
I think we've Penny, please. I think we have given this. Well, I think I said it 5:25. We were approaching our 10 minutes. It's now 6 o'clock. So I would really like to move on into the debate. Councillor Reid is ready to move a proposition, but if anybody wishes to speak in the debate, please indicate in the chat box, please.
I believe Councillor Ian Selby has already requested to speak in debate, please.
Ian, Councillor Selby, Ian, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At the start of this agenda item, which is the final agenda item, Mr. Chairman, I did indicate that I was minded to abstain. I still feel the same, Mr. Chairman. I think that this is one of those items where, because I've not been able to view the site because of the COVID reasons, I still feel that I can't get my head around the location of this and where it is in relation to the local properties. This is very different from the application that we had earlier this afternoon. Much respect for Councillor Phil Dilks, very conscientious councillor, and I've heard what he said. But also to say that Councillor Robert Reid has said that this is about fairness for the constituents and and for everybody. Hence I've still listened to this debate, Mr. Chairman. I could very easily have departed, but I've given her the courtesy, and my apologies to the residents and to the applicant that I don't feel that I can give a fair assessment. So hence I will be abstaining on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Ian, and thank you for your stamina.
Councillor Phil Dilks.
Councillor Dilks.
Mr. Chairman, just to answer Ian's point there, Councillor Selby's point, and I've got respect for him too. Let me just say, where is this site? Getting your head round it. It is 16 metres, and this is according to the report. This is not my measurement. This is the report. 16 metres from residents, from the nearest resident. Let me tell you that within 50 metres, there's a lot more residents. But 16 metres, some people, I bet the chairman has a bigger living room than that.
Don't draw me into this, Phil.
Seriously,
it'll be a cold room then.
Mr. Chairman,
the heat is both end.
We're told that we're in debate now. I take it.
Yes.
Yes, we are indeed, Phil.
Right. First of all, let me just deal with what Phil Moore said about it's not SB4, it's SB5 now, and but SB5, I've got it in front of me, relates to development not just in the countryside, it's development in the open countryside. This site is not in open countryside. That's absolute nonsense to suggest that. But even if we accept that it is, The first words it says in that paragraph is development under this SB5 in the open countryside will be limited to that which has an essential need. We have heard no evidence today of an essential need. Is that right or not? So it cannot possibly become under SB5. Okay, I'll carry on, if I may. We're told that the key considerations are highways considerations, impact on the character of the area, and residential amenity. This application fails on all three. Back Lane, I haven't spoken much about Back Lane. It's a wonderful sanctuary from the hustle and bustle of life. It's a highly valued asset in our community. It's a great walk down a traditional green lane on a single carriage road. We don't have a promenade in Deepins, but we do take our constitutional walks on a Sunday down Back Lane. Hundreds of people do that. It's a lovely, lovely walk. The emerging local plan, which has taken 4 years, we're told we can't give any weight or little. We can only give little weight to it. It's further ahead than the one in Stamford, than the one that we considered earlier today. I might suggest it has now been seen by the inspector, who has raised no issues on its call for Back Lane to be protected as a green lane. That has been accepted, I understand, by the examiner. So it's moved on, may I say, from where the case officer mentioned. So I would suggest that more weight can be given to it than little weight. I certainly support the comments of the parish council that you can't pass 2 cars on this road. It's going to be absolute chaos, and it's going to spoil a much loved asset in our community. I've been contacted by many local residents, everyone opposing this application, based on not just on the noise. Dogs bark, we know that, and we're being told, oh, don't worry, we're only going to allow 8 dogs. 8 dogs? I live next door to 1 dog, and it's interesting. I was called this morning by a relative of a very elderly lady, 95 years old, and the relatives are considering moving back into the family house, a neighbour of the Down Eastgate. But they say if this goes through, no way will they be coming back to the family house. 11.5 hours, 77 days a week of this. That's what the application's for. I was emailed last night, I'm getting to the end, I was emailed last night by an elderly neighbour of the applicant. I found her words very moving, and I'd like to just share a few of them. She said, this stressful time, she's talking about COVID, this stressful time has been alleviated by the peace and quiet found in nature in our area. I am recently widowed, she lives down Eastgate, so lockdown was a lonely time. However, I discovered new special places, and the quiet and renewed experience in spring was so special. I could sit in my bed reading in the morning and hear the cuckoo from the copse over by Back Lane. Of course, the bird has long departed, but I would hate for that to be exchanged for the incessant barking of excited dogs. With the best will in the world, it will be noisy and disturb the peace that has been so valued over the summer. Mr. Chairman, this is unacceptable to residents' amenity. I appeal to my colleagues, I really do, on this committee to accept that this is not in a rural area, and it is certainly not in open countryside. And, you know, with limited to 8 dogs, 16 metres away from your house. As I say, some lounges are nearly 16 metres long, never mind, to this kind of application. I would not impose this on my neighbours, and I would ask each and every one of the committee members, would you like this 16 metres from your back door? I'd suggest that you wouldn't, and therefore I would propose that we refuse this application on those grounds. Residential amenity alone, but I'll also be happy to include the protection for back lane. Which is, you know, it's the old boxed in program. If we wait a few months, in a few months' time, it will carry significant weight, full weight, as we were told earlier in the earlier application. It will carry full weight and be stronger than any material consideration to protect back lane. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Phil. Naomi, next speaker, please.
Councillor Penny Milnes.
Councillor Milnes, Penny, please.
Thank you. Yes, I concur with what Phil has said about noise. As you know, I have a lot of trouble with noise, and it is terribly annoying. And once it gets established, it's extremely difficult. My other big issue is with back lane. This is going to be designated a green lane. The inspector has agreed this. We noticed on the day of the site visit, walkers, cyclists, there was quite a lot of people going down there, and it is a tight rural lane with very little parking or passing place. In the absence of being given a definition, which I think I asked for at least twice, I understand them to be a quiet lane for the enjoyment of peace and quiet and to enjoy nature. And I think any increase in traffic will affect the amenity of the residents who want to use that as a green lane. Whilst, you know, the application has merit, you know, with the dogs, I do think they need to be further away. And I do think that they are a bit tight on some of these properties. I think 16 metres, Phil, is actually 40 feet, which is rather a big sitting room, but it's still very close.
Could I make a plea for brevity, please? We've been here over 8 hours now.
I'm done.
Thank you, Penny. Are there any other speakers, Naomi, please?
Councillor Rosemary Cabery-Brown.
Rosemary, briefly, please, if you can. Rosemary?
Yes. You always
Rosemary.
I'm there. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can indeed. Thank you.
You always say that to me. You always leave me till last.
No, I don't. That's because you come in last.
Yes, I know. No, to be perfectly honest, if the lady that was reading off the notes here, she would have heard me say, well, she would have read that I've lost the plot on this one. I really have. I'm sorry. As far as I can see, it's a green lane, and they want to take the dogs up and down there and train them. Yes, I feel sorry for all the residents that don't like dogs barking, and yes, dogs barking can cause a lot of problems. But then again, you know, we are a free society, and the training of dogs is so important these days. I don't know how I'll vote on this. I'm betwixt between at the moment, and I just thought I'd tell you that. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I've just noticed that members of the public are using the chat room. If that happens again, those members of the public will be excluded from the meeting. Thank you. Are there any more members of...
I believe Councillor Helen Crawford would like to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford. Helen, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I quite agree with Councillor Dilks regarding SP5. It is not open countryside. Again, dogs exercising there, it is not an essential need. Again, that's SP5. It doesn't cover that. Everybody's mentioned the houses, but nobody's mentioned the horses that will be in the paddock beside the dog training area. And the noise from constant barking dogs will probably have a serious effect and upskittle any horses that may be in the paddock. Again, they're hoping to have it open at 6 p.m. in the evening during winter. It will be pitch black, and I can't see how anybody can see where their dog is unless it's barking in pitch black. I really think that SP5 does not cover this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Helen. I can't see any further speakers in the chat box. Councillor Dilks has, I think, minded to refuse. Am I right, Phil?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We didn't take a seconder though.
I think it looks as though Harish has indicated he would second. I do apologise because Councillor Reid wanted to say something before I moved on. My apologies.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This has been a long debate about a small subject, but nevertheless, it's very important. Should I have been sort of in the pecking order, I would have recommended refusal, and I would have used impact on amenities and impact on the area, which is EN1 policy and D1, and I would have had a little weight for what it's worth and what we can evaluate from it, from the neighbourhood plan, and I would have added little weight for good measure from SP5 because it depends on which way you interpret it, and I would think that that would substantiate and be upheld as a refusal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that contribution, Robert. I think we have given this a very, very good airing, and I think it's time we move to the vote. So it has been proposed by Councillor Dilks, seconded by Councillor Harish, Business Singh. Shelley, can we move to the vote, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Councillor Harish Bisnassing.
For.
Councillor John Cottier.
For.
Councillor Helen Crawford.
For.
Councillor Mike Exton.
Mike Exton's gone, Shelley.
Has he left? Thank you. Councillor Phil Dilks.
For.
Councillor Rosemary Cabery Brown.
Rosemary?
Yes, it keeps going off. For.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Penny Milnes. Apologies from Charmaine Morgan. Councillor Robert Reid.
For.
Councillor Ian Selby.
Abstain.
I believe Councillor Jackie Smith has left the meeting. And has Councillor Judy Stevens as well. So that's just Chairman, Councillor Bob Adams.
For.
So we have a total of 4, 8 and 1 abstention.
Sorry, what is 4, 8? Oh, I see, you were counting them up as you went along. Sorry, Shelley, so that's 8 for refusal and 1 again. Oh, sorry, 1 abstention.
That's correct, Chairman. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, sorry, could I just confirm, as before, that because the committee has voted contrary to officer recommendations, the cooling off period will now be invoked as set out in the Constitution. So committee members who voted in favour will have the 5 working days to submit their reasons to the Head of Development Management. It will be brought back to the further meeting, and pending any additional information that might be received there, the committee can be empowered to determine the application without being fettered by their vote at the meeting today.
Thank you very much indeed, Naomi. It might be helpful if one or two sort of took the initiative to formulate the response to the Head of Planning, and for the other committee members to endorse that rather than 8 or 9 different reasons being given to being sent to the planning officer, to the Head of Planning. Just for consideration for the members of the Planning Committee.
Chairman, I'm very happy, of course, to take that one on in my ward, this one that we've just done. May I also take the opportunity to say thank you to members for listening and I think making the right decision. Thank you very much. And also, Mr. Chairman, that sort of problem that we had at the start with not getting the pictures. I do think it is important that we are, that we managed to solve that. Otherwise, it would have left a bit of a taste, I think. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for, look, it's what time is it? God blimey, it's gone 6 o'clock. We've been at it all day. But thank you very much indeed, everyone. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Phil, I'm sure. That concludes the business of the evening. Can I thank those members of the public who've really shown true stamina in staying with us right the way through from 10 o'clock this morning, and everybody else as well, and members of the committee.